I stayed at home for a century, when I emerged I was invincible. Chapter 301 Blood Fiends Descend. The ninth sound of heaven and earth suddenly rang out. Different from the previous 8 sounds, the ninth echo did not dissipate for a long time. At the instant the sound rang out, the laws of heaven and earth in the 9 zone trembled, as if a stone had been thrown into a lake. The laws interweaved, and signs of disorder appeared. Heaven realm experts and above could faintly see blurry laws appearing in the sky, circling the heavens like a huge net. At this moment, the laws were shaking. The opportunity Chu Xian had been waiting for had finally arrived. The instant the sound of heaven and earth rang out, and the laws shook, the heavenly Dao laws silently expanded into the eastern zone and immediately replaced 1/3 of the laws of heaven and earth in the eastern zone. It was the first step to encompass the eastern zone and lay a solid foundation. The northern region of the western zone. In the desert, as the sounds of heaven and earth lingered, space suddenly shook. Blood-colored spiritual energy poured out. Then, a huge ancient battlefield emerged from its spatial seal and appeared in the desert. Blood-colored spiritual energy filled the sky. The cultivators in the desert held their breaths, their eyes gradually brightening. It was a great opportunity. This meant that there were many treasures inside, especially those of the evil variety. The blood-colored spiritual energy in the ancient battlefield was so thick that there was no shortage of such treasures. Moreover, their level must be very high. Even the divine realm experts were tempted. Swoosh! The cultivators all rushed toward the ancient battlefield like crazy. Some used their communication talismans to inform their family and friends, who hurried over to get a share or join forces to search for treasures. The news of the ancient battlefield in the northern region gradually spread. However, unlike the other cultivators, Rong Jiahao turned around and ran. He had witnessed the terror of the blood fiend race and realized that the ancient battlefield was not an opportunity, but a disaster. It was a disaster for the entire western zone. Run! He had to run. Rong Jiahao ran away. He did not care about the shock and ridicule around him. No treasure was more important than his life. Experts swarmed to the ancient battlefield. Inside the ancient battlefield, the densely packed blood fiends were bare-chested. Their scarlet muscles bulged, and their ferocious faces were accentuated by their cold fangs. Our race will last forever. In the blood fiend race, a strong man with long fangs and a helmet on his head raised a long, blood-red saber in his hand and roared. He was the leader of the blood fiend race. The blood fiend king. Kill our way out and devour flesh and blood to strengthen our race. The 9 zones belong to our clan. All living creatures are our food. Roar! 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 The roars echoed as the blood essence and the blood-colored spiritual energy surged out. The cultivators who were rushing to the ancient battlefield sensed that something was wrong. They slowed down and were bewildered. Boom! They saw a wave of blood surging toward them from the direction of the ancient battlefield. Everyone was shocked. When they took a closer look, they noticed that it was not a wave of blood. It was a sea of people that they had never seen before. Their upper bodies were scarlet red and his muscles were bulging. They looked extraordinarily strong. Not good. Run! The cultivators were terrified. They took out their communication talismans to warn others and quickly fled. However, it was too late. Kill! Kill them! The battle broke out. It was over soon. The smell of blood filled the air. Flesh and blood covered the area. The flesh and blood of countless warriors melted quickly and turned into more blood-colored spiritual energy. As the chi and blood essence of the cultivators waned, the strength of the blood fiends increased. A supreme realm expert was captured and brought before the blood fiend king. What kind of monster are you? How dare you offend the human race? The supreme realm expert said in a threatening tone. The blood fiend king looked down at him. The human race? The overlord of the 9 zones. Haha, that will soon change. From now on, the human race will be our food. The Blood Fiend King grabbed the cultivator and opened his ferocious mouth. As the terrified warrior watched, the Blood Fiend King bit his throat. His hands tore the cultivator's body apart. He really treated him as food. The expert's divine soul left his body and wanted to escape. However, the Blood Fiend King grabbed him with one hand. The terrifying power of the Blood Fiend King melted his soul. The Blood Fiend race was not interested in souls. They were only interested in flesh and blood. The news of a strange race appearing in the northern region spread throughout the western zone, and that countless cultivators had died. Then came the news that this new race ate human flesh as food. The human cultivators of the western zone were furious. The experts of the major sects of the northern zone all moved out, and countless cultivators rushed to the desert. If you dare to slaughter the human race, then you must die. An angry roar came from the sky, and a heaven realm expert appeared. Boom! The powerful attack instantly crushed tens of thousands of blood fiends. Experts appeared one after another. With their powerful strength, they charged toward the blood fiends. Wherever they passed, countless blood fiends were crushed and killed. The blood fiend's aura then became denser and filled the entire desert. Our race is eternal. How dare a mere human talk about destroying our race? An expert of the blood fiend race appeared. A heaven realm expert. A great battle broke out. Human experts rushed over one after another. The entire desert became a battlefield. The surging blood-colored spiritual energy became denser as more and more blood fiends died. The human experts continued to rush over, and they had an absolute advantage in terms of strength. In the end, 3 peak heaven realm experts surrounded and killed the Blood Fiend King. Although the Blood Fiend King was powerful, he was still at a disadvantage when surrounded by 3 peak heaven realm experts. Boom! The Blood Fiend King exploded and died. The voice before his death echoed around them. I will return soon and kill all of you. The human experts did not care. With the fall of the Blood Fiend King, the other blood fiends were also besieged by the human cultivators. They were decreasing in number, and all of them were pushing toward the ancient battlefield. They swore to exterminate the blood fiend's base in the ancient battlefield and find the most precious treasures. The human experts of the northern region crushed the blood fiends with absolute strength. They announced to the other races that the human race was still the undisputed overlord of the 9 zones. They began to enter the ancient battlefield. As they moved forward, they encountered the blood fiends and exterminated them as they went along. As they moved forward, they saw a huge blood lake. They were all shocked. How many creatures had died to form this blood lake? Some of the experts felt uneasy. Their instincts told them that something big was going to happen. Something seemed to be wrong with this ancient battlefield. Suddenly, an angry roar erupted from outside the ancient battlefield. I'm going to kill and eat all of you. Chapter 302 Immortal Blood Fiends. Behind them, outside the ancient battlefield, there were many blood fiends, and their leader was the very same Blood Fiend King that they had killed earlier. Now, he had returned much stronger than before, and he was now a half-step Divine Realm Blood Fiend. Each of these revived blood fiends seemed to be stronger. All of the cultivators felt a chill run down their spine. The blood fiends could resurrect themselves? At this moment, they recalled the news of those blood-colored freaks that could not be killed. I'll kill you and eat you. The Blood Fiend King charged over with a saber in his hand. Kill. The cultivators had solemn expressions. A few experts joined hands once again and charged towards the Blood Fiend King. This time, they had to destroy him and turn him into ashes. No traces could be left behind. Kill all of them and burn them into ashes. Don't give them a chance to revive. A great battle ensued. The cultivators of the northern region continued to rush over. Many of the experts who had received the news rushed over to help. A great number of blood fiends fell as well as a portion of the cultivators. The desert turned into a vicious battlefield, and the sand was dyed red with blood. The war lasted for several days, after which the cultivators burned the corpses of the blood fiends into ashes. With this, the cultivators of the northern region once again announced to the outside world that the human race should not be provoked. The ancient battlefield was completely plundered. The other cultivators who had been paying attention to the situation in the northern region all let out a sigh of relief. That foreign race was simply seeking its own destruction. They dared to provoke the human race. A few days later, news spread in the western zone, especially in the northern region, that the blood fiends would still be revived even if they were burned to ashes. Furthermore, they would fuse and become new blood fiends that were even stronger. However, countless people scoffed at this news. They had already been destroyed, so how could they be revived? To be able to be revived from a corpse was already extremely terrifying. If they could be revived even after they were turned into ashes, would they not be indestructible? How could there be such a terrifying existence? In the northern region's desolate desert, the blood-colored spiritual energy did not dissipate. In the blood lake in the ancient battlefield, a series of bubbles appeared, and the entire blood lake boiled. The blood-colored spiritual energy continued to condense and, soon, a blood-red figure appeared. It was the Blood Fiend King. At this moment, the Blood Fiend King's strength had increased once again. He had already reached the first level of the divine realm. He held the saber in his hand, and his ferocious and terrifying face and fangs emitted a cold gleam. "I'm back again!" Roar! An angry roar spread across the ancient battlefield. The blood lake continued to boil, and one blood-colored figure after another appeared. Each of them had the strength of a peak heaven realm cultivator. There were a total of 99 of them. They walked out of the blood lake and stepped into the desert. Looking at the sky full of blood-colored spiritual energy, they quietly waited for the appearance of the other blood fiends. In the desert, a blood-red figure appeared. It was a newly born blood fiend. His strength had become stronger. However, he did not have any memories before he died. He only had the related instincts that he had inherited after fusing, as well as a part of his emotions before he died. One by one, new blood fiends appeared. Their strength had doubled. Although their numbers had decreased, their overall strength had increased. "Our race is eternal." The Blood Fiend King waved his saber and roared. "Our race is eternal." The blood fiends roared. Outside the northern region's desert, space trembled and a mystic realm appeared. Short, sharp-eared people walked out of the mystic realm. Sky-ear race. They used to be a big race, but had now declined. The Sky-ear clan's talent lay in their special hearing. They could hear distant movements and hear the arrival of danger. The Sky-ear clan felt uneasy at this moment. Ever since the ninth sound of heaven and earth sounded, they had not been able to hear danger. Their race was able to survive because of their ability to hear danger, which helped them to avoid it. "What's going on? Why do I feel uneasy?" The Grand Elder of the Sky-ear race muttered to himself. Standing outside the mystic realm, he listened to the movements in the surroundings, but did not sense anything around them that might signal the arrival of danger. He waved his hand and grabbed a pair of young Sky-ear clan members from the mystic realm, saying, "Let's leave the northern region and find a safe place to hide." Since he felt uneasy, he decided to make preparations in advance. There was a reason why small races like these were able to survive for so long. After thinking for a while, the Sky-ear Grand Elder still felt uneasy. He felt that a pair was not enough. He grabbed a few more pairs and threw them in different directions. "I hope that we can find a safe place and survive. Ancestor, please protect our race." The elder of the Sky-ear clan muttered to himself. After sending away the young juniors, the Sky-ear race would be safer. They would not be exterminated in one go. Just as the Grand Elder of the Sky-ear clan was about to return to the mystic realm, he heard a faint roar. Something did not seem right. The uneasiness in his heart grew stronger. He could not tell which direction the roar came from. In the distance, surging blood-colored spiritual energy soared into the sky. Moreover, it seemed to be heading in this direction. "Danger! Everyone, come out!" Run! The Grand Elder of the Skyear race roared. Not only that, but he also took out a communication talisman. The Skyear race had used a treasure to buy it from the humans. He spread the news of the impending crisis to the surrounding small races. In order to survive, these small clans had already formed an alliance and were constantly exchanging information. The Skyear clan members came out of the mystic realm and began to flee. The surrounding small races also began to flee. Furthermore, the clever small races transmitted the news of the danger to the nearby human sects. Boom! The Blood Fiend army charged over. The small races with nowhere to run could only fight back, as a great battle erupted. Boom! The Skyear Grand Elder erupted with the power of a divine realm cultivator, as he began to open up a bloody path for his clansmen to escape. However, a powerful divine realm blood fiend rushed over. The ensuing battle between them ended very quickly. The Grand Elder of the Skyear race died, and he was devoured by the Blood Fiend King. When the nearby human sects received the message from the smaller races, they were stunned. Danger? Their first thought was the Blood Fiend race. However, how could it be possible? The Blood Fiend had been killed and turned into ashes. Could it be that a new member of the Blood Fiend race had appeared? As a precaution, they sent out experts to investigate the news. The Blood Fiends have resurrected. The person who was investigating the news only sent back this sentence. Chapter 303 Expansion of the Heavenly Dao Laws. The northern region underwent a drastic change. The Blood Fiend army launched a surprise attack. The humans within tens of thousands of miles of the desert all perished, and their sects were destroyed. There were even some small races that were completely wiped out in this catastrophe. The northern region was shaken. The western zone was shaken. The western zone's human king's family issued a human king order to gather experts to fight against the foreign race. Countless experts began to rush to the northern region. The northern region's great sects formed the Human Alliance Army and began to fight the Blood Fiend Army. A great victory in one battle. A great victory in the second battle. A great victory in 3 battles. 3 victories in 3 battles raised the morale of the northern region. However, not long after, they were brought back down to reality. The fallen Blood Fiends revived. Their numbers seemed to have decreased, but they had become stronger. Everyone felt powerless. Morale was low, and they were defeated time and time again. After the Blood Fiends obtained a great victory, their numbers began to increase. It seemed that new Blood Fiends were constantly being born. Before they found a way to deal with the Blood Fiends' revival, they could only adopt a defensive approach. Things were at a stalemate. Some of the Divine Realm experts from the desolate ancient zone had already rushed back to the western zone. A year later, half of the northern region had fallen. During this year, although the situation seemed to have stabilized, the human race had, in reality, been defeated. The territory the Blood Fiend race occupied grew larger and larger, and grew stronger and stronger after each defeat. Furthermore, new Blood Fiends were constantly being born. They needed to find a way to resolve this. The Blood Fiend race was also learning and improving. Chu Xian realized that the Blood Fiend race was even more terrifying than he had imagined. Besides the northern region of the Western Zone, the other regions of the Western Zone would soon encounter their own ancient battlefields, from which more Blood Fiends would descend. However, they currently did not realize this. The Western Zone could not be allowed to fall. Otherwise, it would hinder the Heavenly Dao Talisman plan. Moreover, once the Blood Fiends completely controlled a region, it might affect the laws of heaven and earth of that state. Chu Xian did not dare to gamble. After all, the great calamity was full of variables. Chu Xian passed the news to the cultivators of the Western Zone, and especially to the Human King's family. The news shocked them. The other regions would also be invaded by Blood Fiends? They hurriedly sent out teams to search for abnormal places that might lead to the ancient battlefield, and started to make preparations in advance. It was all thanks to the warning of a mysterious expert. Otherwise, the Western Zone would have been in danger if they had been caught off guard. The mysterious expert even gave them a suggestion, which was to set up a sealing formation around the opening of the ancient battlefields and to try their best to delay the Blood Fiend race's invasion. I am so close. Chu Xian looked at the eastern region. He was so close to devouring the core of the laws of heaven and earth of the eastern region. He was about to merge the eastern region into the heavenly Dao. The heavenly Dao laws have expanded. By annexing the eastern region, you have been rewarded with a cultivation boost. Finally, the heavenly Dao laws had expanded beyond the northern zone. The heavenly Dao also grew stronger. After completing the first step of his plan in the eastern zone, Chu Xian's second target was the western zone. After all, the western zone was currently very dangerous. The power of the heavenly Dao began to spread, heading towards the western zone. They had to have other help. Chu Xian had been paying attention to the situation in the western zone. Ding Yu and the disciples were already in the process of breaking through to the heaven realm. Ven Qin Ying was also in closed-door cultivation. He Yu was the same. In the Great Dao Communication Group, Yu Su, who had not spoken much all this while, actually took the initiative to speak at this juncture. I don't know why, but my race's fate and mine have changed. Senior, do you have any answers for me? When Chu Xian saw Yu Su's question, his first thought was that the Netherworld race was going to be destroyed. Actually, rather than being destroyed, they were going to become ghosts. The fate of the Netherworld race was being carried by the ghost race. Yu Su was most likely the only Dao realm expert left among them. The transformation of the ghost race naturally affected her as well. At present, she had two choices. She could either maintain her identity as a member of the Netherworld race, or she could adopt the identity of the ghost race. However, Yu Su had no way of knowing that the changes in fate were brought about by the transformation of the Netherworld race. Even the Dayuan realm experts like Hong Yuan Chu did not know the secrets behind it. After all, they had never seen a race transform into another race. Your situation is most likely a sign that the Netherworld race of the 9 zones is about to be exterminated, Mo2 said. Yu Su's expression changed. Hong Yuan Chu said, the Great Dayuan calamity has already begun. It's a little hard to see what was happening. He was a little puzzled. He had a feeling that there was something amiss here. However, he was not overly worried about this. After all, this calamity would not affect Dayuan realm cultivators. Moreover, humans were extremely powerful, so it would not be a problem for them to survive the great calamity. If they were really faced with a crisis, it would not be too late to act then. Chu Xian felt that it was necessary to come out and pacify Yu Su. At the same time, he would also deceive her into becoming a ghost. A Dao realm ghost race expert would add yet another expert to the ghost race. In any case, the Netherworld race and the ghost race were very similar, and now that the latter carried the fate of the former, Yu Su would have to accept it. Chapter 304, Scaring the Dayuan Realm Experts. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The Great Dayuan Calamity was extraordinary, but it was not something that required the attention of the Dayuan Realm Experts. After all, it did not affect them. However, Chu Xian was trying to develop both the Ghost Race and Buddhist clan, so he had to keep them from noticing that anything was wrong. As such, he opted for the best distraction available. The Great Dayuan Calamity is a small calamity. Fellow Daoist Hong, you can't see through because the Great Calamity has clouded your vision. If any of you notice anything abnormal, don't panic, and don't take it to heart. The Great Dayuan Calamity still cannot affect Dayuan realm experts. Chu Xian did not continue. Hong Yuanchuo and the others felt a chill run down their spines. It was indeed the influence of the mysterious Great Calamity. Otherwise, how could they not probe the Great Dayuan Calamity? Mo2's expression became even more solemn. He had sensed that the fate of the demon race had changed recently, but he did not know whether it was a good or bad thing. Even he, an exalted Daeyuan realm expert, was unable to determine this. Unexpectedly, it was because of the great calamity. Chu Xian deliberately misled Mo2. Then, he continued, as for Yusu, your problem is that the netherworld race has undergone a metamorphosis, and their fate has also undergone a metamorphosis with them. It is not a sign of destruction. Yusu, you can choose to shoulder the fate of the evolved netherworld race. If you do not resist it, it will naturally attach itself to you. Yusu heaved a sigh of relief. It was good that the netherworld race was not destroyed. She hurriedly asked further, Senior, why did the netherworld race transform? What will happen after the transformation? It is their fate, and their opportunity. The transformation is a sublimation. This is a fortunate thing. Thank you for your explanation, Senior. Yusu did not doubt Chu Xian's explanation. After all, even Daeyuan realm experts like Hong Yuanchu had to ask Chu Xian for advice. Little friend Yusu, have you encountered any difficulties in shouldering the fate of the evolved netherworld race? Chu Xian looked like a warm-hearted senior. Yusu was of the netherworld race. If she wanted to shoulder the fate of the ghost race, she would definitely encounter some difficulties. After all, she was not a ghost. Senior, it feels like I'm being rejected by their fate, Yusu replied respectfully. All right, I'll teach you a technique that will allow you to evolve like them. After Chu Xian spoke, he privately messaged with Yusu and taught her some techniques from the ancient netherworld scripture. At the same time, he taught her the method to shoulder their fate. She would gradually transform into a ghost as well. Yusu was extremely grateful. After using the method Chu Xian had taught her, she successfully inherited the fate of the netherworld race after their transformation. She could even feel that there were some changes in her body. The secret technique that Senior had taught her was also incredibly exquisite and powerful. She sighed inwardly. As expected of a terrifying Senior who could guide Daeyuan realm experts. The Dao realm cultivators in the Great Dao Communication Group were all extremely envious that she had actually received pointers from the group leader. In the Daeyuan realm group, Chu Xian spoke, fellow Daoists, is it chaos that gives birth to the Great Dao, or is it the Great Dao that gives birth to chaos? Do you have any insights? I'm ashamed that I still have yet to discover any insights into this topic, Hong Yuanchu said in embarrassment. This question had always lingered in his mind, yet he had no new insights. The stupid old ghost Hong actually gained nothing. The moment Mo2 opened his mouth, he mocked Hong Yuanchu. Oh, Mo2, you boorish fellow, do you have any insights? Hong Yuanchu was not angry either. No. Mo2 said confidently. Fellow Daoists, how much of your Dao path has been opened? Chu Xian pondered for a moment and asked. The Daeyuan realm was a relatively special realm. The strength of the Daeyuan realm cultivator depended on the strength of the Dao path he or she opened. How could one determine the strength of the Dao path? Naturally, the length, width, and stability of the Great Dao was the benchmark. In theory, the Daeyuan realm had no end. One could continue to open and develop their Dao path. Chu Xian did not know the extent to which one could open up one's Dao path. Moreover, the Great Dao calamity was a calamity for Daeyuan realm cultivators. If they could not endure it, their Dao paths would collapse and fall. If they did, they would be able to continue opening up the Dao path. Speaking of which, I'm ashamed to say I'm quite inferior to Brother Hong in terms of this, Ruo Xian sighed and said. She was from the same era as Hong Yuanchu, and they had reached the Daeyuan realm at around the same time. However, she lagged behind Hong Yuanchu after that. Normally, Mo2 would jump out to humiliate her at this point. However, he did not, as the topic of opening up one's Dao path was a serious one. How much has Daoist Brother Chu opened up the Dao path? Hong Yuanchu asked curiously. Mo2 and the others were also curious. In their eyes, Chu Xian was a super big shot and an extremely ancient existence. What level had such a terrifying expert reached in terms of opening the Dao path? Daoist brother Chu, can you give us a reference? Kun He and the other Daoyuan realm experts chimed in. Chu Xian was silent. What should he say? After pondering for a moment, he decided to go all out. Thus, he said with a face full of shame, my talent is mediocre. I have devoted myself to opening up the path up until now, but I have only opened up a small path that is millions of miles long and hundreds of thousands of miles wide. I'm ashamed. Chu Xian sighed deeply and said. The group became quiet. There was not the slightest sound. Chu Xian's heart thumped. Could it be that he had failed to exaggerate sufficiently? Did he ruin the image that he had worked so hard to build up? Thinking about it carefully, to Daoyuan realm experts, it did not seem difficult to open up a Dao path that was millions of kilometers long. It was only a few million kilometers. In the outside world, to Daoyuan realm cultivators, that was a very short distance. He had been careless. His image of a super big shot was about to collapse. What should he do? How should he salvage this situation? Just as Chu Xian was vexed and wondering if there were any remedial measures, the system's reward suddenly arrived. You bragged in front of the Daoyuan realm cultivators, scaring them senseless. You have been rewarded with a chaos path opening axe. Hey? Chu Xian was stunned. He had succeeded in acting cool? He heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. This meant that a Dao path that was millions of miles long was extremely terrifying. I, Chu Xian, am lacking. Fellow Daoists, please don't laugh at me. Chu Xian sent a series of cupped fists emojis in the group. Little did he know that the Hong Yuanchuo and the others were already in tears. Chapter 305, Chaos Path Opening Axe. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. A Dao path that was millions of miles long? Senior lacked aptitude? Then what about us? Did that mean that they were simply trash in comparison? Hong Yuanchuo took a look at the Dao path he had opened up. Before Chu Xian had spoken those words, he had been very satisfied with the Dao path he had opened up. After all, he was the foremost expert among his generation. His Dao path was over 1,000 miles long, and also a little more than a mile wide. Compared to Ruoxian's 500 to 600 miles, his Dao path was much more powerful. However, compared to Chu Xian's Dao path, it was nothing more than a meandering path. Ruoxian was devastated. She had painstakingly opened up her Dao path and diligently comprehended the Great Dao, but fell short of Hong Yuanchuo, and now felt like an ant in front of Chu Xian. Back then, she was one of the experts alongside Hong Yuanchuo who had supported the human race in their rise to become the overlord race. Yet that all seemed insignificant now. The other Daoyuan realm experts were all feeling the same. For the first time, they felt completely useless. These talented and terrifying existences only found out today that they were frogs at the bottom of a well. A Dao path that was millions of miles long. What kind of concept was that? They did not even dare to think about it. Their ultimate goal and wish was only to open a Dao path that was tens of thousands of miles long. In their eyes, that would already make them invincible among their peers. However, their eyes had been opened by Chu Xian. Daoist brother Chu, please accept my bow. Hong Yuanchuo immediately knelt down. Mo2 and the others joined him. Fellow Daoist Chu was a true super expert. For them to be able to get to know fellow Daoist Chu was indeed a great opportunity. If even fellow Daoist Chu had to pay attention to that mysterious great calamity, it could be seen how terrifying it was. Hong Yuanchuo and the others began to worry. With their limited strength, how could they survive the calamity? They had to cling tightly to fellow Daoist Chu's sodi. You're too polite. Fellow Daoists, you're too polite. Chu Xian asked, fellow Daoists, what about your Dao paths? A few million miles should be very common, right? A few million miles, very common? Hong Yuanchuo and the others' eyes were bloodshot and their foreheads were sweating. Should they tell the truth or not? What if they were looked down upon? What if Daoist brother Chu felt that they were too useless and ignored them after that? What should they do then? If they did not tell the truth, what if Daoist brother Chu knew the truth? Would their friendship not evaporate after that? Hong Yuanchuo was at a loss. Ruoxian spoke first. Speaking of that, I'm ashamed to say that my aptitude is too poor. Up until now, my Dao path is only about 600 kilometers long. Ruoxian let out a long sigh. No wonder they were scared out of his wits. The difference was between a few hundred kilometers and a few million kilometers. Was opening up one's Dao path really that difficult? After 2 Daoyuans, she had only opened up a Dao path that was a few hundred miles long. Fellow Daoist Ruoxian, don't be discouraged. A few hundred miles is already not bad. Chu Xian consoled her. Little Ruoxian, you are indeed quite useless, only 600 miles. Mo2 mocked her. Then he said, my Dao path is 1,100 miles long, just ordinary. Compared to Ruoxian, Mo2 felt that he was extremely powerful. He opened up his Dao path later than the others. It was only 400 miles, the shortest of them all. Hong Yuanchuo's Dao path was 1,300 miles long, surpassing Mo2 and the others. The soaring flood Dragon King and Mo2 were similar. Mo Zhan and the others' Dao paths were all around 800 to 900 miles long. Bing Loxing's Dao path was 3,000 miles long. As for Huang Long, Gui Ran, and Yi Yuejun, because they were creatures of the Great Dao, their Dao paths were special. It was based on how much power of the Great Dao they could use rather than the length and width of their Dao paths. Chu Xian sighed with emotion. Everyone had it hard, which encouraged them. How did Daoist brother Chu open his Dao path? Hong Yuanchuo asked. For those who opened their Dao paths, the method they used was actually pretty much the same. The key was talent and comprehension, or whether they had any special path-opening treasures to assist them. Chu Xian smiled and said, opening the Dao path isn't difficult. I just use an axe. An axe? Hong Yuanchuo and the others were all stunned. Was one's Dao path opened like this? Could it be that at that level, opening up one's Dao path was that easy? Or had they not comprehended the true meaning of opening up the Dao path? Hong Yuanchuo and the others did not continue asking. After all, this was a secret. No one would casually reveal it. Chu Xian chatted with them for a while and mentioned the great calamity from time to time. This made Hong Yuanchuo and the others very nervous. They also expressed that they would not be disturbed by the outside world and would focus on comprehending the Great Dao to prepare for the great calamity. The chat then ended. Chu Xian looked at the system reward. The Chaos Path Opening Axe has the power to open a path in the chaos. It can slash through the Great Dao. After reading the description of the Chaos Path Opening Axe, Chu Xian was pleasantly surprised. This was a supreme treasure. A path-opening artifact. He could use the axe to open up a Dao path that was longer and wider. Moreover, it had a special function that could directly open a path in the chaos. Chu Xian had an idea. The Chaos Path Opening Axe, together with the Heaven-Splitting Brush and the Earth Creation Scripture, would be extremely useful. Apart from opening a path, the Chaos Path Opening Axe's offensive power was also extremely powerful. It could slash through the Great Dao. If he were to use it to fight, he would be able to slash through the other party's Dao. It seemed that bragging could also bring about great gains. This was a pleasant surprise. He took out the Chaos Path Opening Axe. It looked very simple and unadorned. No matter how he looked at it, it did not look like a supreme treasure. It looked more like an ordinary axe. Putting it away, Chu Xian turned his gaze back to the Western Zone. After the Eastern Zone's eastern region was merged under the Heavenly Dao laws, the Heavenly Dao laws had established a foundation in the Eastern Zone. However, the most pressing matter at the moment was the Western Zone. The blood fiend race was a menace to everyone, and the cultivators there did not have a good way of dealing with them. Although the situation seemed to be in a stalemate, Chu Xian knew that as the Great Daiyuan calamity continued to advance, the blood fiend race would become stronger and stronger. The Western Zone's northern region was about to fall. The heavenly Dao laws continued to extend into the Western Zone's western region. Through the heavenly Dao laws there, Chu Xian saw an ancient battlefield that was about to descend into the western region, bringing with it more blood fiends. Perhaps, we can be more aggressive. Chu Xian pondered. Chapter 306, Infiltrating the Western Region. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. It was a period of great calamity, especially with the appearance of the blood fiend race in the Western Zone. Even if the heavenly Dao laws caused a disturbance in the laws of heaven and earth, it would not arouse suspicion. After all, the divine realm cultivators could not see the heavenly Dao laws encroaching on the laws of heaven and earth. Currently, there were no Dao realm experts present. The Dao realm experts had not entered the calamity yet. Chu Xian was worried that the appearance of the blood fiend race would affect the laws of heaven and earth to a certain extent, which would interfere with his plan. There was always something special about the calamity-bearing race. However, it was precisely because the whole situation was uncertain that there were opportunities. Chu Xian decided to take the risk and give it a go. At the very least, he wanted the heavenly Dao laws to swallow a third of the laws of heaven and earth before the blood fiend race descended upon the Western Zone's western region. With this thought in mind, he waved his hand, and the heavenly Dao talisman appeared in his hand. The miniature version of the Great Dao appeared in Chu Xian's hand and wrapped itself around the heavenly Dao talisman. Wisps of the Origin Dao crystal's Dao aura were also injected into the heavenly Dao talisman to connect it with the Great Dao and avoid it being repelled by the Great Dao. The chaos stones on the heavenly Dao talisman glowed with faint black light. Boom! The power of the heavenly Dao law suddenly erupted. Chu Xian instantly absorbed 1/3 of the power of the Northern Zone's heavenly Dao laws and directed it toward the Western Zone's western region. The commotion was quite big. All of the heaven realm and above cultivators sensed some changes. The heavenly Dao laws were in turmoil? Could it be that a great calamity was coming? The Western Zone's western region suddenly emitted multicolored light. Mysterious symbols flickered in the air for a few breaths of time, and then the world began to tremble. The cultivators of the Western Zone's western region all had solemn expressions. Could it be that the blood fiend race had appeared? Was the great calamity about to sweep the western region? A group of experts gathered, looking for the source of the change and preparing countermeasures. The heavenly Dao laws quickly absorbed the laws of heaven and earth of the western region. Although it caused some turbulence, it did not suffer too much rejection. After all, the power of the heavenly Dao laws Chu Xian used were all derived from the original laws of heaven and earth. However, after encompassing a third of it, Chu Xian felt resistance. Although it was not strong, he immediately stopped the heavenly Dao laws from absorbing any more. That resistance did not only come from the laws of heaven and earth, but also from the Great Dao. Chu Xian did not dare to continue. His plan would fall apart if the heavenly Dao laws were rejected by the Great Dao. In any case, he had achieved his target. Chu Xian let out a sigh of relief. Even if the situation in the western region developed too quickly, unless it was absolutely necessary, Chu Xian did not want to directly intervene. After all, he did not want to stand out. He only wanted to stay in the courtyard peacefully. Chu Xian took out the myriad heavenly mirror and connected it to the demon zone. He was considering whether or not he should speed up the process of converting the demon race into Buddhists. Before the calamity reached the demon zone, should he convert the demon zone into the Buddhist zone? He could take advantage of the fact that there were no Dao realm cultivators in the demon zone to send the Buddhist attendants to assist demon Buddha. Using forceful methods to force the demon race to convert to the Buddhist race might cause some problems, though. Perhaps if he used both soft and hard approaches, something miraculous might happen. Chu Xian decided to speed up the process of converting the demon race into Buddhists. He would select some experts from among the Buddhists and condense a drop of rebirth blood for them. He would let them die in a great battle against the heavenly demon tribe. Then, they would be reborn. Such a scene would definitely shock the heavenly demon tribe. There would definitely be many experts from the heavenly demon tribe who would be tempted to join Buddhism. After all, this was equivalent to having an extra life. What was the purpose of cultivation? Was the ultimate goal not to live longer? For eternity? If one converted to Buddhism, they would have a chance to live a second life. That temptation was great enough. This was especially so for those experts who were already at a bottleneck and could not break through. They were just about to reach the end of their lifespans. Even if they had a strong sense of belonging to the heavenly demon tribe, they would still be shaken. Coupled with the powerful strength of the Buddhist attendants, the Buddhist clan would definitely be able to defeat the heavenly demon tribe and rapidly spread Buddhist Dharma throughout the entire demon zone. The numerous demons in the demon zone would then become devout Buddhists. Chu Xian decided that after Demon Buddha broke through to the heaven realm, he would send the Buddhist attendants into the demon zone to speed up the process of converting the demon race. After the demon zone became the Buddhist zone, and the demons became Buddhists, the number of Buddhist followers would increase, and the power of the Buddhist attendants would also increase. It could be said that killing two birds with one stone. It would be too late by then for the demon race's Dao realm experts to intervene. 1 year later, the situation in the Western Zone had changed. In the northern region of the Western Zone, heaven and earth shook. Another ancient battlefield appeared and descended upon the northern region. The blood fiend race surged out from the ancient battlefield. There were numerous blood fiends, and the blood-colored spiritual energy was everywhere, covering half of the northern region. The human cultivators were extremely solemn. They kept building formations in an attempt to stop the blood fiend race's invasion. Moreover, they kept searching for a way to deal with their ability to revive. So far, what could be confirmed was that the blood fiends needed the blood-colored spiritual energy to revive. In other words, if the blood-colored spiritual energy was purified, the blood fiends would not be able to revive. However, how could such a huge amount of blood-colored spiritual energy be purified? The artifact refiners, formation masters, and alchemists of the Western Zone researched day and night. They had come up with several kinds of purification artifacts and purification formation. However, the consumption was too great, which made them unsustainable. Other than the northern region, the other regions of the Western Zone were showing signs of the arrival of ancient battlefields. With the current methods they had available, it would take dozens of years to purify such a huge amount of blood-colored spiritual energy, and it would require them to gather the power of the entire Western Zone. Furthermore, the blood fiends would not sit idly by either. This was a true calamity. The human cultivators were on guard against the blood fiend race's invasion. Unexpectedly, the new blood fiends started to attack the other blood fiends. The internal strife should have been something to be happy about. However, no one was happy. Many blood fiends had died in the infighting, which meant that they would become stronger after being revived. The infighting did not make them weaker, but stronger instead. Amidst that, an even stronger blood fiend king was born, alongside a host of other strong blood fiends. The real threat was coming. Chapter 307, Almost Lost My Composure. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The blood fiends were fighting and devouring each other. The first blood fiend king was fighting with the new blood fiend king. Roars shook the sky, and blood-colored spiritual energy overflowed everywhere. The human experts watched silently. Although they knew that if the blood fiends continued to fight, and more powerful experts would be born, they had no way to stop it. After all, it did not matter if they died at human hands or their own, they would still grow stronger. What they could do was to try their best to delay the blood fiend race's invasion. They needed time to find a solution. The infighting continued for a month, after which the blood fiends were unified, and they began their invasion. They broke through the humans' 12 great formations. The battle became more intense. The human race's territory continued to decrease, and countless people died. In contrast, the blood fiends were getting stronger and stronger. Retreat. The human experts began to issue evacuation orders. All the ordinary people, or warriors below the Emperor realm, young women and children, began to retreat. The Human King's Gu family of the Western Zone issued the Human King Order. A month later, the current head of the Gu family died in battle. Countless ordinary people and cultivators below the Emperor realm who could not evacuate in time all fell into the hands of the blood fiends. They were kept in captivity. They were kept as food. The warriors from the other zones began to enter the Western Zone to provide support. Chu Xian saw the tragic situation of the northern region through the heavenly Dao talisman. His heart wavered. He had wanted to intervene several times. Looking at the women and children who were kept in captivity being devoured by the blood fiends as food from time to time unsettled him. "Sir, why do I feel that you are anxious? Do you want to go out to relax?" Su Xianer asked happily. She had never seen Chu Xian go out. From the moment she came to this small courtyard, he had never left. Chu Xian was shocked. He hurriedly calmed himself down and turned his attention away. He cursed inwardly. He had almost lost his composure. The system must have tempted him. He almost lost his record. Go out? Isn't this place perfectly fine? Chu Xian denied that he wanted to go out. Calm down, he had to calm down. He had to maintain his composure and push forward with the heavenly Dao talisman plan. Stay steady, Chu Xian kept reminding himself. Chu Xian stabilized his state of mind and began to cultivate. He turned his attention away from the heavenly Dao talisman and allowed it to slowly devour the laws of heaven and earth. "Sir, I'm about to break through to the heaven realm." Su Xianer tugged his arm and smiled. It had only been a short while and she was about to break through to the heaven realm. This was a realm that countless cultivators would never reach in their lifetime. Go ahead. It's just the heaven realm. Don't get too proud, Chu Xian nodded and said. Su Xianer happily went to break through. Breaking through to the heaven realm, of course, would be accompanied by a tribulation. However, for Su Xianer, passing through the tribulation was not difficult at all, so there was no need to pay too much attention to it. Chu Xian continued to cultivate and no longer paid attention to what was going on elsewhere. Stabilizing his state of mind was the most important thing. As for the Western Zone, things were becoming more and more dire. Reinforcements had just arrived in the northern region not long ago. However, in the Western Zone's southern region, an ancient battlefield had also appeared, and with it the Blood Fiend race. Fortunately, the Western Zone's southern region had made preparations beforehand. They temporarily sealed the Blood Fiend within the ancient battlefield. However, no one was sure how long the seal could be maintained. The humans in the northern region migrated in large numbers. Countless cultivators below the Emperor realm, as well as women and children, retreated and fled from the northern region. More than 10 million cultivators had fallen in the northern region. More than half of the northern region was encompassed by the blood-colored spiritual energy that could not be dispersed. Even the laws of heaven and earth seemed to be stained with blood. More than half a year later. Boom! In the western region's northern region, countless cultivators wept. Many people's eyes were filled with despair. A divine realm expert of the human race had fallen. The Gu family's grand elder, a fifth-level divine realm expert who fought against the Blood Fiend King, had fallen. The fall of the human race's divine realm expert also heralded the fall of the northern region. Not long after the fall of the Gu family's grand elder, the northern region descended into chaos. The fate of the humans in the northern region was uncertain. It was as if they had lost something. At this moment, it was as if they could never return to their homeland. It was also on this day that the number one genius of the northern region had fallen in battle against the Blood Fiends. Despair filled the northern region's humans. Many of the small races in the northern region were completely wiped out by this great calamity. The remaining ones left the northern region with the human race. They also joined the team that was researching how to deal with the Blood Fiend's ability to revive. Chu Xian sighed. The Son of Fate of the Western Zone's northern region had died. The Western Zone's northern region's fate had changed, and it would be shouldered by the Blood Fiend race. As expected, the laws of heaven and earth would change as well. Chu Xian could not help but feel fortunate that he had laid a foundation in the western region of the Western Zone in advance. The Blood Fiend race was a calamity-bearing race, so they naturally had some special fate. Children of fate would also perish in this great calamity. After all, the 9 zones were so vast, and there were many children of fate. Those who could rise up in the calamity were only a few. Your maidservant, Su Xianer, has broken through to the heaven realm. You have been rewarded with a lump of chaotic energy. The system's reward suddenly came, but Chu Xian was not surprised by this. After breaking through to the heaven realm, Su Xianer could not sit still anymore. Sir, I want to go back to the Su family. After breaking through, her confidence increased greatly. She decided that it was time to go back to the Su family and mess with the Su family once again. The opening of the Azura ancient land had provided her with a brief outlet to vent her anger. However, there were still some people who had yet to be punished. Go. Chu Xian nodded. Sir, I'll be back soon. Su Xianer was overjoyed. She immediately bade farewell to Chu Yun and left the Chu family's territory. The northern region of the Western Zone had fallen. Countless humans who failed to flee in time became food for the Blood Fiends. The cultivators of the Western Zone began to frantically build defenses to prevent the Blood Fiend race's invasion from progressing any further. The Eastern Zone and Southern Zone sent cultivators to the Western Zone to support them. The Western Zone was just the beginning. The other zones would soon also face the same calamity. Thus, there were not many cultivators who came to provide support. They were all preparing to defend their own zones. Chapter 308, Ghost Transformation. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The moment the northern region fell, the Divine Realm experts of the major forces in the Western Zone began to return to their respective regions. The Great Daeyuan calamity had arrived. Were those strange lights in the desolate ancient zone and those precious treasures also the beginning of the Great Daeyuan calamity? Ren Changhe still had not fully covered the outer area of the desolate ancient zone. Chu Xian could not help but sigh. The desolate ancient zone was so vast and had so many secret places. After the Blood Fiend race occupied the northern region of the Western Zone, they did not continue their invasion. It seemed like they had entered a period of rest. This also gave the Western Zone's cultivators a chance to catch their breath. The warriors of the southern region of the Western Zone had solemn expressions. They paid more and more attention to the Blood Fiend race that was sealed inside the ancient battlefield, setting up even more layers of formations. A newly developed purification formation had also been set up to try to purify the blood-colored spiritual energy. Your disciple, Ding Yu, has broken through to the heaven realm. You have been rewarded with a lump of chaotic energy. Chu Xian continued to cultivate. As the amount of chaotic energy he had increased, the speed at which his Dao principles were refined increased. Now that he had reached the 10th level of the Dao realm, he was only 26 levels away from reaching the Daeyuan realm, after which he would have the confidence to bypass the Great Daeyuan calamity, and withstand the subsequent Great Dao calamity. The northern region of the Western Zone. The whole region was filled with faint blood-colored spiritual energy. The plants were affected by the blood-colored spiritual energy, and some changes occurred. Faint blood-red lines appeared on the edge of the leaves. The northern region had fallen, and countless human cultivators had fallen. However, many of them had escaped with their souls, whether whole or in part. As their bodies had been destroyed, and only their souls were left, they had no hope of recovering. They had to take possession of the body or find a way to reincarnate. It was not easy to condense a physical body. It required a lot of resources, as well as an opportunity. These souls were wandering or hiding in the northern region. The blood fiends were not interested in souls, which was why these cultivators had escaped, and why these souls remained in the northern region. The blood-colored spiritual energy in the northern region was plentiful. They believed that it would give birth to spiritual medicines that might allow them to restore their bodies. Some were even looking for a possibility to possess the blood fiends, or refine the blood fiends to restore their bodies. The bodies of blood fiends were very powerful and special, which tempted them. A white-haired, long-bearded elder appeared in the northern region like an illusion. He was shocked when he saw the state of the northern region and the retreat of the human race, which used to be the dominant race. The elder was not a divine soul, but he had an illusory body. Netherworld race. A gloomy figure suddenly appeared and blocked the elder. Ghost King Fengdu. Become a member of our ghost race. Now, you're the only one left from the Netherworld race. Can you make the Netherworld race stronger? Ghost King Fengdu glanced at the northern region and said, "You've seen it too. The Great Yuan calamity has already started. If the human race is like this, how can the Netherworld race survive the Great Calamity? Only by turning into ghosts can we find a path to survival." The elder of the Netherworld race was momentarily confused. After a long while, he smiled sadly and said, "Maybe you're right. The Netherworld race has run out of luck." He looked up at the sky and sighed. "Then, I'll turn into a ghost." Ghost King Fengdu waved his hand and pulled the old man into the Fengdu mystic realm. The old man did not resist. He was willing to turn into a ghost. The last of the Netherworld race was finally going to turn into a ghost. From now on, the ghost race would bear the fate of the Netherworld race. Moreover, in the Great Yuan calamity, they would fight for the fate of the ghost race. The ghost race would become the terrifying race in the 9 zones. Suddenly, Ghost King Fengdu's expression changed as he looked in a certain direction. His figure turned illusory and disappeared on the spot. On a desolate mountain, a few human divine souls were gathered together. On the ground in front of them was an Emperor Realm blood fiend. The few human divine souls were all Heaven Realm experts. Their bodies had been destroyed, and their divine souls had luckily escaped. "Let's give it a try. If we succeed, there might be a way out," one of them gritted his teeth and said. "Cowards, let me do it." One of the souls raised his hand, and his spiritual power surged, and the fire of his divine soul started to burn the blood fiend. The Emperor Realm blood fiend naturally could not resist the refining of a Heaven Realm divine soul. Soon, it was refined into a ball of blood-colored spiritual energy. "The baleful aura is too heavy. We must purify it," another soul spoke. After that, he took out a pearl and threw it into the blood-colored spiritual energy. Chi-chi. The blood-colored spiritual energy ball emitted chi-chi sounds as waves of the gloomy baleful aura rippled. After a long while, the baleful aura of the blood-colored spiritual energy ball was purified. The pearl had also shrunk by a third. The divine soul had a pained expression on his face. "The consumption of the purification process is too great. We will have to find a more efficient purification method." The divine soul holding the blood-colored spiritual energy ball started to absorb the energy into his divine soul. "Keep an eye on me. We have to act in time. Don't worry, we're watching." The others all had solemn expressions. Whether or not they could refine the body of the blood fiend and restore their bodies depended on this. After the blood-colored energy was absorbed into his divine soul, wisps of flesh and blood started to appear around the divine soul. Everyone was happy. This method was feasible. Then, not long after, the divine soul, which had just recovered less than 1/10 of his body, suddenly screamed. "Something's wrong. It's corroding my divine soul." The divine soul's fire burned, trying to burn the body condensed by the blood-colored spiritual energy. However, the divine soul's fire was ineffective, and even showed signs of weakening. The others took action one after another. In the end, they could not peel off the new flesh and blood. The divine soul was getting weaker and weaker, and the corrosion was worsening. In the end, he had to cut off the part of the divine soul that was attached to the flesh and blood. As a result, the divine soul of that expert was severely wounded. The part of the divine soul that was attached to the flesh and blood kept making sizzling sounds. It continued corroding, and smoke was rising from it. In the end, it disappeared. After the blood-colored spiritual energy corroded the divine soul, it turned into a wisp and disappeared. The group of human experts fell silent. It was not feasible to refine the body of the blood fiend to restore the body. It also meant that they could only live on in their divine soul state. One day, their divine souls would be destroyed. They could foresee their tragic future. In this catastrophe, their divine souls were very vulnerable. Chapter 309, Ghost Dao Principle and Fengde Ghost World. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Just as the group of human experts were about to despair, a sinister and terrifying aura suddenly descended. Everyone's expressions turned solemn. This person was very strange. His entire body was sinister and terrifying, and he exuded a terrifying aura. Furthermore, he did not seem to have a physical body. Wait, that did not seem right either. He also seemed to have a physical body? In short, it was very strange. He was extremely powerful, and was a divine realm expert. Sir, you're from the netherworld race. One of the older human experts frowned and muttered. He came from a force with a long history and had read bits and pieces of records about the netherworld race. But, that's not right. The netherworld race doesn't exude such a sinister feeling. The human experts all had solemn expressions. Could it be that other than the blood fiend race, a new and special race had appeared? Ghost King Fengdu's eyes lit up as he looked at these divine souls. These were all seedlings of the ghost race. Furthermore, once they turned into ghosts, their strength would increase. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for the ghost race to grow stronger. As expected, the Great Dayuan Calamity was also an opportunity. I, Ghost King Fengdu, am from the ghost race. Ghost race? The human experts were all shocked. As expected, another new race had appeared. Ghost King Fengdu waved his hand, and a group of ghosts appeared. Among them, there was no lack of ghosts who were transformed from human souls. All of them were sinister and terrifying. I was created by the ghost ancestor. The ghost ancestor felt that divine souls had no support and created the ghost race's cultivation method. All cultivators can transform into ghosts. From now on, the divine soul is no longer weak, but can transform into ghosts, Ghost King Fengdu said as he pointed at the ghosts who had been transformed from the souls of the human experts. They were all humans who fell in battle previously, but now they have become ghosts. Don't worry, their original consciousness is still there, but they exist in a different form. Everyone, are you willing to become ghosts? The human experts looked at each other and hesitated, not knowing whether it was true or not. If it was true, this was a path to survival. However, they were still human experts after all. They were once the dominant race, and they had an obsession with being human. The blood fiend race is a calamity-bearing race. They are also the target of our ghost race. It is not contradictory to be human in life and a ghost after death, Ghost King Fengdu continued. All right, then I'll be a ghost. One of the human experts gritted his teeth and said. The others looked at each other and chose to become ghosts. Since there was no hope of recovering their bodies, they were in great danger during this calamity. Since they could transform into ghosts, perhaps they could still rise up during this calamity. At the very least, they would no longer be weakened divine souls. You won't regret your choice. Ghost King Fengdu waved his hand, and the Fengdu mystic realm absorbed everyone, transforming them into ghosts. The northern region was a field ripe for harvest to expand the ghost race. There were countless divine souls roaming this region. Furthermore, those who were unwilling to become ghosts would be devoured and refined to increase the strength of the ghosts. The blood-colored spiritual energy was a fusion of dark and gloomy spiritual energy. To the ghost race, it had no restraining effect. Thus, the ghost race could move freely in places with dense blood-colored spiritual energy. Find the divine souls and get them to join our ghost race. Strengthen our ghost race and fight for fate in the Great Dayuan Calamity. Yes, Ghost King. The ghosts scattered in all directions, searching for the remnant souls of living beings in the northern region. Ghost King Fengdu's figure flashed as he headed toward the core area of the Blood Fiend race. He needed to know whether the ghost race could deal with the Blood Fiends or not. A fluctuation came from the Fengdu mystic realm. The last member of the Netherworld race had turned into a ghost. He was the strongest member of the Netherworld race and a divine realm expert. Now that he had turned into a ghost, the ghost race had gained another divine realm expert. Today, I'll appoint you as the Fengdu protector. Ghost King Fengdu held the Ghost King seal and issued an edict. Thank you, Ghost King. Let's go and check out the Blood Fiend race. Ghost King Fengdu and the Fengdu protector, these two divine realm experts, headed toward the Blood Fiend race's camp. The two of them hid themselves and did not reveal their ghostly forms. Chu Xian, who was immersed in cultivation and paying attention to the situation outside, suddenly opened his eyes. The ghost race you created completely annexed the Netherworld race and shouldered the fate of the Netherworld race. They are expanding wantonly in the northern region of the Western Zone, turning remnant souls into ghosts. The ghost race's population increased greatly and has been recognized by the Great Dao. You have been rewarded with the Ghost Dao Principle and the Fengdu Ghost World. The Netherworld race had finally been all converted into ghosts. Furthermore, the ghost race had been recognized by the Great Dao. This also meant that the ghost race had truly become a new race. They could participate in the fight for fate within the calamity. Chu Xian checked the system reward. This time, the reward was a world. The Fengdu Ghost World. It was different from the Fengdu Mystic Realm. A world was much vaster than a mystic realm. From now on, the Fengdu Mystic Realm would be a mystic realm within the Ghost World, and would become the holy land of the ghost race. Apart from the Ghost World, Chu Xian noticed that the system reward was the Ghost Dao Principle. The Ghost Dao Principle is a nascent Great Dao Principle. The stronger the ghost race is, the deeper your comprehension of this Dao will be. The Ghost Dao Principle will grow and improve accordingly. A Great Dao Principle. Even if it was just a nascent Great Dao, it still was far greater than an ordinary Dao Principle. Chu Xian was pleasantly surprised. However, this Great Dao was not only the Great Dao of the ghost race, but also the Great Dao of the Ghost World. Although it belonged to Chu Xian, he was currently unable to fully unleash the power of the Ghost Dao Principle. This was not his own Great Dao. When he reached the Dayuan realm, he could connect the Ghost Dao Principle to his own Great Dao. Chu Xian took out the Ghost Dao Principle. A ghastly and terrifying aura pervaded the air, bringing with it an aura of terror. The Ghost Dao Principle disappeared and entered Chu Xian's body. At this moment, Chu Xian had truly become the Ghost Ancestor, the creator of the ghost race. He took out the Fengdu Ghost World. This was a dark, ghastly, and ghostly world. There were mountains, rivers, lakes, flowers, and trees, but it appeared rather dark and gloomy. It did not seem to have much vitality. A great river flowed through it, the river Styx. Chu Xian looked at the ghost world and felt that he was in hell. If the Bridge of Forgetfulness was here too, then it would truly complete the imagery in his head. He took out the ghost world and waved his hand. The ghost world and the miniature world in the pocket dimension were adjacent, but they were not completely connected. Instead, there were entrances and exits. To enter and exit the ghost world, one had to reach a certain level of cultivation. In addition, one needed a special method to enter and exit the ghost world. Chapter 310, Establishment of the Ghost World. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The Ghost Dao principle appeared in the ghost world, connecting the ghost world to the Great Dao and turning it into a special world. Chu Xian pondered for a moment and controlled the Ghost Dao principle to modify the rules. The ghost world was a special world. One could enter the ghost world from any place in the 9 zones. Chu Xian's plan was that, after a living creature died, its consciousness or soul would be sucked into the ghost world by the Ghost Dao principle, turning it into a ghost. This required a process. The consciousness or soul of the living creature that entered would first undergo a baptism inside the river of Styx. Under the river of Styx's erosion, it would become a ghost. If it could resist the river of Styx's erosion for a certain amount of time, it would retain its original memories. After all, this world belonged to the strong. The strong ultimately had some privileges. Wherever the Great Dao was, any living creature would enter the ghost world after death. Furthermore, the ghost race could depart from the ghost world and go to any zone. This was Chu Xian's goal for the development of the ghost world. However, the current ghost world would not be able to accomplish this. Only when the Ghost Dao principle developed and obtained the approval of the Great Dao could it be realized. Although it was impossible for living beings to be sucked into the ghost world after they died, it was still possible for the members of the ghost race to freely enter and leave the ghost world in the land of the 9 zones. After Chu Xian set some of the basic rules of the ghost world, he directly sent a message to UER, asking her to bring the members of the ghost race into the ghost world to cultivate and comprehend the Ghost Dao principle. UER was pleasantly surprised. The ghost race actually had an independent world? She happily brought her subordinates into the ghost world. After sensing the rich ghostly spiritual energy and the geography of the ghost world, she became even more ecstatic. She felt extremely comfortable. This world was completely created for the ghost race. A world that belonged to the ghost race. Chu Pingfen was also dragged in by her. The one who entered was Chu Pingfen's soul. His physical body was temporarily unable to enter. After all, the Ghost Dao principle was not perfect enough. Chu Pingfen did not feel good about the environment of the ghost world. It was gloomy and depressing. After staying for a while, he left the ghost world. Chu Xian contacted Ghost King Fengdu and asked him to lead his subordinates into the ghost world and build a city there. The Fengdu mystic realm stayed in the ghost world and became the core holy land of the ghost clan. He wanted them to comprehend more of the Ghost Dao principle. Those who had not completely transformed into ghosts could enter the river of Styx in the ghost world to undergo the cleansing and transformation. With the strength of these souls, they would not lose their original memories. Chu Xian's settings for the cleansing power of the river of Styx were not very strong. Emperor realm cultivators would be able to retain their memories. The ghost race started to build Fengdu city in the ghost world. They worked hard to cultivate and comprehend the Ghost Dao principle. They suddenly realized that cultivating in the ghost world increased their cultivation speed very quickly, and their comprehension of the Ghost Dao principle also skyrocketed. They immediately comprehended some of the ghost race's unique skills and abilities. With the ghost world as their base, they could enter the 9 zones at any time. The ghost race could truly appear and disappear like ghosts. If they could not beat their opponents, they could escape. However, entering and leaving the ghost world still took time. If they did not have enough time, and if the enemy's strength far surpassed them, they would be killed before entering the ghost world. In fact, as the ghost race became more and more active in the 9 zones, over time, people would naturally create some secret techniques to specifically target the characteristics of the ghost race. However, that was something for the future. For now, the ghost race had a huge advantage. As the ghost race increased their numbers, cultivated in the ghost world, and comprehended the Ghost Dao principle, Chu Xian could sense the growth of the Ghost Dao principle. It was very tiny, almost negligible, but as the ghost race slowly grew stronger, and gained more and more experts, and fought for fate amidst the calamity, it would continue to grow. The ghost world was not in its final form yet, and had plenty of room for expansion and improvement. As the Ghost Dao principle grew stronger, it would slowly expand. As the ghost race built Fengdu city in the ghost realm, a portion of them would occasionally leave the ghost world and head to the northern region of the western zone to recruit the remnant souls of the fallen living beings. Later on, not only did the remnant souls of the fallen humans enter the ghost world, but also the remnant souls of some small races. Different races cultivating the ghost Dao principle would have different comprehensions and even different ghostly techniques. For the time being, the ghost race had a great advantage. The development of the ghost race could be considered to be on the right path, so Chu Xian did not need to worry about it. As the Great Daiyuan calamity developed, the ghost race would expand and grow as more living beings died. Chu Xian continued to cultivate to stabilize his state of mind so that he would not be disturbed by the Great Daiyuan calamity. Half a year later, your disciple, Wang Luo, has broken through to the heaven realm. You have been rewarded with a lump of chaotic energy. Wang Luo had broken through to the heaven realm. After the breakthrough, Wang Luo started to refine formation and restriction pills to prepare for the battle against the blood fiend race and to fight for fate amidst the calamity. Another half a year later, Demon Buddha broke through to the heaven realm. Chu Xian had accumulated a lot of chaotic energy, so the refinement of his Dao principles was getting faster and faster. Furthermore, in the western region of the western zone, the heavenly Dao laws had already devoured half of the laws of heaven and earth. Other than the western region, the eastern region and southern region of the western zone had already been infiltrated by the heavenly Dao laws, but to a lesser extent. Now, with the breakthrough of Demon Buddha, the progress of the conversion of the demon race into Buddhists in the demon zone needed to be accelerated. It was time for the demon race to retire from the stage of history. Chu Xian's only worry was that it would attract the appearance of the demon race's Dao realm experts. Both Mo2 and Mo Zhan had sensed the change in the demon race's fate. However, it was not a weakening but a transformation. The two of them thought that the demon race was about to become stronger. If the demon race converted to Buddhism, the two of them would definitely suspect that something had happened to the demon race. Furthermore, Mo2 and Mo Zhan might not be the only Dao realm experts from the demon race. After all, they were once one of the overlords of the 9 zones. Now that they were at the early stages of the Great Daiyuan calamity, it was the best time to convert the demon race into Buddhists. At this stage, it was unlikely that Dao realm experts would appear. Furthermore, perhaps he could find a way to pass on some Buddhist dharma to the demon race Dao realm warriors so that they could inherit the fate of the Buddhist clan. Under the influence of the Great Daiyuan calamity, in time, these demon race Dao realm experts would most likely become part of the Buddhist clan. The fate of the netherworld race that Yusu had inherited after the transformation was actually in the process of transforming into the fate of the ghost race. She believed that this was a transformation, which would make the netherworld race even stronger. By the time she found out, it would be too late and she would have to accept her new identity. Chapter 311, Converting the Demons into Buddhists. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Although the demon race was countless times stronger than the netherworld race, they would not be spared. The Daiyuan realm experts would escape the calamity, but the demon race Dao realm experts that had not reached the 16th level of the Dao realm would definitely be caught up within it. As long as this batch of demon race Dao realm experts became Buddhists, it would be fine. Chu Xian was confident that he could deal with Mo2. The members of the demon race in the Great Dao Communication Group were only a portion of the demon race Dao realm experts. Chu Xian believed that these demon race experts definitely had a way to contact each other in private. Even if they had grudges against each other, once it involved the survival of their race, they would definitely unite. Once the ship had sailed, Mo2 and the other demon race Dao realm experts could not possibly exterminate the Buddhist race, right? After all, the Buddhists were converted from their demon race, and they still possessed the bloodline of the demon race. Chu Xian did not believe that they would be that ruthless. Moreover, by that time, Chu Xian was confident that he would have already reached the Daiyuan realm. In addition, the Great Dao calamity would be close. How could they still have the mood to care about whether their race was exterminated or not? Transcending the great Dao calamity would be the most important thing on their minds. Chu Xian considered the plan in his mind over and over again. He felt that there were no major flaws, so he took out the myriad heavenly mirror and connected it to the demon zone. The left and right Buddhist attendants appeared and directly entered the demon zone through the myriad heavenly mirror. He sent a voice transmission to Demon Buddha and Buddha Nanwu, asking them to pick a group of experts and send a drop of their blood essence over to him so that he could condense the rebirth blood. After dying, they would be reborn soon after. Their strength and talent would not be the slightest bit different. It would be strange if the experts of the heavenly demon tribe were not tempted by this, especially the geniuses who were stuck at bottlenecks, the experts who were nearing the end of their lifespans, and the countless ordinary heavenly demon tribe members. There would definitely be a large group of people who would convert to Buddhism. Using both soft and hard methods, using powerful strength to intimidate them, and using the special method of rebirth to entice them. Who could withstand it? Chu Xian was very confident in his own methods. Heavenly Demon Tribe. All of the upper echelons of the Heavenly Demon Tribe had gathered together with solemn expressions. They had already obtained information about the Blood Fiend race in the northern region of the Western Zone. The terror of the Blood Fiend race was clear for all to see. They could not be killed, nor could they be exterminated. The more they were killed, the stronger they became. There was practically no solution. Even the human race had been defeated again and again. They did not delude themselves into thinking that the Heavenly Demon Tribe could do better than the human race. In terms of strength, the Heavenly Demon Tribe was undeniably weaker than the human race. Otherwise, the 5 regions would not be occupied by the human race. The sudden arrival of the Blood Fiend race also meant that the great calamity had begun. The Heavenly Demon Tribe had to prepare for the calamity and study how to deal with the Blood Fiend race. The Buddhists are attacking. Suddenly, the news of the Buddhists' attack arrived. The upper echelons of the Heavenly Demon Tribe were all furious. The Buddhists deserve to be killed. Destroy the Buddhists. Destroy that group of bald heads. The Heavenly Demon Tribe's experts appeared one after another. More than 20 eminent Buddhist monks pressed their palms together. Evildoer, put down the butcher's knife and convert to Buddhism. Wash away your sins. How dare you speak to me like that? You are also a demon. Amitabha Buddha, this penniless monk has transcended the mortal world and converted to Buddhism. I am a Buddhist monk. Since you all want to die, I will fulfill your wish. This penniless monk devotes himself to Buddhism and is blessed by Buddha. Demons and monsters cannot kill me. Boom! The elders of the Heavenly Demon Tribe were about to go crazy from anger. They immediately attacked. A huge battle broke out. The eminent monks that appeared fell one after another. They won't die. They are under the protection of Buddha. Let's see if you'll die or not. All of the Buddhist experts who had come to provoke them died. The elders of the Heavenly Demon Tribe had just returned and were about to discuss the matter of attacking the Buddhist clan. Suddenly, someone came to report with a shocked expression. The bald men who had fallen had all been resurrected. They looked at them with smiles on their faces, saying that only by cultivating Buddhism and wholeheartedly following Buddha, with the protection of Buddha, could one be indestructible. The elders of the Heavenly Demon Tribe were extremely shocked. When they saw the resurrected bald heads leave with a smile, they were all dumbfounded. Another blood fiend race? Within the Heavenly Demon Tribe, many people's eyes flickered, and no one knew what they were thinking. 3 days later, Buddhist light enveloped the Heavenly Demon Tribe city. 2 enormous golden figures sat cross-legged in midair, chanting scriptures. Buddhist light swirled around them, and many of the Heavenly Demon Tribe members in the city could not help but kneel on the ground. The elders of the Heavenly Demon Tribe were shocked. How was this possible? Dao realm. That was the realm of the demon kings. How could the Buddhist clan have such experts? The demon race was finished. It was also on this day that countless Heavenly Demon Tribe members shone with Buddhist light. Their hands were clasped together, and they looked incomparably pious. This included many well-known elites of the heavenly demon tribe, as well as some experts of the older generation who had been famous for a long time. There were many elders of the heavenly demon tribe among them. Seeing this scene, the elders of the heavenly demon tribe knew that the infiltration of the Buddhist clan had already begun. Not many people could resist the temptation of being able to live longer after converting to Buddhism, as well as the temptation of being able to be reborn after death. The demon zone was about to fall. Run! Tears flowed down the eyes of the heavenly demon tribe elder as he led some of the staunch believers of the demon race and some of the demon race's geniuses to escape into a secret realm. He never thought that there would be a day when he would need to use this secret realm. This was the trump card left behind by the Demon King back then. When the demon race was facing a great crisis, it would allow them to escape with a slim chance of survival. Who would have thought that they would actually use it now? Our demon race will not be destroyed. These traitors. When the Demon Kings return, we will find them to settle the score. The heavenly demon tribe elder gnashed his teeth as he spoke. The Buddhists began to roam the demon zone, converting one demon after another. The entire demon zone would become a Buddhist zone, full of devout Buddhists. In the Daeyuan group, Mo2 and Mo Zhan were in a mess. They felt that something was wrong with the demon race. They felt uneasy and could not help but ask Chu Xian for advice. Daoist brother Chu, I've been feeling that something is wrong recently. The fate of the demon race seems to have taken a turn for the worse. What exactly is going on? With the Great Daeyuan calamity, the spiritual energy dynamics of the 9 zones were in a mess. Even the Daeyuan realm experts were unable to observe what was going on in the 9 zones specifically. Here it comes. Chu Xian's spirit was roused. It was time to deceive them. Fellow Daoist Mo2, this is the calamity of the heart. You have been affected by the great calamity. Chu Xian said solemnly, perhaps the demon race's fate is undergoing a transformation in order to deal with the great calamity. The spiritual energy dynamics of the great calamity has affected demon race experts like you, which is why such a situation occurred. Mo2 and Mo Zhan were apprehensive. The spiritual energy chaos of the great calamity had affected them? Daoist brother Chu, what should we do then? The expressions of the Daeyuan realm experts like Hong Yuan also became solemn. Although the great calamity had not affected them, it had already affected the demon race. It seemed that it would affect them sooner or later. Stabilize your Dao heart and don't be disturbed. As the spiritual energy chaos of the great calamity affects you and the others further, you might even be shown an illusion that your race has been exterminated. Chu Xian began to scare the two. Other than the Mo2 and Mo Zhan, all of the Daeyuan realm cultivators must stabilize their Dao hearts and not be disturbed by the outside world. Otherwise, you will suffer the same fate. Chapter 312, Deceiving Mo2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Mo2 and Mo Zhan were truly frightened. They were secretly unwilling. The human race was so strong, why did this calamity not affect that old ghost, Hong Yuan Chu? Why did it target the demon race first? Daoist brother Chu, the Dao realm cultivators are also affected by this calamity. They thought that the mysterious great calamity was only targeted at Daeyuan realm cultivators. Chu Xian chuckled and said, even Daeyuan realm cultivators are in danger of having their Dao destroyed, let alone Dao realm cultivators. Fellow Daoist Mo2, this calamity is a calamity for all living beings, and Daeyuan realm cultivators are also in danger of dying. It's such a calamity. Hong Yuan Chu could no longer sit still. If we are not careful in this calamity, all living beings will perish. We must be careful. Chu Xian said solemnly, fellow Daoist Mo2 and Mo Zhan, since the demon race has already been affected by the chaotic spiritual energy of the calamity and is undergoing a transformation, we must restrain our fellow clansmen above the Dao realm. You should try your best not to be disturbed by the outside world and not to enter the calamity. Once you enter the calamity, the demon race will become the first race to face the calamity. You will also be the first batch of people to enter the calamity. The first batch of people to enter the calamity will almost certainly be wiped out. Therefore, you must stabilize your state of mind. As long as you pass this calamity of the heart, the initial crisis will be over. It will be beneficial for you to pass the calamity in the future. The expressions of Mo2 and Mo Zhan were extremely solemn. They naturally did not doubt Chu Xian's words. After all, he was a super big shot who might have already survived several great calamities, and as such knew the great calamity like the back of his hand. Thank you for your explanation, Daoist Brother Chu. We will join forces and restrict the Dao realm cultivators. They will not be allowed to leave the primordial land and enter the 9 zones, Mo2 said solemnly. Chu Xian sighed and said, forget it. Being able to join this group is fate. I will teach you a technique that can be passed on to Dao realm juniors. You can inherit the fate of the demon race's metamorphosis and stabilize your state of mind. If you have the right opportunity, you can also undergo a metamorphosis. Mo2 was overjoyed. Thank you, Daoist Brother Chu. Hong Yuanchuo and the others were extremely envious. Chu Xian taught Mo2 the method of inheriting fate and the Buddhist Heart Sutra. He also exhorted him to recite it from time to time to stabilize his state of mind to help him transcend the calamity. Mo2 and Mo Zhan were naturally overjoyed. Chu Xian also exhorted them to pass it on to all of the demon race experts. Even if there were grudges, they had to pass it on. Otherwise, if someone were to enter the calamity, because they were of the same race, they would definitely be implicated. Mo2 said that he would definitely spread it to all the demon race experts. He would also order the demon race Dao realm experts not to leave the primordial land. They were not to be disturbed by the outside world. After scaring them, Chu Xian let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had already set up a plan. Once the demon race was all converted to Buddhism, those demon Dao realm experts would most likely not come out to interfere. Chu Xian also knew that it was impossible for the demon race to be completely exterminated. After all, the demon race was not the netherworld race. They were a rather special race. After being reduced to a small race, it was certain that they would struggle to survive. From now on, Buddhism was the demon race's sworn enemy. Mo2 was busy imparting Buddhist Dharma and ordering the demon race's Dao realm cultivators to stay put. Hong Yuanchuo and the others were deeply worried. They were afraid that the great calamity would affect the human race. For some reason, they were somewhat looking forward to it. Perhaps they would also obtain some techniques from Daoist Brother Chu when that happened. A few days later, Mo2 returned. Daoist Brother Chu, the teachings have already been completed. After those little Dao realm fellows learned it, they indeed inherited the fate of the metamorphosis and stabilized their state of mind. He sighed in his heart. Daoist Brother Chu was unfathomable. With a simple secret technique, he had stabilized the state of mind of all the demon race Dao realm cultivators. Even after he cultivated, he would occasionally recite the Buddhist Heart Sutra and stabilize his state of mind. He no longer had the feeling that the demon race was about to be exterminated. Daoist Brother Chu was simply too powerful. That's good. Chu Xian was very gratified. After all, this troll, Mo2, was still very powerful. When all the Dao realm experts of the demon race received the fate of the transformed demon race and discovered that the demon race had all become bald and Buddhist monks, they would probably be dumbfounded. Of course, at that time, the Dao realm experts of the demon race would also have become bald. The demon butcher asked a question that he had been thinking about. Dao Brother Chu, our demon race isn't the strongest in the 9 zones. Why were we the first to be affected? The demon race experts were indeed very depressed. The human race was so strong. Why did the great calamity not target the human race first? In the past, the major races were the first to be affected by the Great Dayuan calamity. Back then, the demon race was affected by the Great Dayuan calamity and had no time to care about the human race. That was why the human race took advantage of the situation and became the overlord race. Chu Xian had already expected that Mo2 would ask this question. Therefore, he said, Deist friend Mo2, although you are a demon race Dayuan realm cultivator, the current demon race is not the pure-blooded demon race from before. Pausing for a moment, he continued, the former demon race was incomparably powerful, but it has already disappeared from the 9 zones. The current demon race of the 9 zones is only a remnant of the bloodline of the demon race. Mo2 and Mo Zhan were shocked. There was actually such a secret behind the demon race? Ruoxian seized the opportunity and came out to mock Mo2, oh, so you are a mixed blood, Mo Tuesday. If it were any other time, Mo2 would definitely be furious. However, he was not in the mood to mock Ruoxian at this moment. Deist brother Chu, you mean that our demon race was a remnant left behind by the bloodline of the past? Because of this, we were affected by the great calamity. Then where did the demon race go back then? Mo2 asked curiously. It was not only him, Hong Yuanchuo and the others were also very curious. Such a powerful demon race was only a hybrid race? Then, how powerful was the pure-blooded demon race? Chu Xian nodded and said, that was a very long time ago. The demon race and some other powerful races disappeared from the 9 zones. After a pause, he added, disappearing does not mean that they are gone. Perhaps one day, they will reappear in the 9 zones. The 10-winged hell-devouring roc, Yuejun, suddenly said, fellow Daoist Chu, a few days ago, I encountered a strange black power on the Great Dao. It seemed to be able to corrupt the Great Dao. Do you by any chance know what it is? Everyone was shocked when they heard that. Chu Xian was also stunned. What was that? Could it be a sign of the Great Dao calamity? Yuejun was more active on the Great Dao than Gui Ran and Huang Long. He liked to roam the Great Dao and naturally saw more things than those two. As for what that strange black power was, Chu Xian naturally did not know. Hence, he maintained his mysteriousness and said, you shouldn't talk about it. Then, he exhorted, fellow Daoist Yuejun, you have to be more careful. You shouldn't talk about it openly. Just keep it between us. The hearts of Hong Yuanchuo and the others were itching. What exactly was going on? Since they could not talk about it, it was not right for them to ask, which made them feel very depressed. They felt like they were weak cultivators who had not seen the world. Chapter 313, Buddhist Dao Principle and the Buddhist World of the Western Heaven. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Chu Xian was also very curious about what that strange black power was. His first thought was that it was a sign of the Great Dao calamity. When he thought of that, he felt a sense of urgency. He was still too weak. He still had a long way to go before he reached the Dayuan realm. He asked Yuejun to pay more attention to that strange black power. Chu Xian felt that if that strange black power developed further, Yuejun would definitely look for him and ask about the source of that strange black power. After deceiving Mo2 and the other demon race experts, Chu Xian continued to stay in his courtyard, waiting for the demon zone to turn into a Buddhist zone, and for the demon race to convert to Buddhism. The western zone began to descend into chaos. The blood fiend race continued to appear. The blood fiends from the northern region began to leave the northern region and continue their invasion. Other than the western zone, traces of the blood fiend race also appeared in the chaos zone. There were even some small races that perished as a result. The Great Dayuan calamity continued to develop. Wang Luo also broke through to the heaven realm. Qin Ying also broke through and began to lay out plans in the eastern zone. He Yu also broke through to the heaven realm. With his disciples breaking through to the heaven realm one after another, Chu Xian accumulated more and more chaotic energy, and the refinement speed of his Dao principles also accelerated. Qianming had returned to the central zone's Qian region. He was also about to break through to the heaven realm. In the western zone's central region, a young man held an ancient jade book in his hand. He gathered the human elites and rushed to the border of the northern region. Using the ancient jade book as the foundation, he set up a super formation and cleansed 100,000 blood fiends in one go. This was the first true victory of the human race since the Great Daeyuan calamity started. That young man also broke through to the heaven realm during this process. His fate was rich and his strength was extremely strong. With the support of the human race's experts, he became the #1 genius of the Western Zone. The first cultivator who fought for fate in the Great Daeyuan calamity appeared. The son of fate of the central region of the Western Zone. He was in the process of transforming into the son of fate of the Western Zone. With the help of the Great Daeyuan calamity and fate, he broke through the shackles and stepped into the heaven realm. He became the first expert in the Western Zone to break through the heaven realm in 100 years. The Great Daeyuan calamity was also a great opportunity. Chu Xian sighed. During a great calamity, those who could rise up would definitely become famous experts in the future. He now had a deeper understanding of the Great Daeyuan calamity. The human race was the current overlord of the 9 zones, and the first to be affected by the Great Daeyuan calamity. This would give other races a chance to take advantage of it. Back then, the human race took advantage of the demon race's preoccupation with the calamity. They took advantage of the situation and directly became the overlord race. Otherwise, it would be almost impossible for them to surpass the demon race if they were constantly being watched and suppressed by the demon race. However, in the Great Daeyuan calamity, there was an opportunity. It was both an opportunity for cultivators and an opportunity for all races. Currently, there were small races in the Western Zone that wanted to secretly rise up and become the next overlord race of the Western Zone. In the Eastern Zone, there were already signs of the Blood Fiend race descending. The Great Daeyuan calamity was still in its early stages, yet it was already evident how terrifying it would be. Time passed. In fact, time seemed to pass even faster during a calamity. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. The Demon Zone had already undergone earth-shaking changes. The Grand Elder of the Heavenly Demon Tribe had led a portion of the demon race to escape the Demon Zone. They were struggling to survive. He tried to contact the Demon Kings a few times, but the only answer he received was that there was no need to rush. He just needed to cultivate and wait. The Demon Kings did not seem to have any intentions of coming out to save the demon race. There was even one time when he tried to contact the youngest Demon King and vaguely heard him say, "Amitabha." At that time, the Grand Elder of the Heavenly Demon Tribe almost collapsed. The Demon Kings had fallen? Had they all been converted to Buddhism? He felt unprecedented despair. Then, he became determined. Since the Demon Kings will not save the demon race, then I'll save them myself. He led the remaining members of the demon race and escaped to the Chaos Zone. They eradicated a small race and took over their secret realm, allowing the demon race to survive. He led a few geniuses of the demon race to the Chaos Zone because he wanted them to fight for fate during the Great Daeyuan calamity. The Demon Zone was covered in Buddhist light. The demon race of the past had vanished. As far as the eye could see, Buddhist light was everywhere. One could often hear the sound of scriptures being recited. Bald heads were everywhere. The current demon race no longer had any distinction between the Heavenly Demon Tribe and the other demon tribes. All of them had converted to Buddhism. They wore monk robes and cultivated Buddhist Dharma. Their eyes were devout. Temples were everywhere in the Demon Zone. The once great city of the demon race had now become a Buddhist city. The Buddhist region was the holy region of the Buddhist Zone. It was the holy land in the hearts of countless Buddhists. Demon Buddha and the Buddha Nanmu both lived in the Buddhist region. Each of the Buddhists wished to have the opportunity to listen to the teachings of these two Buddhists. The demon race had already become a thing of the past over a short period of time. They had become practicing Buddhists. No longer were they bloodthirsty and brutal. There were now only muscular, burly, and martial monks who chanted Amitabha. No longer were they arrogant and overbearing. They only had kind faces and chanted the mercy of the Buddha. The elders of the heavenly demon tribe who had entered the chaos zone concealed their identities as demons and used their identities as human experts to walk around. The demon race had too many enemies. Once the news spread out of their current location, the consequences would be unpredictable. The news that the demons had been exterminated swept through the 9 zones like a huge storm. Countless races were dumbfounded. The demon race had been exterminated? How? The Great Daewon calamity had just started, but the powerful demon race had been exterminated? Countless races were terrified. Even the powerful demon race had been exterminated, so what about them? The few divine realm experts of the demon race in the desolate ancient zone were stunned. Our race was exterminated? How could it be? Then, they immediately hid their identities and concealed themselves. Some divine realm experts of the demon race quietly returned to the demon zone. In the end, they saw the Buddhist light. Then, they heard a loud shout, "Demon, why don't you surrender and put down the butcher's knife?" Looking up, one such expert's brain was buzzing. That baldy looked so familiar. Isn't that my uncle? What's going on? Uncle, you. Impudent. I am the Xuanguang Buddha, you evildoer, how dare you be impudent? Then, that divine realm expert was suppressed. The chanting of scriptures came from the side of his ear, causing his brain to explode. He roared, cursed, and was suppressed inside a pagoda. You converted the demon race into Buddhists and created the Buddhist clan. You changed the fate of the demon race and they were reborn in the Great Daewon calamity. You have been rewarded with the Buddhist Dao principle and the Buddhist world of the Western Heaven. Chu Xian was in the courtyard when the system's reward suddenly came. The Buddhist Dao principle. Another great Dao principle. The Buddhist world of the Western Heaven was another world. Chu Xian was pleasantly surprised. The reward for creating a new race was indeed generous. Unfortunately, there was no suitable target at the moment to create a new race. Furthermore, the Great Daewon calamity had already begun. He chose to receive the reward. Buddhist light swirled around, and a golden, vast, and majestic Great Dao principle appeared. Following that, he obtained the Western Heaven Buddhist world. This was a place covered in Buddhist light. Golden light swirled around, and there were many treasures within it. Mountains, rivers, blue skies, and white clouds all seemed to carry Buddhist light and Buddhist intent. Chu Xian connected the Western Heaven Buddhist world to the pocket dimensions and connected it to the Buddhist region. With a great Dao that belonged solely to Buddhism, the Buddhists only needed to focus on cultivating the Buddhist Dao principle. Chapter 314, Expansion of the Heavenly Dao Talisman Plan. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Like the Ghost Dao principle, the Buddhist Dao principle was a nascent great Dao. The more cultivators of that Dao principle there were, the stronger it would become, and the larger the world would become as well. Chu Xian opened an entrance to the Buddhist world in the Buddhist region. From now on, Demon Buddha, Buddha Nanwu, and the other experts and elites of the Buddhist clan would live in the Buddhist world and frequently comprehend the Buddhist Dao. They would then spread it to the entire Buddhist zone. The entrance to the Buddhist world was naturally in the Buddhist region of the Buddhist zone. It was inside the Dayi Buddhist temple. Chu Xian took out the myriad heavenly mirror and connected it to Demon Buddha and Buddha Nanwu. Greetings, Master. Demon Buddha and Buddha Nanwu hurriedly knelt on the ground. The demon zone has already converted to Buddhism. This is a boundless merit, Chu Xian said solemnly. Since this is a great merit, I will bestow the Western Heaven Buddhist world upon the Buddhist clan. This is a Buddhist world. Demon Buddha and Buddha Nanwu were both shocked. Buddhist world? A world? This was not a secret realm, but a world. As expected of Master, he was omnipotent. Thank you, Master. The two of them were extremely excited. Demon Buddha continued, Master, the elders of the heavenly demon tribe escaped with a few stubborn heavenly demons. Do you want to send experts to chase after them? The demon race has its own unique characteristics. The Great Dao will leave them a chance for survival. If you kill them, you won't be able to destroy them. There's no need to pursue them. Chu Xian was very clear that the demon race could not be destroyed. If they really exterminated the current demon race, the ancient demon race might emerge. The demon race was at odds with the Great Dao. If there was a righteous path, there would naturally be an evil path. This was the rule of the Great Dao. Yes, Master. Demon Buddha said respectfully. Chu Xian connected the entrance to the Buddhist world to the world-cleansing glazed pagoda and said, "You can build the great thunderclap temple in the Buddhist world. It will become the holy land of the Buddhist clan." Yes, Master. Chu Xian continued, "The Great Dayuan calamity will soon arrive at the Buddhist zone. It is unavoidable. We need to be prepared to strive for great opportunities and fate." After giving instructions to Demon Buddha and Buddha Nanwu, Chu Xian began to let the heavenly Dao laws enter the Buddhist zone. The current Buddhist zone was no longer the demon zone. Its fate had changed. Furthermore, the Buddhist clan had been created by him. Although the integration of the heavenly Dao laws into the Buddhist zone would not be completed in an instant, it would be much faster, and there would not be any obstacles. The only possible variables were the ancient battlefields in the Buddhist zone, which harbored the descent of the blood fiend race. In order to avoid any accidents, Chu Xian decided to first lay down the foundation of the heavenly Dao laws in the Buddhist zone and merge the laws into the laws of heaven and earth of a region in the Buddhist zone. With this foundation, even if the blood fiend race appeared, they would not be able to stir up too much trouble. The region he chose was unsurprisingly the Buddhist region. This was the birthplace of the Buddhist clan, and the fastest way to merge the heavenly Dao laws with the laws of heaven and earth of a region was here. After all, Demon Buddha, Buddha Nanwu, and the entrance to the Buddhist world were all here. Boom! The heavenly Dao laws devoured the laws of heaven and earth of the Buddhist region very quickly. In less than 3 months, it had swallowed up the Buddhist region. The heavenly Dao laws expanded, and also increased the power of the Buddhist Dao. Your heavenly Dao laws have devoured the laws of heaven and earth of the Buddhist region. You have been rewarded with a cultivation level advancement. Chu Xian received the reward. He was now at the 11th level of the Dao realm. The speed at which his cultivation was progressing was beyond imagination. However, Chu Xian was not satisfied. Ever since he found out that the strange black power had appeared on the Great Dao, he had been worried. He had a feeling that danger was approaching. The Great Dao calamity was about to arrive. Once the Great Dao calamity arrived, he would be in grave danger if he had not reached the Dayuan realm, and his livelihood in the small courtyard would be threatened. He needed the heavenly Dao laws to become strong enough to resist the Great Dao calamity. It was about time for the disciples to play their part. Chu Xian looked at the ghost race. During the Great Dayuan calamity, the ghost race was expanding rapidly. They became more and more active. In the Western Zone, countless living beings knew that after death, they could enter the ghost race by transforming their souls. By doing so, they could gain a new life. Although they were no longer a part of the original race, they were still alive in another form. Many cultivators under the Emperor realm had their consciousness erased in the ghost world, turning into the newly born ghosts. Under the erosion of the river of Styx, their memories were wiped away, and their consciousness was transformed, turning them into pure ghosts. Of course, it was very rare to have one's consciousness enter the ghost world by itself after death. After all, the ghost Dao principle was not strong enough. These souls and their consciousness were all brought to the river of Styx by the ghosts themselves. It was time to use the ghost race. They could not be limited to the Western Zone. Chu Xian waved his hand, and absorbed the heavenly Dao talisman's aura. He selected a portion of the elite experts of the ghost race and imbued the heavenly Dao talisman's aura into their bodies. He ordered them to head to the southern, central, eastern, chaos, and monster zones. He wanted them to try their best to fight for fate and expand the number of ghosts. Chu Xian wanted to use the ghost race to fight for fate in the various zones. At the same time, he wanted to leave the Heavenly Dao Talisman's mark in these zones and slowly expand it. He needed to change his strategy. He needed to spread his net wider, and then eventually merge everything into one. He did not need to extend the Heavenly Dao laws from the northern zone, which was too slow. He did not need to take over all of the regions, just enough to break through to the 36th level of the Dao realm. As long as he could reach the Daoyuan realm, his confidence would increase greatly. Furthermore, once he did, the speed at which the Heavenly Dao laws expanded would increase drastically as well. For now, the Buddhist zone was stable. Even if the Blood Fiend race appeared, they would not be able to stop the expansion of the Heavenly Dao laws here. The Heavenly Dao laws foundation in the 10 regions of the Chaos Zone and the 10 regions of the Central Zone was still relatively weak, so he sent more of the Ghost Race elites to these places. Since the Chaos Zone was called chaotic, it naturally lived up to its name. Most of the races of the 9 zones were active in the Chaos Zone. Any race that had some strength occupied territory in the Chaos Zone and became a large force there. Only small races that were weak would hide in the 5 regions of the human race and struggle for their lives. After all, as long as they did not provoke the humans, and there was nothing special that attracted the humans, it was much safer than the Chaos Zone. Since the Chaos Zone was chaotic, there were many races. Naturally, there were many creatures that died every day. Among them, there was no lack of creatures that had their bodies destroyed and their souls escaped. These were all potential members of the Ghost Race, which meant that the Ghost Race's development prospects here were great. The Little Evil King and Du Yuan had already established a certain foundation in the Chaos Zone and had built up their own force. It would be difficult to rely on Qianming to set up a foundation in the Central Zone. Chu Xian was waiting for the development of the Great Daoyuan calamity there. When the Central Zone was embroiled in a war with the Blood Fiend race, that would be the best time to set up the plan. Chapter 315, Battle for the Western Zone. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Chu Xian's residence was in the courtyard, controlling the Heavenly Dao Talisman. Su Xianer, who had left, had finally returned. She was in high spirits and had completely vented the anger in her heart. "Sir, I'm back." It was better for her to stay by Chu Xian's side and be a little maidservant. Chu Xian nodded. He resumed his days of having a maidservant serve him. Occasionally, he would stew delicacies and live a carefree life. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, the 40-year milestone was about to arrive. During this period of time, the Great Daoyuan calamity was getting more and more intense. Other than the northern region, the southern and eastern regions of the Western Zone had also fallen. Furthermore, the Blood Fiend race of the Western Zone had begun to invade other zones. The Blood Fiend race of the Eastern and Southern zones had arisen. The Heavenly Dao laws had taken over 2 more regions in the Buddhist zone, advancing his cultivation to the 13th level of the Dao realm. The Western zone's western region had been affected by the Blood Fiend race, so the speed of the Heavenly Dao law's encroachment had slowed down. Still, it was only a matter of time before it happened. The Buddhist zone had finally encountered the Great Daoyuan calamity. Blood fiends filled the sky. It was as if the fate of the Buddhist zone had changed. The Blood Fiend race was even fiercer here than in the Western zone. Even though 3 regions had fallen under the control of the Heavenly Dao laws, the Buddhist zone was still affected by the Blood Fiend race. There was a violent upheaval. It was as if the Blood Fiend race wanted to enter the Heavenly Dao laws and gain the approval of the Heavenly Dao laws. Chu Xian's expression was solemn. The Blood Fiend race continued to surprise him in new and terrifying ways. Once the Heavenly Dao laws approved of the Blood Fiend race, their fate would become even stronger. In the future, they would become a great race of the Heavenly Dao. They would even become a race that inherited the fate of the Heavenly Dao. Chu Xian could feel the impact of the Blood Fiend race on the Heavenly Dao laws. When the Blood Fiend race appeared, Chu Xian realized that even the power of the Heavenly Dao laws could not purify the Blood Fiend race easily. its actions would be interfered with. The power of interference came from the great Dao. It did not allow the heavenly Dao laws to directly interfere with the catastrophe. After discovering this, Chu Xian could only control the heavenly Dao laws and restrain it to avoid being attacked by the blood fiend race. At the same time, he instructed the Buddhist clan to exterminate the blood fiend race. The blood fiend race of the northern zone had not descended yet, so there was no interference with the purification power of the heavenly Dao laws. Chu Xian began to increase the intensity of the purification, striving to complete the purification process before the blood fiend race descended. He further increased the strength of the northern zone to prepare it to deal with the attack of the blood fiend race from beyond its borders. The northern zone could not be invaded. This was his territory. The result of speeding up the purification of the blood fiend race in the ancient battlefields of the northern zone was that the cultivators here found it easier and easier to cultivate. Breaking through to the Emperor realm became very easy. The number of Heaven realm cultivators doubled, and the number of Divine realm experts increased by more than 20. All of the cultivators were extremely excited by this. The heavenly Dao laws were really too good. Therefore, the secret manuals of the Black Moon Tower were sold out once again. At this moment, 1/3 of the Buddhist zone was enveloped by the blood-colored spiritual energy. The blood fiend's roars were incessant. The other 2/3 were shrouded in Buddhist light and the chanting of scriptures was incessant. It was a true battle between the Buddhists and the blood fiends. Demon Buddha led the Buddhists to fight against the blood fiends, setting up countless layers of Buddhist Dharma formations. They mobilized the power of the entire Buddhist clan to fight against the blood fiends. Buddhist Dharma had a certain advantage when it came to purifying the blood-colored spiritual energy. Furthermore, the Buddhist zone had the advantage in numbers and unity. The strategy that Demon Buddha adopted was to continuously purify the blood-colored spiritual energy. The blood fiend race was a calamity-bearing race. They could not be killed and would be resurrected after they died. However, the prerequisite for that resurrection was that there was blood-colored spiritual energy present. If there was none, then the blood fiends would die. They could not be resurrected, let alone become stronger. It was not easy to purify the blood-colored spiritual energy. It would take a long time and consume a lot of energy. Thanks to this flaw of the blood fiends was very difficult to exploit. However, the Buddhist zone was different from the other zone. All of them cultivated Buddhist Dharma. They were united against the blood fiends, and they had the advantage in numbers. They all followed a unified strategy, so the blood fiends were unable to grow stronger and expand. Still, even though Buddhist Dharma had a certain advantage when it came to purification, they still could not gain an overwhelming advantage. They were still in a stalemate against the blood fiends. However, as the purification continued, the longer it dragged on, the greater the chances of the Buddhist clan winning. Chu Xian saw all of this. He looked forward to the Buddhist zone defeating the blood fiend race and overcoming the Great Dayuan calamity. At that time, they would definitely receive the blessing of fate. The Western zone was the most dangerous and most difficult zone out of the 9 zones. They had already lost nearly half of their regions. The blood fiends were spread throughout half of the Western zone. The human race retreated in defeat. The blood fiends had also appeared in the Eastern zone. The Luo family sent out the human king order, and Qin Ying led his brothers and continued to divide and conquer the blood fiend race according to the strategy they had prepared beforehand. At the moment, they had the situation under control. Thanks to this, Qin Ying obtained the Great Dayuan calamity's blessing and his cultivation level rose even further. The blood fiend race continued to appear everywhere, conquering and invading wherever they went as the Great Dayuan calamity progressed. Other than the blood fiend race, some secret realms and some heavenly treasures actually appeared from time to time, causing many cultivators to fight for them. In a short period of time, some small races that had once been active in the Chaos Zone were exterminated. Ding Yu left the Northern Zone and entered the Western Zone. He had officially entered the calamity and fought for fate. The central region of the Western Zone was facing the threat of the Blood Fiend race's invasion. Currently, the main forces of the Western Zone were concentrated in the Central region and the Western region, which was their last line of defense. In front of the formation, countless human warriors had solemn expressions. All these years, they had never been able to obtain an effective victory. Even the powerful young master Yushu, after experiencing the initial victory, could only barely maintain the situation. Another attack from the Blood Fiend race came. "Our race is eternal, our race is eternal." The Blood Fiends shouted loudly as they came charging over. "Killing formation, activate. Purification formation, activate. Activate the division formation. Hold on." In front of the human camp, a young man holding an ancient jade book had a grave expression. He flipped open the jade book, and runes scattered in all directions. Countless cultivators took up their positions. The formation was activated. Boom! The Blood Fiend race's attack came again. This time, the attack was more intense than before. They had become stronger again. The formation could not hold on for long. In the sky, the Divine Realm experts of the human race had solemn expressions. They were confronting the Divine Realm experts of the Blood Fiend race. The human race had the advantage. However, the Blood Fiends could not be completely killed. It was also because of this that the Divine Realm experts of the human race would not attack the Divine Realm experts of the Blood Fiend race unless it was absolutely necessary. After all, the more they killed, the faster it would be for the Blood Fiend race to produce new Divine Realm experts. Chapter 316, Sacrifice. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The Divine Realm experts of the Blood Fiend race did not take the initiative to attack either. The two sides faced each other. The reason why they did not attack was actually very simple. They did not have absolute confidence that they could kill the Divine Realm experts of the human race. Moreover, killing humans below the Divine Realm was a waste in their eyes. As the Great Daewon Calamity progressed, the thoughts of these Blood Fiend race experts changed, especially after they learned some human knowledge. They did not take the initiative to attack because they were afraid that, if they died, they would lose their original consciousness and memories. Although the Blood Fiend would revive, their selves would be eradicated. As such, they would avoid dying unless it was absolutely necessary. In a sense, the Divine Realm experts of the Blood Fiend race were no longer as fearless. The Divine Realm experts of both sides had already fought several times. Several Divine Realm experts of the Blood Fiend race had fallen, and subsequently lost their memories. Sure, they would become stronger, but in essence, their self would be completely eradicated. Perhaps this was a blessing in disguise for the other living beings facing the calamity. The additional reservations and thoughts of these stronger Blood Fiends could be considered an additional flaw. The Divine Realm experts were in a stalemate. However, the cultivators further below were losing to the Blood Fiends. Those Blood Fiends were not afraid of death. They shouted their slogans and continued to charge forward. Boom! One of the formations was broken. Boom! Another formation was broken. The atmosphere in the human camp was heavy. The great formation could not hold out for long. Yushu gritted his teeth and waved his hand. Kill! The formation cannot be allowed to be broken. Even though he knew that killing the incoming Blood Fiends would only delay the attack and make them stronger, there was no other way to resolve the situation. Once all of the formations were broken, the central region would be exposed to the Blood Fiend race's fangs. Setting up these formations had almost exhausted the last reserves of the human race in the Western Zone. Once all of them were broken, it was only a matter of time before the entire Western Zone fell. As for asking for help, the other zones were all facing the threat of a great calamity, so no one would come to their aid. The Western Zone was in imminent danger. Their survival depended on how long the formations could hold out. Currently, a portion of the human race of the central region had already been arranged to evacuate the Western Zone. Kill! Countless cultivators formed a formation and charged toward the Blood Fiend race. It was related to the survival of the Western Zone and the survival of the human race. They had no choice but to fight, even if they had to die. Yu Shu displayed his 8th level Heaven Realm cultivation. He flipped open the ancient jade book and numerous runes floated out of it, instantly killing a Heaven Realm blood fiend. Beside him, there were 3 young people who were also Heaven Realm experts. Each of them held a weapon as they charged into the blood fiend race's army. They were all children of fate from the Western Zone. Other than the son of fate from the northern region, who died, the other 4 had survived. They were also fighting for fate during this great battle, and their cultivation levels had soared quickly thanks to all of the fighting. Among them, Yu Shu was the strongest. As the great battle broke out, the human race relied on their numbers and superior weapons to continuously exterminate the blood fiend race. Behind the human army, some formation masters continuously set up formations in an attempt to purify or weaken the blood-colored spiritual energy left over from the great battle. However, the purifying effect was not as useful as they expected. Many people's faces were filled with despair. The blood fiend race could not be killed. After this battle, new blood fiends would be born, and they would be even stronger. The tide of blood fiends seemed never-ending. This was an unsolvable situation. How long could the central region last? How long could the Western Zone last? Once the Western Zone fell, only 4 of the 5 regions of the human race would be left. Moreover, the threat of the blood fiend race was all over the 9 zones. Could the human race hold on? As the current overlord race of the 9 zones, would they be reduced to insignificant races and be bullied? No. Absolutely not. I will defend the glory of the human race even if I have to die. A cultivator suddenly roared angrily. We humans are immortal. Comrades, I will leave first. He rushed into the blood fiend army. A roar erupted. Boom. That cultivator exploded and his soul was instantly destroyed. Then, the explosive shockwave spread out. Within a 1-mile radius around the cultivator, the blood fiends were instantly annihilated, and the blood-colored spiritual energy within that radius was purified as well. The humans felt deep sorrow. An old expert at the peak of the Heaven Realm had died just like that. He sacrificed his whole life's cultivation and his whole life's comprehension just to purify the blood fiend race. However, the price was too high and it was not worth it. Haha, death will come for us all someday. We might as well give our lives for a chance of survival for the human race. A human cultivator laughed as he charged into the blood fiend army. Boom! This cultivator self-destructed as well. In the small courtyard, Chu Buan was paying attention to the situation in the Western Zone. When he saw the cultivator self-destruct, he was shocked. The Great Day Yuan calamity brings cultivators despair. However, is it intended to balance things out, or is the Great Day Yuan calamity the start of the Great Dao calamity? At this moment, Chu Xian felt anxious. The heavenly Dao laws were still too weak at the moment. He had to make preparations in advance. Since the cultivators had sacrificed themselves to kill the blood fiend race, taking a bunch of blood fiends with them, the heavenly Dao laws could not directly target the blood fiend race, but the cultivators could. Chu Xian decided to take the risk and use the Western Zone as a testing ground. Thinking this, he took out the heavenly Dao talisman. He extended his hand and tapped it, increasing the rate at which the heavenly Dao laws devoured the laws of heaven and earth of the Western region. He could no longer afford to take things slow. Chapter 317, The Tragic Battle. Boom! As the power of the heavenly Dao law surged, the Western region suddenly shook, and a faint glow spread out. As there was only a little bit left to go in the process of devouring the laws of heaven and earth of the Western region, the commotion was not too intense. At this moment, everyone's attention was on the big battle, so no one would pay attention to minor abnormalities like these. Chu Xian felt a certain degree of resistance from the remaining laws of heaven and earth. The influence of the blood fiend race is still getting in the way. The good luck charm appeared in Chu Xian's hand, and the fate-suppressing Dao Cauldron also appeared. After thinking for a while, he even took out a fist-sized Chaos Stone from the ancient Chaos Mountain and placed it next to the Heavenly Dao Talisman. The power of the Heavenly Dao laws increased once again. Through the Heavenly Dao laws, Chu Xian could faintly sense that a mysterious power was about to interfere. He raised his hand and absorbed the Dao aura of the Origin Dao crystal, injecting it into the Heavenly Dao Talisman and connecting it to the Great Dao. The mysterious power instantly disappeared. Chu Xian let out a sigh of relief. He had finally gotten rid of the interference of the Great Dao. Rumble. Finally, the laws of heaven and earth of the Western Zone's Western region were completely devoured. The Western Zone's Western region had fallen under the control of the Heavenly Dao laws. The Northern Zone's Heavenly Dao laws were connected to the Western Zone's Western region, and the Heavenly Dao laws were strengthened further. The Heavenly Dao laws have devoured the Western region's laws of heaven and earth. You have been rewarded with a cultivation level advancement. Another cultivation level boost reward. Chu Xian did not stop. After the Heavenly Dao laws took over the Western Zone's Western region, he began to control the Heavenly Dao laws to infiltrate the Western Zone's Northern region. However, he was met with strong resistance. As expected, after the Blood Fiend race took over, the laws of heaven and earth in that region had changed. Chu Xian tried to forcefully erode the laws of heaven and earth in the northern region, but discovered that a powerful force tried to suppress the Heavenly Dao laws when he did so. He hurriedly retracted the Heavenly Dao laws. It was the power of the Great Dayuan Calamity. Chu Xian's expression was solemn. The current Heavenly Dao laws were unable to resist the power of the Calamity. There are two ways to devour the laws of heaven and earth in the northern region. The first is for the Heavenly Dao laws to recognize the Blood Fiend race and incorporate them into the Heavenly Dao. The second is to change the situation in the northern region so that the Blood Fiend race no longer fully occupies the northern region. This will create a gap in the laws of heaven and earth that can be exploited by the Heavenly Dao laws without attracting the interference of the power of the Calamity. Chu Xian did not even consider the first method. The Blood Fiend race was a calamity-bearing race. If the Heavenly Dao incorporated them into the Heavenly Dao, the situation would be filled with uncertainty. They might even drag the Heavenly Dao down and make it a part of the Calamity. Therefore, only the second method was viable. However, changing the situation in the northern region was not an easy matter. The humans in the Western Zone could not do it. Thus, Chu Xian could only put aside his plan to devour the laws of heaven and earth of the northern region. Instead, he controlled the power of the Heavenly Dao laws to infiltrate the central region of the Western Zone. Boom! The laws of heaven and earth of the central region began to shake slightly, but due to the great battle, no one noticed anything unusual. The Heavenly Dao laws began to permeate the central region. At this moment, the battle of the central region was ongoing, and it was becoming more and more tragic. One after another, human cultivators sacrificed themselves to purify the blood-colored spiritual energy. Junior, you are still young. The future of the human race depends on you. We old fellows have reached our peak. Consider this our last contribution to the human race. Some old cultivators stopped the young ones who were boiling with blood and wanted to sacrifice themselves. That's right. We old fellows have no hope of breaking through. Instead of dying of old age, we should sacrifice ourselves to purify the blood-colored spiritual energy. Haha, that's right. How can we humans rise up without sacrifice? Today, I will sacrifice myself to protect the human race. In the camp of the human divine realm experts, an old man laughed arrogantly. He was very old. Even divine realm experts had lifespan limits. Although he was still a few years away from reaching the limit of his lifespan, he had no hope of breaking through. Sooner or later, he would die. After saying that, he emitted a dazzling light and charged toward the Blood Fiend race. Senior. Many young warriors of the human race looked sorrowful. However, their fighting spirit was aroused. Kill. The human race will win for sure. The Western Zone will never be destroyed. Boom! The Divine Realm expert died. He did not choose to kill the Divine Realm warriors of the Blood Fiend race. That was not realistic, as the latter would be able to react and avoid it in time. The old man rushed into the Blood Fiend race's Heaven Realm camp. Given his strength, how could the Heaven Realm Blood Fiends escape? Within a radius of 20 miles, the blood-colored spiritual energy was completely gone. Countless cultivators were sorrowful. Before the Great Daeyuan calamity, the Divine Realm had always been a legendary existence. However, such a terrifying expert had sacrificed himself, and had only purified a 20-mile radius. What was a mere 20 miles amidst the endless landscape of blood-colored spiritual energy? All that accomplished was reducing the number of Heaven Realm Blood Fiends. At the moment when the Divine Realm expert sacrificed himself, Chu Xian sensed that the Heavenly Dao laws had absorbed part of the former's power, which strengthened the power of the Heavenly Dao laws. He succeeded. At the same time, Chu Xian caught that Divine Realm Elder's remnant soul, which had yet to fully dissipate, using the Heavenly Dao laws to preserve it. He then transported it to the ghost world and threw it into the River of Styx. I hope your determination can protect this wisp of your remnant soul. If you can't, then you'll have to settle for being a newborn ghost within this ghost world. Chu Xian thought silently. The battle was still going on. One by one, the older cultivators sacrificed themselves after they were injured. The casualties were too great. However, they also successfully stopped the Blood Fiend race's advance and stopped them from entering the central region. However, how long could they keep it up? Even if the human race had large numbers, they would not be able to keep up given the massive casualty rate. Chu Xian's state of mind had already stabilized. He would not act rashly because of this. He only wanted to live in peace. No external force could interfere with his thoughts. As the battle continued, a new army rushed over from the rear of the Blood Fiend race. They were not strong, but they were not afraid of death. In other words, they were here to die, to be reborn and become stronger. Chapter 318, Ding Yu appears. As the Blood Fiend race's army was replenished, more cultivators also arrived from the rear of the human race. Although the expressions on their faces were resolute and unyielding, deep inside, they felt despair. The Blood Fiend race could not be exterminated. They were not afraid of the enemy's strength, but rather their ability to revive endlessly. Until now, they had yet to find a way to counter this ability. Yu Shu was panting from exhaustion. Looking at the countless blood fiends swarming over, despair briefly flashed across his eyes. Very soon, he gritted his teeth and his expression turned resolute. I cannot back down, nor can I give up. If I back down, if I give up, the Western Zone will perish. Yu Shu was the backbone of the Western Zone's cultivators. He was strong and talented. He was the #1 genius of the Western Zone's younger generation and the hope of the human race of the Western Zone. If he backed down, if he gave up, their morale would definitely collapse. The battle continued. Just as the cultivators of the Western Zone were becoming more and more desperate, and they were becoming numb to the fact that they had to sacrifice themselves. A sword chi shot across the sky. Sword intent surged and turned into raindrops that filled the sky. Each raindrop seemed to be a miniature array formation. The sword rain fell on the army of blood fiends. The sword chi cut through the blood fiend army and separated the densely packed blood fiend army. The blood-colored spiritual energy was not clumped up anymore. Instead, it was scattered. The sword rain turned into small array formations that separated the blood fiends one after another. A voice rang out. Ding Yu of the Northern Zone is here to help my fellow clansmen of the Western Zone. The cultivators of the Western Zone looked up. They saw a white-clothed figure walking over with a sword in his arms. The sword intent around his body surged and turned into sword chi slashes that kept heading toward the blood fiend army. The cultivators of the Western Zone were stunned. This newcomer was very powerful. A peerless sword cultivator? No one in the entire Western Zone could compare in terms of the sword Dao. When did such a sword genius appear in the Northern Zone? Also, what kind of sword Dao technique was he using? It seemed like he was targeting the Blood Fiend race. Everyone's attention was on Ding Yu the moment he appeared. His arrival attracted the attention of both the human and the Blood Fiend race's Divine Realm experts. The sword rain swept across the area, and figures appeared behind Ding Yu one after another. The Earth Spirit Race. The Earth Spirit Race held precious swords in their hands and injected their power into the ground. In an instant, sword array formations emerged from the ground and divided the Blood Fiend army. Today, I, Ding Yu, will kill the Blood Fiends to pay tribute to the heroic spirits of my race. Ding Yu rushed out and unsheathed his sword. A terrifying sword chi swept toward the Blood Fiend army. Roar! The Heaven Realm experts of the Blood Fiend race roared, and several Heaven Realm Blood Fiends attacked. Ding Yu's attack once again shocked the cultivators of the Western Zone, even Yushu. This sword cultivator from the Northern Zone was younger than him, and although his cultivation level was lower than his own, the terrifying strength he displayed was no weaker than his. In fact, it was even higher. The blood-colored spiritual energy was actually being continuously annihilated by the terrifying sword chi. Rumble! The Heaven Realm Blood Fiends fell. At the spot where they fell, a vacuum devoid of blood-colored spiritual energy appeared. All of it had been annihilated by Ding Yu's sword chi. The hearts of the human cultivators were moved. What kind of sword Dao technique was this? It had directly destroyed and separated the blood-colored spiritual energy. Without the support of the blood-colored spiritual energy, the fallen blood fiends would not be able to come back to life. The human Divine Realm experts' eyes lit up. The battle had continued until now, but they had finally obtained a small victory. They had directly destroyed the Heaven Realm Blood Fiends. The Divine Realm experts of the Blood Fiend instantly bared their teeth. Their fangs flashed with a cold gleam as they stared at Ding Yu with surging killing intent. Haha, great! Well done! The Divine Realm experts of the human race laughed and took a step forward to prevent the Divine Realm experts of the Blood Fiend race from attempting a sudden move. After killing the Heaven Realm Blood Fiends, Ding Yu flashed and reappeared within the group of the Earth Spirit race members. He said in a loud voice, "My compatriots of the Western Zone, you can divide the Blood Fiend army and disperse the blood-colored spiritual energy. This will prevent the Blood Fiend race from becoming stronger." The Earth Spirit race controlled the power of the Earth Spirit to divide the Blood Fiend army, while Ding Yu stopped the experts of the Blood Fiend race from attacking the Earth Spirit race. Quick, do it! The human cultivators of the Western Zone changed their strategy and protected the Earth Spirit race. At the same time, the Formation Masters threw out formation discs and started to divide the Blood Fiend army. Ding Yu attacked while coordinating the human army's efforts to divide the Blood Fiends and reduce the density of the blood-colored spiritual energy. Boom! The battle continued. However, with Ding Yu's arrival and the Earth Spirit race's efforts to divide the Blood Fiend army and reduce the blood-colored spiritual energy, the human race gradually gained an advantage in this battle. The Earth Spirit race had a special talent. They could travel through the earth veins and, to a certain extent, they could control the power of the earth veins and use it to separate the Blood Fiend army. Ding Yu had prepared for a long time, and had found a way to delay the Blood Fiend race from becoming stronger. Now, his method was truly being used in this battle. Chu Xian controlled the heavenly Dao laws, which continuously seeped into the central region of the Western Zone. Ding Yu's appearance had given Chu Xian an opportunity to increase his progress. The battle lasted for half a month. After the blood-colored spiritual energy in front of the central region's formation was continuously divided, separated, and purified, the blood-colored spiritual energy began to thin, which prevented the fallen blood fiends from becoming stronger after revival. The human cultivators' morale was greatly boosted. They had finally found an effective method to deal with the blood fiend race. At the same time, Ding Yu also taught them the secret technique to completely annihilate the blood fiend race. Although there were not many people who could annihilate the blood fiends, as long as they could annihilate the experts of the blood fiend race, it would delay the speed at which the blood fiend race produced experts. Then, the advantage that the humans had would gradually increase. Ding Yu's method was not suitable for every cultivator, as it involved the use of intent. Unless one had comprehended sword intent, martial intent, battle intent, and so on, they could exterminate the blood fiends. Chapter 319, Fate Dao Principle Advancement. The battle continued. Ding Yu's prestige continued to rise, and he seemed to be the savior of the Western Zone. Many women from large factions were attracted to him, and they would often throw meaningful glances in his direction. However, they were destined to fail. Some peerless beauty from a certain faction pretended to fall into Ding Yu's arms during the battle. However, Ding Yu casually grabbed her collar and threw her back. "Woman, stay away from me. Don't disturb me when I'm killing the enemy." The woman was dumbfounded. The battle lasted for a month before the Blood Fiend race retreated. This was the first time the Blood Fiend race had taken the initiative to retreat since they began their invasion. Your disciple Ding Yu forcefully repelled the calamity-bearing race and fought for fate during the Great Dayuan Calamity. His cultivation level has increased. Your Fate Dao principle has advanced. After the Blood Fiend army retreated and Ding Yu obtained a great victory, the system's reward arrived. Chu Xian was very satisfied with this disciple. There were countless peerless beauties in the Western Zone. The famous saintesses and daughters all flocked to Ding Yu as if he was their savior. His prestige soared and he directly overshadowed Yushu. In the end, Ding Yu completely ignored the flirtatious looks thrown at him by the many beauties, as well as the adoration that was intentionally or unintentionally expressed. The situation in the Western Zone's central region had temporarily stabilized after Ding Yu's arrival. However, the Blood Fiend race would not give up just like that. The crisis had not been resolved. The heavenly Dao laws continued to permeate the central region. Meanwhile, the Great Dayuan Calamity was in full swing in the Eastern Zone. The Blood Fiends invaded like ferocious beasts. In an instant, they occupied half of the Eastern Zone's western region. Qin Ying led his brothers, and many other cultivators, to resist the Blood Fiends. As he wasn't completely ignorant of the Blood Evil clan, Qin Ying had already made preparations. He had obtained victory in the first battle. He had obtained victory in 3 consecutive battles. He secured the eastern and western regions. However, the Blood Fiend race had appeared in the northern and southern regions as well. The Great Dayuan Calamity became more and more intense as more and more Blood Fiends descended. The battles continued, and Qin Ying continued to shine in battle. There was no other heavens blessed in the Eastern Zone who could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. Chu Xian looked at Qin Ying with admiration. As expected of the great Qin Emperor from back then, the child of fate of the Eastern Zone was going to be Qin Ying. He fought for fate during the Great Dayuan Calamity and his strength continued to soar. Xin Yuanfeng and the others followed Qin Ying and naturally reaped great rewards as well. Your disciple, Qin Ying, rose to fame amidst the Great Dayuan Calamity as he fought against the calamity-bearing race, remaining undefeated thus far. Your Fate Dao principle has advanced. Out of Chu Xian's many Dao principles, the Fate Dao principle was currently at the highest level. As the Fate Dao principle advanced, Chu Xian's sensitivity toward fate became even sharper, and his control over the Fate Dao principle also reached new heights. The 9 zones seemed to be at a delicate tipping point. One step forward, and the fate of the 9 zones would soar. One step back, and the fate of the 9 zones would collapse, and the great calamity would destroy all life. Chu Xian's expression was solemn. The fate of the 9 zones was still blurry. Chu Xian could only see a tiny bit of it, and could not see through the deeper layers. The fate of the 9 zones was extremely mysterious to begin with. Even the Dayuan realm experts could not see it clearly, nor could they see the secrets of the changes within. It was precisely because of this that even the races from which the Dayuan realm experts hailed could decline during the Great Calamity, or even perish. Chu Xian did not continue to pry into the fate of the 9 zones. He was afraid that he would suffer a backlash. Amidst the great Daiyuan calamity, he had to tread carefully. Now, Ding Yu and Qin Ying had both entered the calamity. Once inside, there was no way to withdraw. The two of them would have to continuously fight for fate. The Blood Fiend race was the calamity-bearing race. Although their ability to revive was terrifying, it was not impossible to deal with them. As the Great Daiyuan calamity progressed, Chu Xian believed that the Blood Fiend race would become more and more terrifying, and even more terrifying things would appear. The Blood Fiend race had also appeared in the southern zone. Currently, Xiang Xing's main goal was still to save his mother. Wang Luo had already set off for the southern zone. Xiao Yang had embarked on a journey to the western zone. Currently, the situation in the western zone was the most tense, and also the most dangerous. Naturally, the opportunities there were also greater. The chaos zone was truly in chaos. There were endless battles. Not only with the Blood Fiend race, but also the other races. Treasures kept appearing. Occasionally, a strange light would appear. The desolate ancient zone, on the other hand, was extremely calm. No treasures appeared, nor did the Blood Fiend race descend. It was precisely because of this abnormality that the desolate ancient zone seemed abnormal. Ren Changhe had been traveling all this while, and he was already nearing the outer perimeter of the primordial land. The inhabitants of the Buddhist zone were currently fighting against the Blood Fiend race. Buddhist light and blood-colored spiritual energy intertwined, and it was impossible to determine the victor within a short period of time. The monster zone had also begun to descend into chaos. Other than the northern zone, only the central zone was untouched by the Blood Fiends. They had yet to be affected by the Great Daiyuan calamity. Chu Xian could see that the spiritual energy dynamics of the central zone had already become abnormal. He Yu had gone to the chaos zone. For the time being, her strength was insufficient to return to the central zone. Rumble. In the northern region of the chaos zone, the world suddenly trembled as multicolored lights flashed. Mysterious symbols filled the sky and flickered for a moment before disappearing. This abnormal phenomenon did not attract the attention of too many cultivators. He Yu raised her head to look at the sky. She sensed the fluctuations of the heavenly Dao talisman, which had begun its work to devour the laws of heaven and earth in the northern region. Rumble. In the southern region of the monster zone, the laws of heaven and earth also fluctuated. Chapter 320, Son of Fate of the 9 Zones? The monster zone had already begun to descend into chaos. A terrifying blood fiend creature had descended. Unlike the blood fiend race in the western zone, the blood fiend race in the monster zone took the form of a monster. One could vaguely see their monster-like characteristics. There were many monster tribes in the monster zone. Some of them had special innate abilities. Hu Tianya had long been prepared and had already united these tribes. After training together, they were able to cooperate with each other and make the best use of their abilities to fight the blood fiends. Chu Xian looked at the central zone. As the strongest zone in the 9 zones, it was also the core region of the human race. Its strength was unmatched. The ancient forces within the central zone took action one after another. They began to coordinate the forces in the central zone to form an alliance to overcome the Great Daiyuan calamity. All kinds of divine artifacts were used. The resources and foundation of the central zone far surpassed the western zone. Ji Dexin? He's a bit extraordinary. In the central zone, Ji Dexin of the Ji family was extremely eye-catching. He had trained an army of cultivators for the Ji family. Whether it was artifacts, cultivation techniques, or secret techniques, they were all equipped with extraordinary stuff. Chu Xian knew that Ji Dexin, the young master of the Ji family, was the #1 person of the younger generation in the central zone. Could he be the son of the fate of the 9 regions? Or the one who shoulders the fate of the human race? Chu Xian was a little puzzled. Ji Dexin's strength was beyond imagination. Among his disciples, no one in the same realm could beat Ji Dexin. His disciples towered over other geniuses, but were somehow lacking compared to Ji Dexin. This was unusual. Even if he was the young master of an ancient human king family, it was impossible for him to be so monstrous, unless of course he was the son of fate of the human race or the son of fate of the 9 zones. However, when Chu Xian probed the fate of the 9 zones, he did not discover the existence of the son of fate of the 9 zones, nor did he find a son of fate of the human race. The human race was very special. The human race had never had children of fate. Even the expert who led the rise of the human race was not a child of fate of the human race. Therefore, the possibility of Ji Dexin being the child of fate of the human race could be excluded. As for him being the son of fate of the 9 zones, Chu Xian did not think that the 9 zones currently had a child of fate. That was something that needed to be fought for. Currently, none of the children of fate of the various zones and regions could inherit the fate of the 9 zones. Ji Dexin, interesting. Chu Xian memorized Ji Dexin's name, but it was a pity that he could not see him. Otherwise, with the Heaven Secret's origin probing technique, he would be able to discover what was going on. The Great Daeyuan calamity was becoming more and more intense, and the fate of the 9 zones was becoming more chaotic. The Heavenly Dao Talisman plan was progressing in an orderly manner in the Chaos and Monster zones. For the time being, the Heavenly Dao laws had yet to devour the laws of heaven and earth of an entire region, but were making steady progress. Chu Xian was waiting for the 40-year milestone reward. What would the reward be? In the Daeyuan group, Mo2 suddenly came looking for him. Daoist brother Chu, there's a Dao realm junior from our race, who, I don't know why, has become bald. There seems to be something wrong. Chu Xian was surprised. This had happened really quickly. As they had inherited the fate of the Buddhist zone and cultivated Buddhist Dharma, they had begun to transform into Buddhists. This is a normal phenomenon, Chu Xian comforted him. The demon race has already transformed. Since they have inherited the fate of the demons after their transformation, there will naturally be some changes. Although they have become bald, haven't they also become stronger? Hearing this, Mo2 felt much more relieved. He nodded and said, his strength has indeed increased somewhat. That's right. Even if he has become bald, he has become stronger. Chu Xian continued to bluff, the other Dao realm cultivators will undergo such changes in the future. There's no need to panic. This is the sign of the calamity. After the Great Tribulation is over, he will naturally recover. After becoming a Buddhist, would he really be able to recover? That was impossible. Such changes are beneficial. This will help them to avoid the repercussions of the Great Daeyuan calamity. Mo2 came to a sudden realization and felt extremely grateful. He said, "Thank you, Daoist brother Chu." No wonder he felt that he was balding, and occasionally even said Amitabha. It was because of the calamity. Daoist brother Mo2, you have to tell these juniors that they must be steady and change with the times. They should not resist it. It's a good thing that will increase their chances of transcending the calamity. Chu Xian enthusiastically instructed Mo2. He had a premonition that as the Dao realm experts of the demon race gradually turned into Buddhists, the fate of the Buddhist clan would definitely soar, and the strength of the Buddha attendants would also increase. Don't worry, fellow Daoist Chu, I will definitely instruct them not to resist the change. Mo2 patted his chest and promised. He heaved a sigh of relief. This meant that his demon race would definitely survive the great calamity. It was all thanks to Daoist brother Chu. Otherwise, the demon race would have been in danger this time. Thinking this, Mo2 felt even more grateful towards Chu Xian. Chu Xian continued to deceive him. At the same time, he warned Mo2 that even if he was attracted by some kind of aura, he could not let the demon race enter the 9 zones unless they had completed their transformation. At this moment, Yi Yuejun appeared again and said, that strange black power on the Great Dao has grown a little stronger. Chu Xian's heart trembled. That strange power was indeed related to the Great Dao calamity. After pondering for a moment, he decided to deceive Yi Yuejun. He privately messaged Yi Yuejun and said, "You can try touching this strange power and see how it works." "Alright, I'll go and try it now," Yi Yuejun said straightforwardly. Chu Xian waited for his reply. In the end, a day passed, but Yi Yuejun did not reply. 3 days passed, yet Yi Yuejun remained unresponsive. Chu Xian thought to himself, could something have happened? Examining the Origin Dao crystal, Yi Yuejun's aura was still there, which meant that he was still alive. As for whether he was trapped or restrained, he did not know. After waiting another 3 days, Chu Xian sent him a message, but did not receive a reply. He shook his head and did not continue to pay attention to him. After all, a creature of the Great Dao would not die. Chapter 321, Myriad Reincarnation Scripture. While Chu Xian was waiting for the 40-year milestone reward to arrive, the situation in the Western Zone changed again. The human race had adopted a strategy of separating and purifying the blood-colored spiritual energy after Ding Yu and Xiao Yang had arrived. They had led a group of cultivators who had comprehended some form of intent to exhaust the experts of the Blood Fiend race, and had achieved a series of victories. The Blood Fiend race also changed their strategy. It was unknown as to what method they used, but there were suddenly some extremely powerful elite Blood Fiends, who targeted Ding Yu, Xiao Yang, and the others. These elite Blood Fiends were much stronger than the Blood Fiends of the same realm. Moreover, they had the ability to regenerate their limbs, and even their heads, which made them extremely difficult to kill. Even though Ding Yu had severely injured his opponent several times, he was still unable to kill him. At this moment, all the human cultivators realized that the Blood Fiend race had changed. Their intelligence was increasing. They had acquired some new skills and understood strategies. They no longer blindly relied on their ability to revive. Now, they were not afraid of the Blood Fiend race's recklessness, but rather their treachery. The Blood Fiend race had become even harder to deal with. On the battlefield, Xiao Yang wielded his spear as he fought with a Blood Fiend. The Blood Fiend was surging with battle intent, while his long spear was emitting a cold gleam as it continuously suppressed the Blood Fiend. Xiao Yang's opponent was a Blood Fiend whose body was as red as blood, and had a youthful face. This Blood Fiend was one of the heavens blessed created by the Blood Fiend race. Moreover, he was also the strongest one. Boom! Xiao Yang stabbed his spear into his opponent's chest. However, the Blood Fiend's eyes did not even flinch. The blood-red saber was already slashing toward him. The Blood Fiend was trying to achieve mutual destruction. After all, the Blood Fiend could revive. A special energy circulated through Xiao Yang's body, which slowed down the Blood Fiend's saber. Boom! Xiao Yang shook his long spear and continuously attacked the Blood Fiend, sending the latter flying. At the same time, the slow vine used its power to slow down the recovery speed of the Blood Fiend. Xiao Yang kept attacking and attacking again and again. Beads of sweat dripped down his forehead. Using the slow vine's power would consume a lot of energy. Furthermore, the slow vine's power would not last long. He had to destroy the opponent before the slow vine's power dissipated. Behind Xiao Yang, battle intent condensed into a terrifying divine image that merged with him and unleashed a powerful attack. Rumble! The Blood Fiend exploded and turned into a bloody mist that filled the sky. Annihilate! Xiao Yang raised his hand and punched, completely annihilating the blood mist that was slowly spreading out. He had finally killed the Blood Fiend's heavens blessed. Xiao Yang panted heavily and retreated back to the human camp to recover. Your disciple, Xiao Yang, has killed the Blood Fiend race's #1 heavens blessed and fought for fate during the Great Dayuan calamity. His cultivation has soared. Your Fate Dao principle has advanced. Chu Xian revealed a gratified smile. Sure enough, his disciples did not disappoint him. They fought for fate during the Great Dayuan calamity again and again. His Fate Dao principle had advanced by another level. Chu Xian estimated that if the Fate Dao principle continued to advance, it would eventually transform into the Great Dao of Fate, which would allow him to better pry into the secrets of heaven. The number one genius of the Blood Fiend race had been completely annihilated. It was quite a major blow to them. The morale of the human race rose again. Ding Yu and Xiaoyang were already famous among the humans in the Western Zone. Their fame had long surpassed that of Yushu. There was already a saying in the Western Zone, Ding Yu sword, Xiaoyang spear, unparalleled in the world. Chu Xian could not help but sigh. The Great Dayuan calamity was indeed a great opportunity. Ding Yu and Xiaoyang relied on this to rapidly increase their cultivation levels. Both had reached the 9th level of the Heaven Realm. Ding Yu and Xiaoyang's fate increased explosively, and even the heavenly Dao law's speed of devouring the laws of heaven and earth of the central region increased. Qin Ying was still in the midst of fighting in the Eastern Zone. His fate was also getting stronger and stronger, in tandem with his cultivation level. Once again, the majesty and prestige of the great Qin Emperor was displayed. Of Chu Xian's other disciples, Xiang Xing and Wang Luo, there were no major movements just yet. He Yu appeared to be silent, but her plans in the Chaos Zone were progressing alongside the Heavenly Dao Talisman plan. The Heavenly Dao laws had already seeped into the 3 regions of the Chaos Zone. Hu Tianya was also preparing for battle in the Monster Zone. He did not attack immediately, but waited for an opportunity to obtain great fortune in one fell swoop. This tiger was not stupid. In fact, he was a little cunning. The battle between the Buddhists and the Blood Fiend race was still ongoing, while everything remained quiet in the central zone. Qianming was biding his time as well. The calm in the central zone was unusual. Moreover, the fate of the central zone could not be seen clearly either. It seemed like there were some old monsters hidden there. Chu Xian suspected that there were Dao realm experts who had quietly left the primordial land and had entered Calamity. They were hidden among the ancient factions of the central zone. However, even if there were Dao realm cultivators, they were most likely at the 1st or 2nd level of the Dao realm. There was nothing to be afraid of. Chu Xian turned his attention away from the situation in the 9 zones and focused on cultivating and advancing the Heavenly Dao Talisman plan. The 40-year milestone finally arrived. You remained in seclusion for 40 years. Your mentality is stable and your methods are varied. You've advanced the Heavenly Dao Talisman plan and nurtured outstanding disciples. Please continue to work hard. You have been rewarded with the myriad reincarnation scripture. Oh? Chu Xian examined the reward. The myriad reincarnation scripture. Chu Xian's heart trembled. What cultivation technique was this? After mastering the myriad reincarnation scripture, could one be immortal? However, this kind of immortality was not quite the same as what he had expected. Still, Chu Xian's heart trembled, and a thought flashed through his mind. His breathing became heavy. Reincarnation. Countless lives started and passed every single day. This process was guided by reincarnation. However, it was different from reincarnating one's consciousness. This was the entire process of reincarnation, which did not exist in the 9 zones. At this moment, Chu Xian had a bold idea. A method to perfect the Heavenly Dao laws was born in his heart. Reincarnation. If he could recreate the reincarnation process within the Heavenly Dao laws, it would work in tandem with the ghost world. The ghost world was hell, and after death, one would enter the reincarnation cycle and be reincarnated to balance the world. At the same time, he would use this to usurp the foundation of the Great Dao. If he created the Great Dao of reincarnation himself. The more Chu Xian thought about it, the more excited he became. The foundation of the myriad reincarnation scripture was to establish the Great Dao of reincarnation. If he established the Great Dao of reincarnation and used reincarnation to connect the Great Dao with the Heavenly Dao laws, completing the cycle of life and death in the 9 zones, what would happen? Chapter 322, Reincarnation Dao Principle. Chu Xian was moved. If he could use this method to connect the great Dao to the heavenly Dao laws, he would be able to usurp the former. Furthermore, once he succeeded, he would be invincible. He had been working hard to accomplish this, but it seemed that he had finally found a breakthrough point. Although it would still take a long time, at least this method was feasible. Chu Xian's gaze turned to the chaos zone, as well as the eastern, southern, and western zones. He felt an impulse to use radical methods to devour the laws of heaven and earth of the four zones. No, I have to remain steady. I can't act on impulse. Chu Xian took a deep breath to calm himself down. Any impulsive actions might cause problems with the Great Dao, or the calamity itself. He could not be too hasty. Chu Xian received the myriad reincarnation scripture. Countless insights were instilled into him and, in an instant, he entered a mysterious state of enlightenment, witnessing the entire cycle of reincarnation in his mind. Chu Xian did not know how long the state of enlightenment lasted, but he saw one Dao principle after another born. When Chu Xian woke up from his state of enlightenment, he was shocked to find that he had comprehended dozens of Dao principles, and his cultivation level had broken through 15th level of the Dao realm. Among the many Dao principles, one Dao principle was especially special. It was like a disc that was slowly rotating, mysterious, and touching upon the laws of life and death, and yin and yang. The reincarnation Dao principle. Chu Xian let out a long breath. Since he had comprehended the reincarnation Dao principle, he now had the foundation to establish the great Dao of reincarnation. This Dao principle was very special, and different from the other Dao principles. Chu Xian waved his hand, and the reincarnation Dao principle entered the pocket dimension. One end was connected to the origin Dao crystal, while the other end was connected to the great Dao. It also branched out and connected to the pocket dimension, the ghost world and the Buddhist world. At the same time, it was connected to the heavenly Dao talisman. He first introduced the reincarnation Dao principle into the heavenly Dao laws of the northern zone. Chu Xian began to attempt to construct the reincarnation cycle, starting from the northern zone. Even if the heavenly Dao laws were not perfect, it was possible with the reincarnation Dao principle to bring some of the northern zone's dead beings into the ghost world to undergo reincarnation. However, it was currently limited to a few hundred beings at a time, and those beings could not be too strong. The Emperor realm was the upper limit. Rumble. As the reincarnation Dao principle connected to the great Dao through the origin Dao crystal, Chu Xian discovered that the reincarnation Dao principle was undergoing some changes. The origin Dao crystal seemed to be affected by this and began to undergo its own transformation. The heavenly Dao laws were also changing. Chu Xian silently examined the changes in the heavenly Dao laws and the transformation of the origin Dao crystal. At the same time, he continued to refine the reincarnation Dao principle. He absorbed a lump of chaotic energy to refine the reincarnation Dao principle. Next, using the northern zone's heavenly Dao laws as an experiment, he attempted to introduce the reincarnation cycle. Chu Xian wanted to establish the great Dao of reincarnation. As the reincarnation Dao principle was constantly tempered and improved, it would slowly transform into the great Dao of reincarnation. The origin Dao crystal had already started the process of transformation. Once the transformation was complete, he could enter the great Dao through the origin Dao crystal. There were many things he could do there. Of course, in order to avoid any accidents, he would not easily enter the great Dao, much less travel on the great Dao. He did not want the system to consider that as him having left the courtyard, which would ruin his current streak. Southern Zone. Xiang Xing looked at the sky with a solemn gaze. Wang Luo stood beside him. Are you really going to do this? No matter what, I have to save my mother. You're not going to save your family's ancestor. Wang Luo scratched his head and said, actually, it doesn't have to be master. I can refine pills to save your family's ancestor. Xiang Xing looked at him in surprise and said, Feng Kong is a former human king and an expert who has surpassed the divine realm. Can you really refine pills to save him? Wang Luo's alchemy skills were indeed extraordinary, but he had only reached the heaven realm. How could he save a Dao realm expert? Are you looking down on me? Wang Luo continued proudly, I am an alchemy god. I might even be regarded as the progenitor of alchemy in the future. Saving such a person is child's play. Besides, I can use Dao level spiritual medicine to save a Dao realm warrior. It's no problem. Xiang Xing exclaimed in surprise, you can refine Dao level spiritual medicine. Of course. Wang Luo patted his chest. We'll see. It depends on the Feng family's attitude. Xiang Xing shook his head. What ancestor? He was not even a member of the Feng family. The blood fiend race is a little terrifying. The western zone has almost fallen. Both of them sighed. Moreover, from the news they heard, it seemed that the blood fiend race was undergoing changes. It was becoming more and more terrifying. The Great Dayuan calamity is coming, but the Feng family still won't let anyone go. Damn it! Wang Luo patted his shoulder and said, the Feng family's human king is their savior. The Great Dayuan calamity is coming, but their savior is still in a state of deep sleep. They will only blame your mother more. Boom! A murderous aura swept out from the distance. This was an ancient battlefield. The blood fiend race was about to descend. Xiang Xing and Wang Luo looked up and waited quietly. This ancient battlefield in the northern region of the southern zone was not large. The blood fiends here would not be strong. At the very least, there would be no divine realm blood fiends during the initial descent. At this ancient battlefield, Xiang Xing and Wang Luo worked together to set up a great formation. Huaziying walked over. You really want to do this? She looked at Xiang Xing helplessly. I have to do this. I know what I have to do, Xiang Xing said with a determined gaze. If you do this, you will attract great karma. Aren't you afraid of becoming a sinner of the southern zone? Everyone here will regard you as their enemy. Sinner. Xiang Xing laughed lightly and said, it's just a human king's family. In a great calamity, many experts will be annihilated. It's not up to some people to judge whether or not I am a sinner. After a pause, he continued, so what if they see me as a sinner? They have not judged me worthy of being a member of the same family. Wang Luo sighed and patted Xiang Xing on the shoulder, saying, your state of mind is troubled. Is there a reason to explain all of this to her? You must remember that if you don't have a woman in your heart, you will naturally become a god when refining artifacts. Don't be led astray by beauty. Huaziying's face immediately darkened. Xiang Xing's mouth twitched, but he did not reply. He was already used to it. His eldest senior brother Ding Yu was a unique character. In addition, he had dragged Wang Luo into the same abyss of believing that they should have no women in their hearts. Chapter 323, Refining 100,000 Blood Fiends. Boom! The world trembled as the aura of the blood fiend race spread out. An ancient battlefield appeared. Immediately after, an army of blood fiends appeared. They're here. Xiang Xing's expression was solemn. With a wave of his hand, more than 1,000 puppets appeared, spreading out in all directions. Meanwhile, Wang Luo rose into the air. With a wave of his hands, pills shot out in all directions, flickering with rays of light. Huaziying retreated quickly to intercept the cultivators who had sensed the commotion. Xiang Xing and Wang Luo each took a side. The formation was activated, and rays of light shot into the sky. A huge barrier enveloped the blood fiend army and the ancient battlefield. Immediately after, countless flames surged out of the barrier. Roar! The blood fiends in the formation sensed the danger and let out an angry roar. The blood-colored spiritual energy soared into the sky, as if trying to break the formation. Whoosh! More than 1,000 puppets rose into the air and spread out in all directions around the formation. Rays of light surged into the formation, stabilizing it. At the same time, pills exploded within the formation. Countless killing formations were activated in an instant, killing the blood fiends. Xiang Xing and Wang Luo worked together to activate the formation. Flames surged everywhere, and the killing formations were continuously activated, killing the blood fiends. The blood fiends inside roared furiously as they tried to resist. However, under the bombardment of the formation, they were completely powerless to resist. After half a day, only the blood-colored spiritual energy was left within the formation. It had become as thick as blood. Xiang Xing and Wang Luo made their move and activated the formation. Streams of flames turned into mysterious runes that enveloped the blood-colored spiritual energy. The blood-colored spiritual energy underwent some changes as it was being refined. The formation also began to shrink, condensing the blood-colored spiritual energy into a huge ball and wrapping it within the formation. Let's go! Xiang Xing and Wang Luo carried the huge ball of blood-colored spiritual energy and headed toward the Feng family's territory. Your disciples, Xiang Xing and Wang Luo, have refined 100,000 blood fiends and have exterminated a branch of the blood fiend race. They have obtained great calamity and fortune, and their cultivations have soared. You have been rewarded with the Evil Dao principle and your Fate Dao principle has advanced. Chu Xian was refining the Reincarnation Dao principle and perfecting the reincarnation cycle when the system's reward suddenly arrived. Refining 100,000 blood fiends and annihilating a branch of the blood fiend race? Wang Luo and Xiang Xing were actually so fierce? Thinking back, Wang Luo and Xiang Xing had used quite a lot of resources to prepare the formation in the pocket dimension. It seemed that they had set up a formation to refine the blood fiends. Although the blood-colored spiritual energy was a bit special, Wang Luo and Xiang Xing had improved the formation. They were not refining the blood-colored spiritual energy directly, but rather, refining some special power within the blood fiend race. It seemed that it removed the blood fiend's ability to revive, making the odds even in battle. However, the price was a little high. It was unknown how many times Wang Luo and Xiang Xing's formation could be used. Moreover, it could only be used against the blood fiends who had just descended and had yet to undergo a transformation. If this formation were to be placed in the Western Zone, it would probably not be able to achieve such a powerful effect. It could only weaken the blood fiend race's strength after they were revived, and also cancelling out their ability to increase their strength upon revival. However, such a formation was not so easy to set up. Wang Luo and Xiang Xing had used the resources in the pocket dimension, including quite a number of special heavenly treasures, to create such a great formation. The Feng family's territory. In the forbidden area at the back mountain. The great day Yuan calamity has arrived. Are you satisfied now? If our ancestor had recovered, he would definitely be able to lead the human race through the calamity and lead our Feng family to rise up. Because of your selfish interests, the human race has no peerless experts to turn the tide in this calamity. The Western Zone is about to fall. Countless members of our human race have died. Half of the northern region of the Southern Zone has already fallen. Are you satisfied? Feng Yongxian roared angrily. Inside the forbidden cave, Feng Rupiang remained silent. Regret? Guilt? She felt none of it. Ever since her father, grandfather, and big brother, all of whom loved her dearly, died or disappeared while seeking treasures to save their ancestor, she had lost the ability to feel guilt or regret toward the Feng family. Feng Rupiang, you are a sinner. Feng Yongxian roared. Ha, a sinner. Feng Rupiang laughed lightly and said, is the ancestor very powerful? Can he turn the tide? If he was really so powerful and invincible, how did he end up in such a state? All of you simply can't accept the facts. The ancestor failed, and the Feng family declined. Instead of looking forward and fixing your own incompetence, you instead focused on reviving the ancestor. If the Feng family became stronger with each passing generation, the current Feng family would certainly be stronger than the ancestor. All of you are just finding excuses for your own incompetence and cowardice. At the end of her sentence, Feng Rupiang almost screamed her lungs out. Feng Yongxian panted, his eyes were red as he shouted angrily, "You are not allowed to humiliate the previous generation." At this moment, a huge ball of blood-colored spiritual energy appeared in the distance. Feng Yongxian's expression changed drastically. The ball of blood-colored spiritual energy suddenly expanded and directly covered the sky above the Feng family's territory. Two figures appeared in the sky. "Feng family, release her, or I will destroy your Feng family today. How dare you?" Feng Yunxian was furious. He turned around and said coldly to Feng Rupiang, "You really have a good son." The Feng family's experts appeared one after another. However, in the face of the giant ball of blood-colored spiritual energy, their expressions were extremely grave. Xiang Xing looked down and said coldly, "Feng family, either release her, or I will release the blood-colored spiritual energy and destroy the Feng family. Do you know what you are doing? Are you going to betray the family?" Feng Yongxian's face was dark. That ball of blood-colored spiritual energy made his heart skip a beat as he looked at it. What was even more shocking was how Xiang Xing had managed to gather it all together. "Betray the family?" Xiang Xing laughed coldly and said, "Are you fit to accuse me? Release her, or I will destroy your Feng family." An old figure walked out from the forbidden area of the Feng family. The aura around his body was restrained. He looked old, but there was a terrifying power hidden within. Feng Yongxian hurriedly bowed and said, "Great-grandfather." The old man did not raise his head to look at Xiang Xing and Wang Luo. He said, "Feng Rupiang has committed a big mistake. She deserves to be punished. It seems you are disobedient and seek your own destruction. The blood-colored spiritual energy is indeed terrifying, but it is not enough to destroy my Feng family. Moreover, your mother is also down there." Xiang Xing narrowed his eyes and sneered, "What grave mistake? For not sacrificing for the sake of your family's ancestor." The old man's expression froze. A powerful aura seeped out from his body. "Peak of the divine realm. What do you know?" Wang Luo said, "Old man, you let my junior brother's mother go and I'll save your ancestor. What do you think? You? Who do you think you are?" Feng Yongxian said angrily. "Who are you looking down on? You know how badly Feng Kong is injured. You can't save him with just a fire dao fruit. Don't look at me like that. These so-called secrets are nothing to us. There are many secrets in the 9 zones. We know far more than your Feng family." Wang Luo sneered and said, "Feng Kong is lucky that he didn't die completely. The Monster King and Demon King were not as lucky." The old man's expression became more and more gloomy. Feng Kong's defeat was the shame of their Feng family. Now, a young man had reopened their wounds and even sprinkled salt on them. It would be strange if he was not angry. Chapter 324, Intimidating the Feng family. Huaxing's figure flickered and appeared beside Xiang Xing. She looked at the old man with anxiety written all over her face. The other party was too strong. Feng Yongxian's gaze focused. Not only did Huaxing's strength recover, but she had even become stronger. Xiang Xing looked at the old man and sneered, "Let her go. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. Even if the blood fiends can't destroy your Feng family, I, Xiang Xing, can. You want to kill me? Your Feng family isn't qualified. Even if Feng Kong was still alive, he wouldn't be qualified to do so." Xiang Xing's words were full of arrogance. Wang Luo furrowed his brows. The Feng family seemed determined not to let her go. Even when threatened with the blood-colored spiritual energy, they would not compromise. The Feng family elder was a peak divine realm expert. If he really attacked, Huaxing would not be able to stop him. "Why don't we ask Master to make a move and exterminate the Feng family to settle this once and for all?" Wang Luo said. He did not try to hide anything, so the Feng family naturally heard him. The old man from the Feng clan sneered, "Exterminate my Feng family? Do you know what a human king's family represents? Can you bear the consequences?" Wang Luo sneered and said, "So what if you're a human king's family? My junior brother Qin is also a descendant of a human king's family, and my junior sister Heiyu has the bloodline of an ancient human king's family. Your Feng family can't even hold a candle to them. In this world, strength speaks the loudest. Do you understand, old man? Moreover, it's the great Dayuan calamity now, and there's an even more terrifying calamity coming after that. The title of the human king's family is no longer useful. Not to mention the human king's families, even the 9 zones may be wiped out." The expressions of the Feng family members changed. They all looked at Wang Luo. Was he bragging, or was it true? Wang Luo shook his head. "Your Feng family is weak after all. You're unaware of the great Dao calamity. Let her go. I can save Feng Kong on the account of his service to the human race." "You're not qualified to say such words. Arrogant man, don't you dare humiliate my Feng family's ancestor." The old man was enraged. A powerful aura erupted. A phoenix wrapped in rolling flames rushed out and was about to attack Xiang Xing and Wang Luo. Hua Xing's expression turned serious as she prepared to block the attack. At this moment, a chuckle was heard. "Why bother? The Feng family's foundation is indeed weak, and they are only a human king's family in name." A figure walked over with one hand behind his back and the other holding a folding fan. The elegant and handsome middle-aged man did not exude an aura, but he walked over step by step in the air as if his feet were following a rhythm. Every step he took was like a gong knocking on the old man's heart. The terrifying phoenix continued to sway. The old man's expression was grave, and beads of sweat dripped from his forehead. In the end, on the 12th step, the flaming phoenix crumbled and the old man spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked at the person in shock. "Xiang Bang!" Feng Yongxian had an expression of disbelief. Xiang Xing looked at the elegant man who was walking toward him with a complicated expression. Wang Luo's eyes widened as he said in shock, "This is your father? He's a little strong, but he doesn't look like a good person. He seems to be very calculative." The corner of Xiang Xing's mouth twitched, but what Wang Luo said was true. Xiang Bang was a very calculative person. Xiang Bang's footsteps slightly paused. He looked at Wang Luo, and then at Xiang Xing. "Now that you've grown up, you have some tricks up your sleeve. Not bad. Since when did you have such strength?" Xiang Xing's lips quivered as he spoke. "I only obtained it a while ago." Xiang Bang smiled, looked down at the Feng family, and said, "Let her go. For Ruping's sake, I won't make things difficult for your Feng family." "Xiang Bang!" Feng Yongxian's eyes were bloodshot as he said, "Xiang Bang, it's all your fault, you despicable scoundrel. You must have deceived Ruping. If that's what you want to think, then so be it," Xiang Bang said indifferently. Wang Luo sighed. "Back then, I still thought highly of Feng Shaoqing. I thought that the Feng family was very strong. But now, it seems that they're all people with rusty brains. I've already said that strength is the most important thing in this world, but they're still immersed in their past as a human king's family. How sad." The old man seemed to have lost all his energy, and his voice had become hoarse. "Hee, that's great. My Feng family has indeed declined." Then, he took out a token. He smiled and said, "I also want to know if the Human King's order is still useful. Why don't I activate the Human King's order and see if the other aristocratic families and experts who respect the Human King's family will come out to deal with you, Xiang Bang?" Xiang Bang's expression turned slightly cold as he said, "Is your Feng family trying to stir up internal strife in the face of a great calamity? I, Xiang Bang, would like to see what the difference is between me and the Human King of that year." The old man was silent. At this moment, in the forbidden area of the Feng family's back mountain, a powerful aura erupted. Flames burst forth, and a crimson phoenix rose into the sky before flying over. In mid-air, it transformed into a beautiful woman. She looked at Xiangxiang with a gentle gaze. My son, you have suffered. Feng Yongxian's expression changed. You had, I allowed myself to be imprisoned by the Feng family to return the favor. From now on, the Feng family has nothing to do with me. Feng Rupiang looked at Feng Yongxian, and then at the old man. Was it worth it? The Feng family elders were all at a loss. Seeing Feng Rupiang come out, Wang Luo shook his head. He retracted the ball of blood-colored spiritual energy and handed it to Huaxiang. Send it to the northern region. We don't need it here. Huaxiang looked at Xiangxing briefly, and then took the blood ball and left. Xiangxing looked at Feng Rupiang in a daze. Scenes of his childhood surfaced in his mind. At this moment, he did not know what to feel. Feng Rupiang looked at Xiang Bang with a bit of anger. Is this how you treated my son? I had no choice, Xiang Bang said helplessly. I didn't want to attract the attention of the Feng family. Given my situation, I couldn't handle them. Humph! Feng Rupiang snorted coldly. Wang Luo shook his head and allowed Xiangxing and his mother to reunite, while he walked towards Xiang Bang. You're a step away from surpassing the divine realm, he said. My young friend, you're extraordinary, Xiang Bang said with a smile. Master taught me well. Who is your master? Xiang Bang was very curious about the identity of Wang Luo and Xiangxing's master. He had to be a terrifying expert. Don't ask. You only need to know that my master can exterminate tens of thousands of you with a single breath. Xiang Bang chuckled, not hiding his suspicion. I know you don't believe me, but that's not important. Let me give you a kind reminder. Don't always focus on scheming. Otherwise, you won't progress. Wang Luo shook his head. The realm above the divine realm is the Dao realm. Your half-step Dao realm is really nothing. After he spoke, he walked towards Feng Shaoqing, who was in the crowd. He did not seem to be afraid of the Feng clan's experts. Frowning, Xiang Bang glanced at Xiangxing, who was reunited with his mother, and fell into a state of deep thought. Wanna chat? Wang Luo looked at Feng Shaoqing and asked. All right, he said. Feng Shaoqing nodded and led Wang Luo into the Feng family's territory. Feng Yongxian sent a brief glance their way, but did not say anything in the end. The old man had yet to recover from the blow. Chapter 325, Ghost Beasts, Transformation of the Blood Fiend Race. In the Feng family's residence, Feng Shaoqing looked at Wang Luo with a complicated expression. Back in the northern zone and the southern region, he had been shocked by Wang Luo and the others. After all these years, their strength had already advanced past his. He, Feng Shaoqing, was inferior to them. The Feng family's burden was too heavy. No matter how high-spirited and talented he seemed on the outside, the family's expectations for him to surpass others weighed down upon him constantly, stifling him. Furthermore, his achievements mattered not in their efforts to save their ancestor. I can save your family's ancestor. I'm not lying to you. Wang Luo got straight to the point. Wang Luo had his own plans to save Feng Kong. The latter was once a human king. Even if he was defeated and almost died, he was still a Dao realm existence. Every human king was a shockingly talented person. If Feng Kong could survive, he would definitely be able to lead the cultivators of the southern zone to fight against the blood fiend race. If he saved Feng Kong, he would also have a share of the fate that Feng Kong fought for amidst the calamity. Furthermore, he still had to go to the Starry Sky Palace in the Central Zone to complete the Old Pill King's request. The Starry Sky Palace was an ancient faction, and he did not know what kind of grudge the Old Pill King had with the Starry Sky Palace. This required the aid of experts. He did not want to trouble his master, so Feng Kong was a good alternative choice. Wang Luo knew his own limits. Within this short period of time, he would not be able to break through to the Dao realm. Now that the Great Dayuan calamity had begun, there would be too many variables present for him to risk trying to break through to the Dao realm. If they were not careful, even the starry sky palace would be destroyed in the great calamity, much less him. Therefore, Wang Luo was prepared to fight for fate and raise his strength to the divine realm before heading to the central zone. Not only was Feng Kong a Dao realm expert, but he was also a human king. He would be of great assistance. Feng Shaoqing was silent for a moment before he said bitterly, "I do trust you, Brother Wang, but I can't make the decision." "Then are you allowed to visit your family's ancestor?" "Yes, I am." Feng Shaoqing nodded. As the most outstanding descendant of the Feng family of this generation, or even of several generations, he had been instilled with the belief that the family had to save Feng Kong since he was young. He had seen the slumbering ancestor more than once. "Then there's no problem." Wang Luo took out a small bottle and handed it to Feng Shaoqing. "The medicinal pill inside can wake up your patriarch, but it can't heal him. After your patriarch awakens, tell him to look for me." Feng Shaoqing took the bottle and nodded. "All right." Wang Luo, on the other hand, was surprised and asked, "Aren't you worried that I'll harm your ancestor?" Feng Shaoqing smiled. "The burden is too heavy. It's a good thing to be able to let it go, no matter how. If Brother Wang really wants to harm our ancestor, you should be prepared to be hunted down by the Feng family. I just want to be rid of this burden. If the old ancestor is really saved, I will also be able to unload my burden." Wang Luo nodded. Feng Shaoqing's words made sense. It seemed that his belief in saving his ancestor was not very strong. The Great Dayuan calamity is both a calamity and an opportunity. "Brother Feng, make good use of it." Wang Luo waved his hand and left. Feng Shaoqing looked at Wang Luo's back as he left. He held the bottle in his hand and walked toward the forbidden area in the back mountain. The experts of the family were all outside. Now was the best time to see the ancestor and save him. Otherwise, those old fogies would not allow him to feed the ancestor medicine so casually. Outside the Feng family's residence, Xiang Xing and Feng Rupiang had been reunited. However, they had been separated for a long time, so they still felt a little distant. Saving Feng Rupiang was only his responsibility as a son. Now that she had been rescued, Xiang Xing had resolved his filial responsibility as a son. It was time for him to enter the calamity and fight for fate. As for Xiang Bang, he had complicated feelings for his father. "I'm going to the northern region," Xiang Xing said in a deep voice. "Mother will accompany you," Feng Rupiang said softly. "There's no need. I'm going to enter the calamity and fight for fate." Xiang Xing refused. He looked at Xiang Bang, who was walking over, and said with a complicated expression, "All that scheming was to surpass the bottleneck of the divine realm? What a pity, you were one step short." After a moment of silence, Xiang Bang said, "You can't be successful without suffering. Among your brothers and sisters, I value you the most. I had planned to ask the Feng family for the fire element cultivation method and the Feng family's secret technique after I broke through. I didn't expect you to encounter another opportunity." Whether Xiang Bang was telling the truth or not, it did not matter to Xiang Gan. "I'm born with the fiery bones physique, not the fire element physique," Xiang Xing corrected him. "If you want to truly surpass the divine realm, this calamity is your opportunity. It's up to you to make the most of it." Xiang Xing did not continue. He turned into a streak of light and flew away, disappearing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Feng Rupiang glared at Xiang Bang and said angrily, "It's all your fault for treating my son so badly. Pampering him would only have turned him into a wastrel." Xiang Bang chuckled. "You wanted to return the favor to the Feng family, and you've already done so. Let's go." He turned back to look at the Feng family and sighed. "Fengkon, what a pity. The northern region of the southern zone." After Xiang Xing and Wang Luo arrived, they began to activate the Great Formation to block the invasion of the Blood Fiend race, weakening and thinning the blood-colored spiritual energy. Chu Xian was still thinking about the reincarnation cycle. The northern zone was changing, so were the ghost and Buddha worlds. From time to time, a cloud of ghostly spiritual energy would emerge from the river of Styx and float out, transforming into ghostly creatures that did not look like humans. Instead, they came in a variety of shapes and forms. The only thing they had in common was that they had ghostly bodies and belonged to the ghost race. These new life forms were weak, like wild beasts. They could be called the wild beasts of the ghost world. There were ghosts by the river of Styx, capturing these wild beasts for food. They can be called ghost beasts, Chu Xian muttered to himself. These ghost beasts were formed from the reincarnation Dao law of the heavenly Dao. They were reincarnated from the dead creatures of the northern zone and were reborn in the river of Styx. Due to the incompleteness of the reincarnation Dao law, after transferring the dead creatures into the river of Styx, there was a lack of channels and bridges for reincarnation. This needed time to be perfected, and would have to wait until his reincarnation Dao principle evolved into a nascent great Dao principle. Chu Xian began to focus on tempering and improving the reincarnation Dao law, as well as the advancement of the heavenly Dao talisman plan. The central region of the western zone. Ding Yu and Xiaoyang led the human cultivators to fight against the blood fiend race. At the same time, they continuously weakened the blood-colored spiritual energy. However, there was so much blood-colored spiritual energy, so the progress almost seemed negligible. The blood fiend race had started to focus on nurturing their geniuses. Now that both sides had entered a stalemate, the scale and frequency of the battles had reduced. The main battle was concentrated between the geniuses of the two sides. Chu Xian noticed the changes in the blood fiend race. The blood fiend race of the western zone was beginning to develop and evolve into a true intelligent race. Soon, they would be able to compete with the other races for fate and vie for the position of an overlord race of the 9 zones. Perhaps the blood fiend race had already discovered the essence of the Great Dayuan Calamity. Chapter 326, Keeping Steady. The blood fiend race was born in the ancient battlefields, created from the resentment of dead creatures. By right, they should have been mindless creatures with nothing but violence on their minds. However, the blood fiend race had changed. It was as if there was a force in the dark changing the blood fiends, guiding them onto a set path. For that reason, Chu Xian sensed something unusual. Could it be that someone is plotting something behind the scenes? As soon as this thought appeared, Chu Xian was filled with a sense of crisis. If there was really someone plotting behind the scenes, that person was definitely terrifying if they could influence the blood fiend race. It was most likely a Dayuan realm expert too. In fact, even Hong Yuanchuo and Mo2 could not interfere with the calamity-bearing race so directly. I have to remain steadfast and not make any impulsive moves. Chu Xian took a deep breath. The heavenly Dao talisman plan was his priority. Whoever was plotting things behind the scenes had probably set up a trap for others. Does this person only have an influence on the blood fiend race in the western zone or the entire 9 zones? Chu Xian was on full alert. If that person could only influence the blood fiends in the western zone, it was still acceptable. However, if their influence stretched to the entire 9 zones, that would be terrifying. It meant that the other party could interfere with the Great Dayuan Calamity itself. What kind of terrifying power was needed to interfere with the Great Dayuan Calamity? Hong Yuanchuo and the others definitely did not have the ability to do so. With his current strength, it was likely that he would not be able to defeat this expert. Looking at the eastern, southern, chaos, Buddhist, and monster zones, Chu Xian made a decision. He could not delay the heavenly Dao talisman plan. He needed to improve his strength as soon as possible. In order to quickly push forward the plan without being noticed, he could only rely on his disciples. Using the fate that the disciples had seized from the calamity as a guide, he would be able to use the heavenly Dao laws to devour the laws of heaven and earth. Chu Xian pondered for a while and felt that it was feasible. Before he became strong, he had to be stable and cautious. As Chu Xian thought of this, a Dao principle wrapped around him. The stable Dao principle. He took out the myriad heavenly mirror and gave each disciple a heavenly Dao seal. The heavenly Dao seal would be able to use his disciples' fate to devour the laws of heaven and earth, and would also allow his disciples to use a portion of the power of the heavenly Dao laws. With the support of the heavenly Dao laws, they would enter the calamity and fight for fate, which in turn would strengthen the heavenly Dao laws. Chu Xian stayed in his small courtyard and did not interfere with the outside world to avoid being detected by the person behind the scenes. The expansion and improvement of the heavenly Dao laws would be left to the disciples. Chu Xian was very confident in his disciples. In the entire 9 zones, there were not many who could compare to them. Ji Dexin was a special existence, to the point that even Chu Xian felt that he was unusual. The calamity was getting more and more intense, especially in the western zone. Even Ding Yu and Xiao Yang felt the strain. It was getting harder and harder to defeat the Blood Fiend race's geniuses. The Blood Fiend race was in the midst of transformation, and they were constantly improving their ability to revive. The battle in the eastern zone was also very intense. The Blood Fiends kept appearing, and the entire eastern zone was overflowing with Blood Fiends. Chu Xian did not interfere too much. Other than the northern zone, he did not actively purify or expel the blood-colored spiritual energy in the other regions under the heavenly Dao laws. Chu Xian stayed in the courtyard, refining the reincarnation Dao law while perfecting the reincarnation cycle. With the appearance of blood fiends everywhere, Chu Xian realized that, apart from the blood fiends of the western zone, the blood fiends elsewhere were not transforming. From this, he was certain that the blood fiend race in the western zone was being controlled by someone. Chu Xian heaved a sigh of relief. This person's influence did not extend to the entire 9 zones. It seemed that the other parties seemed to want to use the western zone as a foundation to expand into the other zones. Apart from the northern zone, the only other peaceful inhabited zone was the central zone. Chu Xian sensed that the atmosphere in the central zone was not quite right. It was likely that the Blood Fiend race would soon descend upon the central zone. The moment the Blood Fiend race appeared in the central zone would also be the time when the heavenly Dao laws established a foundation in the central zone. Qianming also had a heavenly Dao seal on him, so Chu Xian would not need to take action personally. The heavenly Dao laws would act on their own initiative to infiltrate the laws of heaven and earth there. He Yu was in the chaos zone. Chu Xian was very confident in He Yu. She was knowledgeable, had an extraordinary background, and possessed outstanding abilities. Furthermore, she was a meticulous planner. Her plan was already in motion in the chaos zone. In addition, the ghost race had expanded very quickly and had already spread everywhere. As the ghost clan race, they left traces of the heavenly Dao in various places, providing a foundation for its infiltration. The Buddhist zone was still in a stalemate. However, the Buddhists were gradually gaining the upper hand. Chu Pingfen and Yu had already set off for the eastern zone. Chu Xian kept an eye on the De Yuan group, especially Mo2 and Mo Zhan. He found that they were all very well behaved. Once they knew how terrifying the mysterious Great Calamity was, they shifted their focus away from the 9 zones. Any interference was regarded as a sign or effect of the calamity. Yi Yuejun was still uncontactable. Could it be that he was trapped? Chu Xian was puzzled. Yi Yuejun was a creature of the Great Dao and was extremely powerful. In terms of strength, he was actually stronger than Hong Yuanchuo and Mo2. What was that strange black power? Was it the source of the Great Dao calamity? Chu Xian was helpless. He could not enter the Great Dao, and even if he could, he would not mess with the strange black power. Moreover, he was still cooped up in the courtyard. Even if he entered the Great Dao, he could only stay where he was. The Great Dao was invisible, but also omnipresent. As long as he stayed where he was, he would not be judged to have left the small courtyard. After all, the Great Dao was omnipresent, and the small courtyard was also where the Great Dao was. Chapter 327, The Mysterious Mastermind. Western Zone, Northern Region. The entire region was covered in blood-colored spiritual energy. Even the plants were stained with a touch of blood. Countless blood fiends populated the northern region. The northern region had fallen, and many living beings had become food for the blood fiends. The humans who had not escaped in time were being kept in captivity as a food source. The dense blood-colored spiritual energy provided the foundation for blood fiends' revival and strengthening. Within the thick blood-colored spiritual energy, every blood fiend's strength was slowly increasing. When they died, the living beings who were lucky enough to escape with their souls had all become ghosts. However, the blood-colored spiritual energy was too terrifying, and even the ghosts were not willing to stay any longer. There was nothing of value left in the northern region. The ghost race was spread all over the 9 zones, but they did not care about the northern region. The blood fiends would not turn into ghosts upon death, and none of their belongings were beneficial to the ghost race. Thanks to this, the ghost race had given up on the northern region. Occasionally, they would enter, but only ghosts with average strength who wandered around the periphery of the northern region. In the depths of the northern region, a special ancient battlefield emerged. Different from the other ancient battlefields, this ancient battlefield seemed to be a supreme treasure and not just a piece of land. Unlike the other ancient battlefields, which were filled with blood lakes and blood fiends, this ancient battlefield was filled with a faint grayish-black aura. At first glance, this aura unknowingly made one feel fear, as if there was a great horror hidden within it that wanted to devour people. The black ancient battlefield was quietly surrounded by the blood fiends, and grayish-black aura bubbled and rolled. In the middle of the battlefield was a black stone house. The door was closed, and no one knew what was inside. On both sides of the stone house, there was a strange black tree with twisted and mottled branches. It was about 30 meters tall, and black and red fruits the size of a thumb hung on the tree. Amidst the faint, grayish-black aura, 2 blood fiends with bulging muscles were walking toward the black stone house. When they saw the black and red fruits on the 2 strange trees outside the stone house, their eyes revealed a look of desire and excitement. Plop! The 2 blood fiends knelt in front of the stone house. They were very respectful. After kowtowing, they waited, motionless. Pa! 2 fruits fell from the strange tree and landed in front of the 2 blood fiends. Thank you for your gift, Lord. After the 2 blood fiends kowtowed and thanked him, they excitedly picked up the fruits and swallowed them. Their bodies were suffused with the faint grayish-black aura, as well as an aura of bloodlust. Their bodies seemed to be undergoing some kind of transformation, and their intelligence improved even further. The 2 blood fiends were extremely excited. This was what living was truly like. Previously, they had just been mindless beasts, but this expert had given them the opportunity to progress further. An indescribable voice came from the stone house. Can you occupy the western zone? Reporting to the Lord, no, we can't. The 2 blood fiends prostrated themselves on the ground and spoke carefully, afraid of angering the unknown existence in the stone house. The human race has heavens blessed who are very strong. We don't have the advantage for the time being. Don't worry, Lord. We've already started to nurture our own heavens blessed. We'll definitely conquer the western zone. After the 2 blood fiends finished speaking, they prostrated themselves on the ground and did not dare to move. The stone house was silent for a long time before murmurs could be heard. Human. A lowly race with weak bodies and short lifespans actually managed to become stronger. The existence in the stone house seemed surprised by the rise of the human race. My lord, the human race is now the overlord race of the 9 zones, one of the blood fiends said. There was no sound coming from the stone house. After a long while, the existence said, even if we can't take over the western zone, we have to protect the northern zone. Yes, my lord. The 2 blood fiends heaved a sigh of relief. The expert did not blame them for their incompetence. The 9 zones are about to change. If you do well, yours will be the next overlord race. A wisp of the grayish-black aura floated out of the stone house and formed a mysterious rune, imprinting itself on the foreheads of the 2 blood fiends. Cultivate this technique well. Yes, my lord. The two blood fiends were extremely excited. A technique bestowed by an expert would definitely be incomparably powerful. Don't advance rashly, wait for the right time. The voice came from the stone house, and then it went silent. Yes, my lord, the two blood fiends replied. They knelt on the ground for a long time. When no other instructions were forthcoming, the two blood fiends then stood up, bowed, and left the mysterious ancient battlefield. Western Zone. Ding Yu and Xiao Yang were sitting together. There's something wrong with the blood fiend race of the Western Zone, Xiao Yang said in a deep voice. Such a transformation should not have happened to the blood fiend race. Could it be that the first blood fiend race to descend upon the 9 zones is special? Ding Yu speculated with a frown. Maybe. Xiao Yang was not sure. Then, the two of them began to discuss their next course of action. Although the situation has stabilized, we have no way of taking back the northern region. On the other hand, the southern region and eastern region still have some pockets of human resistance. Perhaps we can start there, Xiao Yang suggested. Let's go to the southern region. We will launch a counterattack there, Ding Yu thought for a moment and said. The Western Zone was a little special as it was under the control of the Heavenly Dao laws. If they could take back the southern region, they could connect it to the western region. Tell Yu Shu and the rest to guard the central region. We will lead a group of people to try and retake the southern region. The southern region had just fallen, and most of the humans had evacuated. Furthermore, it was a good distance away from the Blood Fiend race's headquarters in the northern region. Therefore, the blood-colored spiritual energy here was still rather thin. Most of the Blood Fiend race's forces were tied down at the central region, so there was definitely an opportunity to retake the southern region. However, whether or not they could hold on to it was another question altogether. What Ding Yu and Xiao Yang wanted to achieve was to allow the Heavenly Dao laws to infiltrate the southern region. As long as that objective was achieved, their plan would be considered a success. Furthermore, taking back the southern region, even for a short period of time, had its benefits. The southern region had fallen too quickly and most of the resources had not been transferred yet. They could take the opportunity to transfer all of the remaining resources there to the central region. After the two finished their discussion, they began to execute their plan. Ding Yu and Xiao Yang set out from the central region. The Heavenly Dao seals absorbed some of the Heavenly Dao law's powers to assist them. The counterattack went smoothly. There were not many blood fiends left behind in the southern region, so whatever was remaining there were quickly killed. At the same time, the Heavenly Dao law spread into the southern region through the Heavenly Dao seal. Chapter 328, Feng Kong Awakens. Your disciples, Ding Yu and Xiao Yang, attacked the Blood Fiend race with the power of the Heavenly Dao laws and achieved a great victory. Your Heavenly Dao laws have devoured a wisp of the Great Daoyuan's calamities aura. Your Fate Dao principle advanced. The system's reward suddenly arrived. The Heavenly Dao laws had actually devoured a wisp of the Great Daoyuan calamities aura, strengthening the laws. He examined the Heavenly Dao talisman and discovered that the Heavenly Dao laws had spread from the western region to the southern region of the Western Zone. After taking over the southern region, Ding Yu and Xiao Yang separated. Ding Yu was in charge of the southern region, threatening the Blood Fiend race in the eastern region. Xiao Yang, on the other hand, returned to the central region to defend the central region's main camp from the Blood Fiend army. Not bad, they're quite capable. Chu Xian nodded in satisfaction. As expected of his strongest disciples. The two of them had already reached the peak of the Heaven Realm, and were on the verge of reaching the Divine Realm. Their cultivation levels skyrocketed thanks to their achievements during the Great Daoyuan calamity. It truly was a time of opportunity. Even Hong Yuanchu had reached the Daoyuan realm during a Great Daoyuan calamity. The Great Daoyuan calamity had yet to reach its most intense stage. As it developed, Chu Xian believed that there would be Dao realm cultivators entering the calamity to fight for fate. However, after the Great Daoyuan calamity, the great Dao calamity would descend. There was hardly any time to catch his breath. There was still no news of Yi Yuejun. He did not know what was going on. Chu Xian turned his attention to the other disciples. He Yu's arrangements in the Chaos Zone had yet to come to fruition, and she had yet to fight for fate during the Great Dayuan calamity. Still, Chu Xian was very confident in her abilities. She was the kind of person who planned the big picture and made a killing in one fell swoop. Once her plan bore fruit, the rewards would definitely be extraordinary. Although Qin Ying was an in-name disciple, his strength was also extraordinary. He was worthy of his fame as the great Qin Emperor. With the backing of the Luo family, Qin Ying made full use of his potential in this life. Most of the forces in the Eastern Zone were under his control, including the heavens blessed of the various factions. His forces constantly besieged the Blood Fiend race and weakened their ability to revive. They mobilized all kinds of resources and set up large formations and restrictions. The calamity within the Eastern Zone had been stabilized for the time being, and there were no signs of further deterioration. Meanwhile, Xiang Xing and Wang Luo were in the southern region. Hu Tianya was laying low, waiting for an opportunity to turn the tide. Qianming was also still hiding, waiting for an opportunity. Chu Xian had a feeling that the Great Dayuan calamity was not so simple. Southern Zone. In the forbidden area within the Feng family's back mountain, Feng Shaoqing arrived at the core of the forbidden area. In a small crystal house, a majestic man sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. He was in a state of deep sleep. Upon closer inspection, one would realize that the man's body was not made of flesh and blood. It was a divine soul. The human king Feng Kong. This crystal house was the treasure of the human king Feng Kong. Even the Feng family did not know the origin of this crystal house. The crystal house was Feng Kong's trump card. According to the information passed down in the Feng family, before the battle, Feng Kong had secretly told his descendants that if he died, there was no need to panic. They just had to come to this crystal house to find him. He had left a trace of his divine soul in the crystal house. No one had thought that Feng Kong would really die, and that the backup he left behind would also suffer a blow. This remnant divine soul had only woken up once, and had been sleeping ever since. That terrifying enemy was too powerful. Not only did he kill Feng Kong, but his attack also wounded Feng Kong's divine soul in the crystal house. Were it not for the special properties of the crystal house, Feng Kong's divine soul would have died on the spot as well. In contrast, the contingency plans prepared by the Demon King and Monster King had failed, and they had died. Feng Shaoqing looked at the person in the crystal house. This was the ancestor who had led the Feng family to rise up. He was also the last human king of the human race. He had once created a legend, but he had also lost miserably. He was the one who had the most miserable ending among all of the human kings. For him, the Feng family had sacrificed so many geniuses just to resurrect him. Feng Shaoqing had been instilled with the same belief since he was young. He had always lived a very tired life. Any peerless heavens blessed would want to live their own life and not carry the burden of their predecessors. As such, he could understand Feng Ruping's actions. If he had the chance, he would do the same. He had headed to the southern region of the northern zone to fight for the fate treasures, not for himself, but rather to increase the chances of saving their ancestor. As for using the fate treasures on himself, that would never be allowed. In the end, he failed. He had encountered someone even more monstrous than him. Feng Shaoqing took out the pill that Wang Luo gave him and pressed it against the crystal house, which started to absorb its medicinal efficacy. Feng Shaoqing's heart was beating rapidly in his mouth. He stared at Feng Kong. It was time for him, Feng Shaoqing, to truly make a living for himself. He would die without regrets. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 15 minutes, 30 minutes. Feng Kong, who was in the crystal house, did not change at all. Feng Shaoqing felt a little disappointed. Wang Luo's pill did not seem to work. Just as he was about to leave, the crystal house suddenly shook. Feng Shaoqing stopped in his tracks. The crystal house trembled and started to shrink. The divine soul in the crystal house opened its eyes. There was a flash of light. The crystal house was in the hands of Feng Kong's divine soul, which was looking at him. He really woke up? Feng Shaoqing pays his respects to the ancestor. Feng Shaoqing was momentarily stunned before he hurriedly bowed. How long have I been sleeping? Feng Kong asked calmly. I don't know. Feng Shaoqing shook his head. This pill is extraordinary. Where did you get it? Feng Kong continued to ask. Feng Shaoqing did not hide anything and told Feng Kong everything. Feng Kong was silent for a long time after hearing this. In the end, he sighed. Why did they go so far? I've made things difficult for my descendants. I need to borrow your body. Feng Kong's soul flickered, and then entered the crystal house. The crystal house then entered Feng Shaoqing's soul. Feng Shaoqing was very nervous. He was afraid that Feng Kong would take over his body. Chapter 329, Jade Crystal Palace. Don't be nervous. No matter how useless I am, I won't take over my descendants' bodies. Feng Kong laughed softly. I've embarrassed myself in front of the ancestor. Feng Shaoqing smiled awkwardly. He relaxed his mind, and his body was temporarily under Feng Kong's control. Feng Kong controlled Feng Shaoqing's body and brought him to the Feng family's hall. Looking at the current Feng family, his heart was filled with emotion. All of you, come. The voice was Feng Kong's. All of the elders of the Feng family were present. They were all shocked to see Feng Shaoqing. Then, they saw Feng Kong emerge from Feng Shaoqing's body. Ancestor, you've recovered. The Feng family elders were excited. The ancestor had awakened. Feng Kong glanced at the elders present. He did not recognize any of them. Could it be that his descendants had all died? Tell me about the current 9 zones and how many years have passed. The old man knelt on the ground in excitement. Great-grandson pays his respects to the ancestor. The 9 zones are currently in turmoil. He told Feng Kong everything he knew, especially about the Great Dayuan Calamity. Great Dayuan Calamity. Feng Kong's expression was complicated. He was once the human king of the southern zone as well as the ruling human king of the entire human race. However, who would have thought that King Slayer would appear out of nowhere? Now, when he reawakened, it was during the Great Dayuan Calamity. Enter the Calamity. Every descendant of the Feng family should enter the Calamity. Protect the human race, protect the southern zone, and rise up during this calamity, Feng Kong ordered. Then, he returned to Feng Shaoqing's body and said, Go find our young friend Wang Luo. I can only be considered to have awakened, and can't last long in this state. Yes, ancestor. Feng Shaoqing agreed. After bidding farewell to the family elders, he left the Feng family and headed to the southern zone's northern region to seek out Wang Luo. Chu Xian tried to contact Yi Yuejun again, but failed to receive a reply. Were it not for Yi Yuejun's aura in the Origin Dao crystal, he would have suspected that the latter had died. However, Yi Yuejun was a 10-winged hell-devouring rock, so he was not too worried. As long as the darkness did not disappear, the latter would not die. He was mainly curious about what the strange black power on the Great Dao was. Chu Xian once again examined the fate of the 9 zones. He found that the spiritual energy activity of the 9 zones had become more and more chaotic, and that its fate was covered in a fog, which meant that the Great Dayuan Calamity was about to enter a new stage. He looked at the Western Zone. In the Western Zone, the Western region and the Central region had been taken over by the Heavenly Dao laws. The Southern region had already been infiltrated, but it would take some time before the Heavenly Dao laws fully devoured the laws of heaven and earth there. However, the northern region of the Western Zone was very unusual. Everything was covered in a fog that seemed to block his senses, and its fate seemed to be ever-changing. There was indeed someone at work controlling the blood fiend race there. He had to be more careful. Suddenly, his expression changed. Feng Kong had awakened? Wang Luo was going to save Feng Kong? Chu Xian took out the myriad heavenly mirror and connected it to Wang Luo to check on Feng Kong's state and strength. At this moment, Feng Kong was in Wang Luo's residence, sitting cross-legged in front of a pill cauldron. Wang Luo was healing Feng Kong's injuries by refining pills. Xiang Xing, Feng Shaoqing, and Huaziying were watching from the side. Huaziying was shocked. This was the legendary Feng family's human king? Chu Xian took a look. Feng Kong was a first-level Dao realm cultivator. His speculation had been correct. Those human, monster and demon kings back then were all cultivators who had just entered the Dao realm. Feng Kong only had a remnant of his original soul, which was being constantly weakened by King Slayer's killing intent. Were it not for the protection of his supreme treasure, he would have died a long time ago. King Slayer's extreme Dao of slaughter was indeed powerful and unique. Even Feng Kong's original soul that had been hidden away could not escape his killing intent. The Monster King and Demon King back then had probably done the same, but lacked a supreme treasure. Only Feng Kong managed to survive. Feng Kong is quite extraordinary. It's a great fortune and an opportunity for him to awaken during this great Daiyuan calamity. If nothing unexpected happens, he will be able to use this opportunity to rise up. The crystal house was extraordinary. It was definitely a supreme treasure, yet somewhat different from the supreme treasures of the 9 zones. It might not even be an item of this era. In order to save Feng Kong and help him to recover completely, one needed to extract the killing intent in his soul. Without that, Feng Kong's cultivation and lifespan would be affected, as he would need to constantly suppress and wear down that killing intent. King Slayer was stronger than him, and an extreme Dao cultivator to boot, so it was impossible for Feng Kong to extract it himself, even with Wang Luo's help. Naturally, Feng Kong knew that as well. However, as long as Wang Luo could help him recover sufficiently, he was confident that he could suppress the killing intent with the crystal house. Chu Xian looked on silently, thinking about whether he should make Feng Kong one of his own. Perhaps, with his help, he could try to investigate who the hidden expert was. Feng Kong could disrupt some of the latter's plans to gauge his response and thereby gain some information. The more Chu Xian looked, the more he felt that the crystal house in Feng Kong's soul was extraordinary. It seemed that Feng Kong did not really understand the use of the crystal house. The crystal house was indeed a treasure, but Chu Xian was not moved by it. After all, he had many treasures stronger than the crystal house. He was just curious. His intuition told him that the crystal house had an extraordinary origin. Heavenly Secrets Origin Probing Technique. Chu Xian immediately used the Heavenly Secrets Origin Probing Technique to investigate the crystal house's origin. The Jade Crystal Palace, the seclusion room of the celestial race's supreme saint, founder, in the 8th Great Dao era. It was nurtured for an entire Daiyuan during the Great Dao era. It contains the remnants of the celestial race's supreme saint's celestial power. It was left in the 9 zones during the Great Dao calamity. It is in a dormant state and has suffered some damage. Good fellow. Chu Xian was really surprised. Feng Kong was really a guy with great fortune. Of course, his luck was also really bad. After obtaining such a treasure, he should have been a protagonist, but he was crushed by King Slayer instead. However, his luck had been better than the demon and monster kings. Had he not been attacked by King Slayer, Feng Kong would probably have somehow activated the Jade Crystal Palace and obtained the remaining celestial power of the Supreme Saint and his inheritance. According to how things should progress, when Feng Kong rose up again, he would seek out King Slayer to seek revenge. That would not do. King Slayer was now his loyal follower. How could Chu Xian allow him to be killed? Feng Kong would likely not let go of the grudge either. Chu Xian decided to take Feng Kong in. As for the grudge between him and King Slayer, that would be a matter for the future. It would not be easy for Feng Kong to catch up to King Slayer's cultivation level. As long as King Slayer was stronger than him, the two sides would not fight to the death. It was actually very easy to deceive King Slayer into not looking for trouble with Feng Kong. Moreover, given King Slayer's arrogance, he would not go after someone he had already defeated. After making his decision, Chu Xian decided to appear. With Feng Kong's current strength, he had a great advantage in the early stages of the Great Daiyuan calamity. Chapter 330, Saving Feng Kong. Wang Luo was currently healing Feng Kong's injuries. Feng Kong's injuries were too severe, exceeding his expectations. The pill that he had prepared was unable to heal Feng Kong completely, so he had to think of another way. Fortunately, Feng Kong was once a human king, so he still had some heavenly treasures. Otherwise, Wang Luo would be helpless. Feng Kong's soul was gradually recovering. After his soul recovered, King Slayer's killing intent was also revealed. Wang Luo and the others' expressions changed. "Don't panic. It's the killing intent in my body. I'll suppress it," Feng Kong said helplessly. How many years had it been? This killing intent had not been obliterated or dissipated despite the long passage of time. When he thought about the King Slayer, he felt angry, but also a little helpless. King Slayer was too powerful. Wang Luo threw some heavenly treasures into the pill cauldron while frowning. "This won't do. If you don't get rid of this killing intent, even if you recover, you will still be affected. As long as I recover, I will be able to get rid of it after some time," Feng Kong said. However, what he lacked the most now was time. Normally, he would enter closed-door cultivation for 100 or 1,000 years to get rid of this killing intent. However, he was currently in the middle of the Great Daiyuan calamity, and every second was precious. Even after Senior Feng Kong has recovered, you still can't erase this killing intent? Xiang Xing asked curiously. After all, Feng Kong was a human king, an existence that had surpassed the divine realm. Why could he not even erase a trace of this killing intent? Feng Kong seemed a little weak. Feng Kong felt sorrowful. Back then, he was a peerless expert, but now, even the younger generation was doubting his strength. This is not an ordinary killing intent, but extreme Dao killing intent. It's different. Sighing deeply, he said, "Back then, I was stronger than the monster and demon kings, but I was still no match for that person's extreme Dao of slaughter." Feng Kong did not continue. The extreme Dao of slaughter was too terrifying. If he did not have this supreme treasure, he would not have survived. Wang Luo and Xiang Xing nodded. The two of them thought of Chu Pingfen. Although he did not cultivate the extreme Dao of slaughter, he still cultivated an extreme Dao. Both of them understood the strength and uniqueness of the extreme Dao. "Senior Feng Kong, if you want to recover to your peak and dispel that killing intent, I'm afraid you can only seek my master's help," Wang Luo hesitated for a moment before saying. Feng Kong remained silent for a moment. Wang Luo and Xiang Xing's master had to be a peerless expert, an existence even stronger than himself at his peak. Perhaps he was once a human king as well? "What are the conditions required to seek your master's help?" Feng Kong asked. The Great Daiyuan calamity was ongoing. If he did not recover to his peak, how could make the most of this opportunity? Furthermore, he might even perish. The former human kings had probably all gone to that mysterious place. Whether or not they would return was unknown. As the former human king, he also wanted to return to his peak and lead the human race to the peak. Perhaps he could continue to increase his cultivation level during this calamity, which might give him the opportunity to settle the score with King Slayer. He was familiar with King Slayer. Back then, he, Feng Kong, was upright, unparalleled in power, and respected as the human king. As for King Slayer, he was quirky, bloodthirsty, and had a bad reputation. However, King Slayer was still a human after all, so Feng Kong had once advised him not to kill human cultivators, but monster and demon race cultivators instead. King Slayer then indeed went over to challenge the monster and demon race cultivators. However, after dealing with them, he came back to challenge Feng Kong. At that time, Feng Kong realized that something was wrong. King Slayer's cultivation had most likely deviated, so he had left a wisp of his soul in the crystal house. Then, he fought King Slayer. His original intention was to stop King Slayer, but if the latter did not come to his senses, then Feng Kong would be left with no choice but to kill him to prevent him from slaughtering countless other human cultivators. However, King Slayer proved to be terrifyingly strong, and he had lost. When he died, Feng Kong had been very pessimistic about the future of the human race. If he died, the demon race would definitely take the opportunity to invade, and no one would be able to restrain the Demon King. King Slayer had gone mad and would definitely not help the human race. It was only now that Feng Kong realized that King Slayer had killed the other two kings as well, resulting in the 9 zones becoming kingless. However, it was no use dwelling on the past. Feng Kong only wanted to recover now. Even if he had to lower his head to seek help, he would do it. It depends on Master's mood. The conditions shouldn't be important. Wang Luo thought for a moment and said, perhaps Senior Feng would need to become Master's disciple and run errands for him. Feng Kong was speechless. He was once the human king, but he could only be an errand boy? Feng Kong's face showed signs of struggle. He was the human king, how could he run errands for someone else? Would that not make him the most miserable one among the human kings? My master is unfathomable. In his eyes, Dao realm cultivators are just ants, Wang Luo said solemnly. Feng Kong remained silent. After a long while, he gritted his teeth and asked, "Can I meet your master?" "All right, I'll contact my master." Wang Luo nodded. Just as he was about to contact Chu Xian, he saw a halo with ripples appear. Feng Kong's expression changed. Just as he was about to say something, Wang Luo and Xiang Xing hurriedly bowed. "Greetings, Master." Hua Xing was already prostrating herself on the ground. Feng Shaoking's heart was not calm. He hurriedly bowed to welcome this expert. Feng Kong raised his head and saw an indescribable figure shrouded in a 7-colored divine light. This person did not reveal his aura, but he still gave off a terrifying feeling. "Greetings, Senior." Feng Kong hurriedly bowed. Chu Xian glanced at him. "It's fate that we met. You died at the hands of King Slayer and survived until now. It's also fate and destiny that you met me. He has gone astray on the path of the extreme Dao of slaughter, but I have already helped him to correct his mistake. The grudge between you two shall be resolved by yourselves." Feng Kong's heart trembled. Senior is. Could this terrifying senior be King Slayer's master? I'm not his teacher. It's just that he was fated to join my Dao cultivation group. Chu Xian raised his hand and pointed. A ray of light surged forth and entered Feng Kong's body. In an instant, the killing intent inside Feng Kong's body disappeared. Feng Kong's divine soul trembled, and traces of flesh and blood began to form. After just a short while, he had recovered his physical body. Although his strength had not yet recovered to its peak, he would only need to cultivate for a few days to return to his peak. "Many thanks, Senior." Feng Kong was extremely excited. He had finally come back to life. He hurriedly thanked Chu Xian. If Senior has any instructions, Feng Kong will go through fire and water to complete them. Chu Xian was satisfied with Feng Kong's attitude and said, "You were once the human king and have contributed to the human race. I will not be harsh with you. If you are willing, you can become my follower. If you are not willing, you can do 3 things for me." Chapter 331, Dao Realm Follower. Feng Kong was conflicted. Become a follower? He was once the human king, and there were countless people who hoped to become his followers, but now, he was being asked to follow someone else. If he did not want to become a follower, he needed to do 3 things, which seemed simple on the surface. However, how could the 3 things requested by a supreme expert be simple? "Don't worry," Chu Xian continued, "these 3 things will not be beyond your capabilities." He gave the choice to Feng Kong. Whether or not he could grasp the opportunity would depend on Feng Kong. If Feng Kong chose the second option, Chu Xian would not be disappointed. He could only chalk it up to a lack of fate between himself and Feng Kong. If Feng Kong chose to become his follower, it would be his opportunity, and it was inevitable that he would rise up during this great Daeyuan calamity. 3 things that would not be beyond his ability. Feng Kong was confident that he could complete them. However, he was struggling in his heart. If he chose to do 3 things, would he miss out on an opportunity? This senior was clearly extremely powerful. Could he really become such an expert? Could he really catch up to King Slayer? Could he really rely on himself to rise up and reach a higher realm? If he had not suffered defeat at the hands of King Slayer, Feng Kong would naturally be very confident. He would definitely reject the first option and choose to do 3 things. However, after suffering and being beaten, Feng Kong was no longer as arrogant or as blindly confident. After a long while, Feng Kong took a deep breath and made his decision. Although I, Feng Kong, was a human king, I am also the one who failed. I am grateful to Senior for giving me a new life. I, Feng Kong, am willing to become Senior's follower. Chu Xian was pleased. Feng Kong lowering his status was a good start. Since he had made this decision, he would naturally give him some guidance. A force swept and separated Wang Luo and the others to allow Chu Xian to converse privately with Feng Kong. You won't regret this choice. Our sect doesn't have a name. You can just call it following your heart. Yes, thank you, my lord. Feng Kong chose to address Chu Xian as lord. He could not bring himself to call him master. Chu Xian was not bothered by this. You have just entered the Dao realm. How much do you know about it? My lord, I broke through the shackles of the divine realm and entered the Dao realm not long ago. I don't know much about this realm, but before I died, something seemed to be attracting me to go somewhere, Feng Kong said after thinking for a while. Chu Xian was not surprised by this. As expected, after breaking through to the Dao realm, one would be summoned by the primordial land. Feng Kong was filled with anticipation. He did not know much about the Dao realm and now this expert was going to guide him. This way, he could avoid many detours. The Dao realm is divided into 36 levels. To advance, you must refine your Dao principles, comprehend new ones, and perfect the old ones. Chu Xian passed on the knowledge of the Dao realm to Feng Kong, all the way up to the Daeyuan realm. There are only a few who can make it to the Daeyuan realm. Many are stuck at the 36 levels of the Dao realm. You still have a long way to go. Feng Kong's heart trembled. He was even more glad that he had made the right choice. Otherwise, how would he have known the secrets of the Dao realm? How would he know the secret to reaching the Daeyuan realm? This supreme expert had to be a Daeyuan expert himself. Otherwise, how could he be so familiar with the 36 levels? Feng Kong now had a clear direction for his cultivation. He was no longer confused and did not need to muddle his way through. You are being drawn to the primordial land, which is in the desolate ancient zone. It is said that it is the origin of the 9 zones and the place closest to the Great Dao. Now that the Great Daeyuan calamity has arrived, Dao realm cultivators will also enter the calamity. You should seize this opportunity and increase your strength. Yes, my lord. Feng Kong replied respectfully. Chu Xian waved his hand and a wisp of chaotic energy was transferred to Feng Kong. At the same time, he gave Feng Kong a heavenly Dao seal. Feng Kong would definitely enter the calamity to fight for fate, which was exactly what Chu Xian required of him. Given Feng Kong's current strength, in the 9 zones, he was almost invincible. His participation would naturally speed up the expansion of the heavenly Dao laws. As for the wisp of chaotic energy, that was to help Feng Kong refine his Dao principles and quickly increase his cultivation level. He could not allow his followers to be weak. This is chaotic energy. It can refine Dao principles and speed up the transformation of your Dao principles. Feng Kong excitedly received the wisp of chaotic energy. This was a precious treasure. Many thanks, my lord. Feng Kong was extremely grateful. He had condensed the Fire Dao principle, which was still weak at the moment. After absorbing the chaotic energy, he could clearly feel that the Fire Dao principle had become stronger. Not only that, his physical body was also becoming stronger. Chu Xian continued, the Jade Crystal Palace in your soul is of extraordinary origin. Take good care of it. If you can activate it, you will obtain something good. Jade Crystal Palace? The Crystal House? Feng Kong took out the Jade Crystal Palace and held it in his palm. He asked in confusion, my lord, I found this Jade Crystal Palace by chance when I was traveling the desolate ancient zone. Although it's somewhat magical, I've never been able to find out its exact purpose or use. It's the secret cultivation room of a person who reached the Dayuan realm a long time ago. It's naturally extraordinary. You should spend some time examining and comprehending it. When the time is right, it will be activated. Chu Xian did not make it too clear. He had his suspicions that this Jade Crystal Palace had not been left behind by accident. Perhaps the celestial race wanted to leave an inheritance in the 9 zones? No matter what the purpose behind it was, since it was in Feng Kong's hands, then the secret inside would eventually be inherited by Feng Kong. Yes, my lord. Chu Xian also talked about the Great Dayuan calamity and the Blood Fiend race, while reminding Feng Kong that he could quickly rise up by fighting for fate during the calamity. In the past, the powerful cultivators of the human race rose to power during the Great Dayuan calamity and led the human race to become the overlords of the 9 zones. Feng Kong's heart was surging with emotions. His chance to rise up had come. He would exterminate the Blood Fiend race, fight for fate during the calamity, and rise up. Chu Xian ended his private chat with Feng Kong, after which he encouraged Wang Luo and Xiang Xing, and then deactivated the myriad heavenly mirror. Chapter 332, The Human King Suppresses the Blood Fiends. After Chu Xian gave Feng Kong some advice, he redirected his attention back to the reincarnation cycle. Ever since Chu Xian found out that there was a hidden expert in the Western Zone manipulating the Blood Fiend race, he kept a low profile and no longer interfered with the situation in the Western Zone. Ding Yu and Xiaoyang were fighting with the Blood Fiend race in the Western Zone. Occasionally, they would also borrow the power of the heavenly Dao laws. Chu Xian did not stop them. The current heavenly Dao laws were similar to the laws of heaven and earth. Even if Ding Yu and Xiaoyang borrowed the power of the heavenly Dao, they would only be mistaken for borrowing the power of the laws of heaven and earth. The children of fate naturally inherited part of the fate of the 9 zones, and could thus borrow the power of the laws of heaven and earth. Presumably, no one would be able to tell the difference. Moreover, Chu Xian believed that the hidden expert could not interfere directly with the Great Dayuan calamity, which was why he had chosen to act secretly. A month passed. Su Xianer could not sit still any longer and ran off to find He Yu. Chu Xian did not object to this. One more person fighting for fate in the calamity meant one more reward for him. Your disciple, Ding Yu, has fought for fate during the Great Dayuan calamity and reached the divine realm. Your Fate Dao principle has advanced, and you have received a lump of chaotic energy. Ding Yu had broken through to the divine realm. The calamity was full of opportunities, but also dangers. For every cultivator that rose up, countless others fell. In the northern region of the southern zone, Wang Luo and Xiang Xing made their moves. They continuously set up large formations to refine the Blood Fiend race. The other regions in the southern zone were also under attack from the Blood Fiend race. The Great Dayuan calamity was in full swing. In the eastern region of the southern zone, Xiang Bang killed the Blood Fiends one by one. Not only did he kill them, but he also purified the blood-colored spiritual energy. His strength was beyond imagination. Xiang Bang kept killing and purifying the Blood Fiends. Although they were numerous, he had at least stopped them from spreading. Can't you just go to the northern region and look after our son? Feng Rupiang asked worriedly. There are opportunities for him in the northern region. You don't have to worry about him. Xiang Bang could sense that the more blood fiends he killed, the closer he was to truly breaking through the shackles of the divine realm and reaching a new realm. Boom! Suddenly, an ancient battlefield descended upon the eastern region. This ancient battlefield seemed to have been dyed blood red. Roar! Two huge blood fiends charged over. Xiang Bang's expression turned extremely solemn. The strength of these two blood fiends was no weaker than his. They were half-step Dao realm blood fiends. Be careful! After warning Feng Rupiang, Xiang Bang went up to meet them. The countless cultivators of the eastern region also charged forward with him. A great battle broke out, and the blood-colored spiritual energy became more and more intense. Feng Rupiang looked at Xiang Bang with a worried expression. Although he was powerful, the two blood fiends were also extremely powerful. If he could not kill them completely, once the two blood fiends revived and fused, an even stronger blood fiend would emerge. This time, blood fiends arrived with great momentum and, as they fell in great numbers, they revived and came back stronger. Retreat! Set up a defensive perimeter. Xiang Bang ordered. It was also very difficult for him to resist those two blood fiends. He could not kill and purify them at the same time. As such, if they died, they would fuse with each other, and might even give birth to a Dao realm blood fiend. If that was the case, who could stop that blood fiend? The eastern region's forces began to retreat and continued to build a large defensive formation. As they continued to kill, more and more cultivators died, and they could not purify the blood-colored spiritual energy in time. The blood fiends became stronger and stronger. Xiang Bang, retreat quickly! Feng Rupiang called out anxiously. Xiang Bang was helpless. If he did not stop the two blood fiends, no one in the entire eastern region, or even the southern zone, could stop them. He could not retreat. Even though he was already injured, he could not retreat. At this moment, the sky turned red, and a huge flaming phoenix appeared. The phoenix seemed to have a tangible form. The flames were condensed and did not dissipate. He could not even sense the temperature within. However, wherever the phoenix flew by, the blood fiends would evaporate. In an instant, the field was cleared. The phoenix then flew toward the two blood fiends. Xiang Bang hurriedly retreated. His expression changed drastically. The power of this phoenix was beyond his imagination. It was far stronger than he was. When the phoenix appeared, everyone's first thought was that it belonged to the human king's Feng family. Since when did the Feng family have such an expert? The two blood fiends were completely defenseless in front of the phoenix. They quickly melted away and disappeared. The gap between them and the Dao realm was immense. However, even a Dao realm expert could not purify so many blood fiends. Moreover, this was the great Dayuan calamity, and changes could happen at the drop of a hat. As more blood fiends were killed, new ones would appear. The phoenix dissipated, and a figure appeared in its place. Ancestor! Feng Rupiang was shocked. Xiang Bang was shocked. The human king Feng Kong? He had recovered? Was this the might of a human king? He had thought that he was only a step away, but now he realized that step was a very large one. Feng Kong turned to look at Feng Rupiang and nodded with a smile. I, Feng Kong, hereby issue the human king's order today. All human cultivators must put aside old grudges and work together to resist the great Dayuan calamity. He shouted loudly. The 9 zones will eventually become the 9 zones of the human race. The cultivators present were momentarily stunned, but after they recovered, they started shouting excitedly. As your majesty commands. Everyone was extremely excited. It was the human king, Feng Kong. A legendary existence. Feng Kong's figure once again transformed into a huge phoenix, charging directly toward the blood-red ancient battlefield. Boom! The ancient battlefield trembled and a battle broke out. Not long after, Feng Kong returned and sealed the ancient battlefield with his Dao aura, preventing the blood fiends from reviving. After leaving the eastern region, Feng Kong went to the western region, the southern region, and then the central region. Wherever he went, he massacred the blood fiends. Feng Kong's sudden appearance shook the entire southern zone. The heavenly Dao laws also seeped into the various regions of the southern zone. Chu Xian was very satisfied with Feng Kong. The expansion of the heavenly Dao laws had been accelerated. Feng Kong was preparing to head to the western zone. But Chu Xian stopped him. The time had not come yet. He did not want to alert the hidden expert right now. Moreover, with Feng Kong's appearance, the blood fiend race in the southern zone had been suppressed. However, they were a calamity-bearing race, which meant that something else would definitely help them to turn the tides of battle. Thus, if Feng Kong left the southern zone, there would be no one around to deal with those new threats. Chapter 333, The Rise of the Ghost Race. Just as Chu Xian had expected, not long after Feng Kong killed the blood fiends, the shadow of a terrifying ancient battlefield appeared in the central region of the southern zone. Feng Kong had no choice but to head over. Cultivators everywhere were fighting the blood fiend race. However, they were endless. Your disciple, Xiao Yang, has obtained great fortune and reached the divine realm. Your Fate Dao principle has advanced, and you have received a lump of chaotic energy. Xiao Yang broke through to the divine realm not long after Ding Yu. 2/3 of the southern region of the western zone had already been incorporated into the heavenly Dao laws, and some headway had been made into the eastern region as well. Everything was going smoothly. Chu Xian was waiting for the harvest. A month later, your disciples, Wang Luo and Xiang Xing, have completely refined the blood-colored spiritual energy in the northern region of the southern zone. At the same time, they refined treasures from the blood-colored spiritual energy and fought for fate amidst the great Dayuan calamity. Their fates have transformed and their cultivation has reached the divine realm. You have been rewarded with 2 advancements of your Fate Dao principle and 2 lumps of chaotic energy. Chu Xian was stunned. Wang Luo and Xiang Xing were going all out. They had broken through to the divine realm as well. Also, what was the meaning behind the transformation of their fates? Chu Xian looked toward the northern region of the southern zone. The power of fate there had already changed. It seemed to herald the arrival of the great Dao. Wang Luo and Xiang Xing had completely refined the blood-colored spiritual energy in the northern region and refined it into a blood fiend supreme treasure. They had become the first people to truly defeat the blood fiends. Therefore, their fates were transformed, and it appeared that they had been rewarded by the great Dao because of this, resulting in their breakthrough to the divine realm. Chu Xian then turned his attention to He Yu, wondering when she would reap the harvest of her planning. The heavenly Dao laws took this opportunity to expand rapidly in the northern region of the southern zone. Your heavenly Dao laws have taken control of the northern region of the southern zone. You have been rewarded with a cultivation level advancement. 16th level of the Dao realm. As expected, a cheat-like system was far better than any cultivation-boosting treasure. Chu Xian continued to stay in the courtyard. In the 9 zones, it was chaos. There was war and death everywhere. Even Feng Kong was being held back in the central region of the southern zone for the time being. The eastern zone was also in trouble, as more and more blood fiends appeared. The effect of Qin Ying's initial strategy was gradually losing its edge. Fortunately, under Qin Ying's leadership, they had made all kinds of preparations in advance. Thus, the eastern zone was able to stabilize the situation. The Chaos Zone and Monster Zone were both in turmoil as well. A year passed. Over the years, the Great Dao Communication Group gained many more Dao Realm participants from the varying races of the 9 zones. Now, the number of participants in the Great Dao Communication Group was close to 100. Chu Xian currently did not have any thoughts of expanding the group. He no longer needed to use the Origin Dao Crystal to increase the speed of his cultivation. He was focused on expanding the heavenly Dao laws and reaching the Dayuan realm as soon as possible. Another year passed. The 9 zones became increasingly chaotic, and despite Chu Xian's increased mastery of the Fate Dao principle, he failed to peek into the secrets of the 9 zones' fate. As the ancient battlefields continued to descend, the 9 zones began to expand. Perhaps once all of the ancient battlefields had descended, the 9 zones would return to their original size. That moment would likely herald the peak and turning point of the Great Daiyuan calamity as well. The ghost race you created has become famous throughout the 9 zones. The Fengde Ghost King broke through the shackles of the Divine Realm and reached the Dao realm. The Ghost Dao principle has advanced and the ghost world has expanded. His fate has transformed dramatically. Your reincarnation Dao principle has advanced. The system's reward suddenly arrived. Chu Xian was stunned. The Fengde Ghost King reached the Dao realm? Clearly, he had obtained a great opportunity during the Great Daiyuan calamity. The ghost race had risen. Chu Xian examined the ghost race's situation. UER had already broken through to the heaven realm. There were already more than 10 divine realm ghosts. The ghost race had finally become a force to be reckoned with in the 9 zones. Furthermore, everyone now knew about their existence, as well as the fact that they themselves could become ghosts upon death, so long as their divine souls escaped. Since the ghost world was still unable to automatically absorb the souls of the dead, the ghosts still needed to personally deliver these souls to the River of Styx to be transformed. For this reason, the ghost race had set up branches in every zone and region to receive these souls, which fueled the expansion of the ghost race. Naturally, there were also some problems. For example, conflicts due to the previous identity of different races before they turned into ghosts. Chu Xian did not interfere. The ghost world possessed the Ghost Dao principle, which every ghost would cultivate. With time, these problems would be resolved naturally. Besides, a powerful race would naturally have all sorts of problems, and these ghosts would all possess some lingering attachments to their previous lives. Even the Buddhist clan had its fair share of problems. As time passed, new factions within the clan had formed. However, just like how all ghosts were still ghosts no matter what their identity was in their previous lives, all Buddhist factions were still Buddhists in essence. While the other zones were in chaos, the northern zone was at peace. There were no blood fiends, and any ancient battlefields that descended were just treasure troves for the northern zone's cultivators. Cultivation here became easier and easier, and comprehending the heavenly Dao laws also became easier. Chu Xian was looking forward to the northern zone producing a Dao realm cultivator. The significance of the heavenly Dao laws producing a Dao realm cultivator was immeasurable. As time passed, however, some of the northern zone's cultivators could no longer sit still. These cultivators headed to the outer zones to enter the calamity, whether it was to help the human race or to fight for fate. Everyone was trying to lure them out to reinforce the other zones. Chapter 334, The Great Daiyuan Calamity in the Central Zone. Central Zone, Qian Region. Qianming had been cultivating diligently this entire time. At the same time, he paid close attention to the changes happening in the Central Zone, preparing for the calamity. In recent days, the situation in the Qian region had become tense. There was an inexplicable feeling of oppression in the air, as if something big was about to happen. All of the cultivators who had reached the heaven realm could sense this. They were troubled, realizing that the Great Daiyuan calamity was about to descend upon the Central Zone. As the core zone of the human race, the Central Zone had the most and strongest experts, as well as numerous ancient factions. However, they had not sent any experts to reinforce the Western Zone or the other human zones. The fundamental reason was that they were preparing to deal with the Great Daiyuan calamity in the Central Zone. The Ji family and some other ancient forces formed an alliance, which included all the powerful cultivators and geniuses of the Central Zone. At the same time, all of the major forces and cultivators were instructed to obey the alliance's orders. After killing a few disobedient geniuses and forces, the alliance's orders became absolute. While the cultivators and forces were still free to do their own thing, whenever the alliance issued an order, it had to be obeyed unquestioningly. This was done to allow the entire Central Zone to work together to deal with the Great Daeyuan calamity, and to secure the safety and future of the human race. Ji Dexin, the young master of the Ji family, was powerful and domineering. Furthermore, no genius from any other ancient force could compete with him. Thus, he naturally became the leader of the alliance's geniuses. Even the experts from the older generation had to respect him. After all, he had broken through to the divine realm and surpassed many of them. He also had the support of the Ji family and a few other ancient forces, which meant that he was the alliance's leader in all but name. Although Jianming kept a low profile, he was also listed among the heavens blessed in the Qian region, so naturally, he was also included in this group. However, he kept his head down and chose not to bring attention to himself in the alliance. He was waiting for an opportunity. The Great Daeyuan calamity would soon descend upon the Central Zone. As such, the alliance organized a conference to discuss how to deal with the Great Daeyuan calamity. It was a discussion in name, but in reality, it was simply organized to communicate Ji Dexin's plan. Jianming did not participate. However, since barely anyone knew him, his non-participation did not attract any attention. Some people did not even know that he was part of the alliance. Boom! The heavens shook as the sky turned red. This was not taking place in just a single region, but the entirety of the Central Zone. Even the laws of heaven and earth seemed to be contaminated by the blood-red aura. The descent of the calamity upon the Central Zone was more terrifying than expected. In an instant, it enveloped the entire Central Zone. The experts of the alliances gathered with grave expressions on their faces. The alliance's orders were set up, and everyone got to work setting up countless formations. The human army was also put on high alert. The legions of cultivators formed by the alliance were spread across the 10 regions of the Central Zone. There were experts from the ancient forces stationed in each region, acting as army commanders. Jianming stood on a mountaintop. Behind him were the sex cultivators, who were now all under his command. He raised his head and looked at the sky with a grave expression. The blood fiends in the other zones had all descended from the ancient battlefields. Could it be that the first wave of blood fiends in the Central Zone was about to descend from the sky? At this moment, the laws of heaven and earth of the Central Zone seemed incredibly fragile, putting the fate of the human race at risk. As the son of fate of the Qian region, Jianming naturally felt these changes. If the Central Zone could not withstand this calamity, as the core zone of the human race, the fate of the entire human race would be greatly affected. Spread out and set up the formation. Jianming ordered. The cultivators of the sects spread out and got to work, setting up large formations. The army of cultivators behind him also formed up into battle formations. In ancient times, the human race relied on some of these battle formations to defeat stronger enemies and ascend to the position of overlord race. Now that the Great Daeyuan calamity had descended, these battle formations would once again play an important role in the war. In the small courtyard, Chu Xian turned his attention to the Central Zone. What he saw was a blood-red sky. His expression turned serious. Something was wrong with the Central Zone. The Great Daeyuan calamity here was too terrifying. He could sense how fragile the Central Zone's laws of heaven and earth were. It seemed as if a huge hole would be ripped apart at any moment. The opportunity for the heavenly Dao laws to infiltrate the Central Zone had undoubtedly arrived. Jianming is in the Qian region. When the time is right, Jianming's heavenly Dao seal can guide the heavenly Dao laws to infiltrate the laws of heaven and earth there. This was an unprecedented opportunity, and Chu Xian did not want to miss it, so he ordered the Fengde Ghost King and Uer to select a group of ghost experts to hide in the Central Zone. Every ghost expert had a heavenly Dao seal. Unlike the heavenly Dao seals his disciples had, these were one-time use seals. Once activated, the heavenly Dao laws would enter the bodies of the ghost experts. When necessary, it could even refine ghost experts to strengthen the power of the heavenly Dao laws as they infiltrated the laws of heaven and earth. Dao Realm. Chu Xian was almost certain that the calamity descending upon the central zone would involve Dao Realm blood fiends. He just did not know how many. If the human race could not withstand it, then their fate would be at risk, and the entire human race would be in danger of declining during this great Daoyuan calamity. There should be Dao Realm old guys hiding within those ancient forces, right? Chu Xian was not sure. However, the human race would definitely be prepared for the great Daoyuan calamity. Those ancient forces were not to be trifled with. Throughout human history, there were many Dao Realm cultivators. However, many of them were unable to progress past the Dao Realm, and were probably concealing themselves within these ancient forces. In theory, as long as their Dao principles were not destroyed, the lifespan of a Dao Realm expert was limitless. Chu Xian patiently waited and observed. He wanted to see what would happen to the 9 zones once the great Daoyuan calamity descended upon the central zone. Would that hidden expert in the western zone make any new moves? Furthermore, Chu Xian was curious as to whether the sole remaining zone, the desolate ancient zone, would be affected by the great Daoyuan calamity. After all, the desolate ancient zone was a bit special. Still, his intuition told him that things would not be peaceful there either. At this moment, Hong Yuanche was looking for him in the group chat. He looked rather anxious. Chapter 335, Blood from the Heavens. Chu Xian was surprised. Did Hong Yuanche, who was one of the human race's ancestors, sense something unusual? Daoist brother Chu, what's going on with the great Daoyuan calamity of the 9 zones? Why is it developing so quickly? Everything is progressing much faster than the previous great Daoyuan calamities. Hong Yuanche was clearly anxious. Also, what's going on with the human race? Why does it feel like the fate of the human race is at risk? He was one of the ancestors who had led the human race to become the overlord race. As such, the changes in the human race's fate did not escape his notice. Based on his experience, such a situation should not have occurred during the early stages of the Great Daoyuan calamity. During the Great Daoyuan calamity, Hong Yuanche had used some means to observe the calamity and support the human race. As such, he could sense that there was something clearly wrong with this Great Daoyuan calamity, which made him feel uneasy. Could it be that the great calamity Chu Xian spoke of was starting to affect the human race as well? Chu Xian was stunned. Was the great Daoyuan calamity progressing too quickly? He did not know. After all, he had not personally experienced the previous great Daoyuan calamity. However, he did not doubt Hong Yuanche's words. Was this related to the impending great Dao calamity? Chu Xian was unsure, but in order to prevent the Daoyuan and Dao realm cultivators in the desolate ancient zone from interfering with his plan, he had to come up with something to deceive them. Don't panic. This is all an illusion. The great calamity is coming. The great Daoyuan calamity is only a precursor to this, so it's not unusual for it to develop faster. The human race is blessed by the heavens and has a strong fate. There won't be any problems. It's just that you can't sense it clearly. He consoled Hong Yuanche and the other human race cultivators. Some changes are happening in the 9 zones, he continued. Dao realm cultivators should not enter the 9 zones for the time being, no matter what seems to be happening there. Otherwise, there will be a huge calamity. If we aren't careful, the calamity might affect the primordial land, which we have to avoid. Hong Yuanche was shocked. Would it affect the Daoyuan realm cultivators? They were not ready to face the great calamity yet. Since this matter concerned their lives, these Dao realm cultivators did not dare to be careless. They naturally restrained the Dao realm cultivators in the desolate ancient zone. After deceiving the Daoyuan and Dao realm cultivators, Chu Xian continued to focus on the central zone. At this moment, the sky above the central zone was turning redder and redder, and an oppressive aura filled the hearts of almost all of the cultivators of the central zone. Central Zone, Central Region, where the Alliance's headquarters was located. Ji Dexin stood on a mountaintop and looked up at the sky, frowning slightly. The entire sky was dyed red. The signs of this great Daeyuan calamity were beyond his expectations. The great Daeyuan calamity shouldn't be like this. Ji Dexin's eyes glowed with a mysterious light. He looked at the sky, as if he was trying to decipher something. However, all he saw was a mess. I'm afraid that this calamity is not ordinary. An old man walked over from behind. What do you think, elder? Ji Dexin looked at the old man respectfully. This old man was an expert from the older generation of the Ji family and had surpassed the divine realm. However, for some special reason, he was residing with the Ji family. He only came out of seclusion after the great Daeyuan calamity arrived. I can't see through it either. The Ji family elder shook his head and said, I'm afraid there will be Daeo realm blood fiends. Ji Dexin nodded and asked, Elder, you should be able to handle it, right? I hope so. The Ji family elder sighed. Ji Dexin remained silent. You are the future of the Ji family. No matter what, you can't take too many risks. I know what needs to be done. I'll go look for those old guys and talk about countermeasures for this. The Ji family elder left. Ji Dexin's body glowed with a divine light. His aura began to soar, and he looked more and more extraordinary. Furthermore, he was wearing a piece of divine and extraordinary armor which was concealed from sight. Boom! The blood-red sky suddenly erupted. It was like boiling blood, bubbling and swirling. Then, blood fiends with bulging muscles and brutal auras descended from the sky. Assemble the battle formation. Kill. In the cultivator army, relying on the battle formations, the auras of the cultivator army condensed and were channeled through the battle formations, releasing a terrifying attack. They wanted to kill blood fiends before they landed. Boom! A terrifying blood-colored figure appeared in the sky, exuding an aura that had clearly surpassed the divine realm. It launched an attack, and even though the cultivator army had launched their strongest attack, they were still unable to defend themselves. In an instant, they were turned into a bloody mist that permeated the air. The great Daeyuan calamity had finally descended upon the central zone. It was also at this moment that the figures of the ghost race experts appeared in various regions of the central zone. The heavenly Daeo seals on their bodies disappeared in the blink of an eye and disappeared into the shaking sky. A Daeo realm blood fiend had descended, and wiped out 2 battle formations in an instant. Boom! 2 powerful auras charged into the sky and blocked the Daeo realm blood fiend. A huge battle broke out in the sky. Ji Dexin was floating in mid-air, surrounded by divine light. He issued a series of orders. All Heaven Realm cultivators, set up the divine battle formation to block and attack the blood fiend. All Supreme Realm cultivators, set up the Flying Dragon battle formation and get rid of the blood fiends on the ground. All Emperor Realm cultivators, set up the Starlight battle formation and protect the women and children. Anyone below the Emperor Realm is to enter the shelter. The human race rose up in the Great Daeyuan calamity, and we will do the same during this Great Daeyuan calamity. Ji Dexin's voice was loud and clear as he sent out orders to all of the regions through communication talismans. Boom! Another Daeo realm blood fiend descended. 2 more Daeo realm cultivators charged into the sky and fought with it. Ji Dexin pulled out a huge sword. The golden sword exuded a divine aura. He led the divine realm experts of the Ji family to kill the divine realm blood fiends. With a wave of the sword, divine light flashed and a blood fiend collapsed. Even the blood-colored spiritual energy was weakened wherever that divine light passed through. The Ji family's divine realm experts were not as powerful as him, but the power they used was similar to Ji Dexin's. Their attacks also weakened the blood-colored spiritual energy to prevent the blood fiends from becoming stronger after revival. 2 Daeo realm blood fiends had descended upon the central region, whereas in the Qian region, which was the second most powerful region, a single Daeo realm blood fiend had descended. A Daeo realm elder from an ancient force in the Qian region charged forward and began to fight it in the sky. Qian Ming stared at the sky and watched as the other blood fiends got closer and closer. His heavenly Dao seal had already flown up into the sky and successfully penetrated the laws of heaven and earth of the Qian region. Chapter 336, Qianming rises up. Qianming stared at the blood fiends that were falling from the sky, specifically at the heaven realm blood fiends. They were his target. The time had come. He wanted to rise up during this great Daiyuan calamity. Since his senior brothers had already taken action, it was time for him to follow in their footsteps. The geniuses of the Qian region all rushed up and fought in the sky. They fought with serious expressions, which turned solemn after they saw the blood fiends revive and become stronger after death. It was at this point that everyone truly realized how terrifying the blood fiends were. Some geniuses fell in battle. Others rose up while fighting and broke through to become stronger. Qianming stood at the peak of the mountain. His figure transformed and the entire mountain seemed to have become part of his body. Every blade of grass and tree seemed to be his weapon. His fellow sect cultivators all turned pale and ran away. Not far away, an expert from an ancient force looked at Qianming with shock. There was such a terrifying heavens blessed here? This genius strength had clearly surpassed the other heaven realm geniuses, yet he seemed to have only just reached the heaven realm. Qianming moved. His true body disappeared, but the mountain itself moved, soaring into the sky. Boom! The wind surrounding the mountain turned into sharp blades, and countless trees turned into all kinds of weapons. Flames surged, and an aura of destruction erupted. Everything a few dozen miles of the mountain turned into elements or weapons that fused into his attack. Heaven and Earth Myriad Transformation Technique. For the first time, Qianming displayed his power. Boom! The first blood fiend shattered, and the blood-colored spiritual energy that it turned into was cleansed, becoming thinner and thinner. Boom! Another blood fiend shattered. The mountain hurled itself into the descending blood fiends, obliterating them and cleansing the resulting blood-colored spiritual energy. Qianming's feats overshadowed countless geniuses from the Qian region, including the successors of the ancient forces. Killing heaven realm blood fiends seemed effortless to him. As the son of fate of the Qian region, Qianming's rise was inevitable. Your disciple, Qianming, shook the entire Qian region and rose to power. He fought for fate amidst the great Daiyuan calamity and his cultivation soared. Your fate Dao principle has advanced. Qianming has risen up. Chu Xian was not surprised by this. After all, Qianming was the son of fate of the Qian region. Moreover, he was cultivating the heaven and earth myriad transformation technique, which Chu Xian had handpicked for him. Among the disciples, Qianming was the most junior, and also the weakest. Now, thanks to the calamity, he was catching up with the others. Right now, only Qin Heiyu, Demon Buddha, and Hu Tianya had not achieved feats of greatness, but Chu Xian believed that it would not be long before he reaped a harvest from them. They were, after all, his disciples. The battles in the central zone continued, bathing both the sky and the earth in blood. The humans were at an advantage, but the blood fiends were constantly getting stronger after revival. It was time for a new strategy. Formation experts and cultivators who practiced special cultivation techniques joined the army, constantly purifying the blood-colored spiritual energy to prevent the blood-colored spiritual energy from gathering together. The human race's fate was still unstable. The outcome of the battle had yet to be determined. The heavenly Dao laws were also quietly expanding. Boom! Another heaven realm blood fiend was killed by Qianming. Chu Xian was worried about the situation in the central zone and frowned. He took out the myriad heavenly mirror and connected it to the Qian region where Qianming was. When the image projection appeared, what greeted his eyes was a sea of blood in the sky. The blood fiends looked like raindrops as they fell from the sky one after another. The human army continued to fight. Chu Xian turned his attention to Qianming. His disciple had already reached the 5th level of the heaven realm. The stronger he became, the stronger his fate became. As he rose up, the Qian region's fate rose with him. Not far away, Tens of thousands of cultivators were gathered together, combining their power to form a unique formation. Their combined attack swept away countless blood fiends, and even purified some of the blood-colored spiritual energy. The battle formation of the Heaven Realm cultivators was even more terrifying. A 100-man Heaven Realm battle formation could match a Divine Realm blood fiend. This was the power of the battle formations that had contributed to the rise of the human race back then. Even though they lacked top-notch cultivators in that era, they relied on these battle formations to fight the experts of the demon and monster race. The battle was extremely intense. Chu Xian could sense that two regions of the central zone were on the verge of collapse. Deactivating the myriad heavenly mirror, Chu Xian took out the heaven spying mirror and infused his Dao aura into it. The battle between the Dao realm experts was still ongoing. In the image projection, two human Dao realm experts were fighting against a Dao realm blood fiend. When Chu Xian examined their cultivation, he realized that it was just as he expected. The Dao realm experts who had chosen to remain in the 9 zones all had issues with their cultivation. The entire central zone was in turmoil. The battle continued for a few days, but the blood-red sky did not relent. The blood fiends kept descending upon the human army, which was already starting to show signs of exhaustion. Shua! The two regions in danger suddenly received reinforcements. Some Divine Realm experts returned from the desolate ancient region and joined the battle. In any case, there was no lack of Divine Realm cultivators who were nearing the end of their lifespans. Chu Xian observed the situation silently. He did not plan on interfering for the time being, as he wanted to avoid being targeted by the Great Dayuan calamity, as well as that hidden expert. He believed that the human race's foundation was not limited to this, and that their true trump cards would only be revealed when it became a crisis of existence. Qianming had already stopped fighting and was now recuperating, and the mountain he had used was currently in ruins after the battle. As he continued to fight for fate, his cultivation would soar, and soon enough, he would break through to the Divine Realm, possibly even before the first wave concluded. Chapter 337, The Reincarnation of a Half-Saint of the Celestial Race. Chu Xian sighed. The Great Dayuan was indeed a golden opportunity for courageous cultivators to rise up. It was not unusual for cultivators to experience more than one breakthrough during or after a battle. Of course, to be able to make full use of this golden opportunity, these cultivators had to fight for fate, and be powerful enough to begin with. As long as the human race could withstand these attacks, they would experience an increase in strength. If they could not, then the human race would decline. Qianming once again joined in the battle. The blood-colored sky started to tremble and swirl, as if it was going to collapse. In the central region of the central zone, a crack suddenly appeared in the sky. A terrifying blood fiend descended. Dao realm. Not good. Countless experts from the ancient forces were shocked. Another Dao realm blood fiend. Who could stop it? The Dao realm experts of the human race were all already fighting. There were none left to engage this newcomer. A dozen peak Divine Realm experts gritted their teeth and charged into the sky, trying to stop the Dao realm blood fiend. Even though they knew that they were no match for it, they did not have a choice. Among the people who attacked was the current head of the Ji family, Ji Tianbei. Dexin, retreat quickly. As long as Ji Dexin survived, the Ji family's legacy would be preserved. His talent far surpassed the other geniuses of the 9 zones, so he could not be allowed to fall here. However, Ji Dexin did not retreat. His body glowed with divine light. A suit of armor covered him, making him look even more extraordinary. Ji Dexin raised his sword and faced the Dao realm blood fiend. What? Ji Tianbei and the other elders of the Ji family were all shocked. Dexin, you can't, retreat quickly. However, Ji Dexin turned a deaf ear to their cries. A divine light enveloped him as his figure shot into the sky. Through the heaven-spying mirror, Chu Xian saw Ji Dexin rise into the sky to meet the Dao realm blood fiend. That divine armor was extraordinary. Challenging a Dao realm blood fiend? If he succeeded, G. Dexon would be the biggest beneficiary of this wave of the calamity in the central zone. The divine light and the blood-red fiend collided, causing an explosion, after which the blood-colored spiritual energy dispersed. Within a radius of 100 miles, the sky was clear. The Deo realm blood fiend had fallen. G. Dexon's aura rose sharply, and the divine light around him grew stronger. A mysterious aura suddenly appeared and enveloped him. The blessing of the great Deo. Everyone was stunned. G. Dexon had succeeded in challenging the Deo realm blood fiend. What kind of monster was he? The elders of the G family were ecstatic. Many of the ancient forces were silent and fearful. Chu Xian's expression turned serious. Divine realm cultivators should have had no way of killing or resisting a Deo realm cultivator. There was something wrong with G. Dexon's armor and sword. When that Deo realm blood fiend charged at G. Dexon, it was annihilated by a divine light hidden in the armor. G. Dexon's aura was growing stronger and stronger. He was now just a step away from the Deo realm. Chu Xian felt that G. Dexon should have been able to reach the Deo realm, but had instead suppressed the breakthrough. Was he planning to continue to fight for fate as a divine realm cultivator? This genius was definitely hiding a big secret. Heavenly Secret's origin probing technique. G. Dexon possesses the fate of the great Deo, and is the reincarnation of a half-saint of the celestial race. He is the young master of the G family. Chu Xian was stunned. A half-saint of the celestial race? Moreover, G. Dexon was actually a person who possessed the fate of the great Deo. Was it because he had just been blessed by the great Deo, or was it because his original self was someone who had transcended the 9 zones? What was the cultivation level of a half-saint? Chu Xian pondered for a moment. The Jade Crystal Palace was the cultivation abode of a saint of the celestial race, which was equivalent to Daeyuan realm cultivation. As such, was a half-saint a 36th level Deo realm expert? Or was a half-saint a peak 36th level Deo realm expert who was just one step away from the Daeyuan realm? It was no surprise then, that G. Dexon was so extraordinary. However, why had G. Dexon reincarnated into the human race? Was the celestial race planning something? Chu Xian could not help but think of that hidden expert in the western zone. Could he also be a member of the celestial race? However, judging by the sides they chose, that hidden expert was probably not from the celestial race. Perhaps that person was from the demon or monster race that had left the 9 zones. Were these races trying to return to the 9 zones? These were powerful races, so if they planned to return to the 9 zones, it would spell danger for Chu Xian. He had to reach the Daeyuan realm as soon as possible. The future was uncertain, and only strength would be able to guarantee that he would be able to maintain his peaceful existence. G. Dexon, interesting. Chu Xian narrowed his eyes. The G family was an ancient force with a long history. G. Dexon probably reincarnated into the G family to take advantage of their status in the human race. What exactly was he planning? Chu Xian felt that he needed to understand the G family better. Hong Yuanche was one of the ancestors who had led the human race to become an overlord race. However, there was no Hong family in the 9 zones. Did Hong Yuanche leave behind an inheritance? If the G family had a Daeyuan realm expert, would he or she be able to detect the abnormality with G. Dexon? He could ask Hong Yuanche about it. Chu Xian wanted to understand what kind of existence the Ji family's old ancestor was. Hong Yuanche was definitely not the first Daeyuan realm expert among the human race. In the human race's long history, even while they were suppressed by the other races, they should have had their fair share of experts. Chapter 338, Great Deo Calamity Aura. G. Dexon's slaying of the Deo realm blood fiend meant that the human race had emerged victorious in this wave of the calamity in the central zone. The human race had survived. Although the battle was still going on, the human race had gained the upper hand, and the morale of the human race soared. However, the danger had not passed. There would be more waves as the calamity progressed, and things would not be finished until the Great Daeyuan calamity had concluded. Qianming was still in the battle. Although he was not as dazzling as Ji Dexin, he was one of the most outstanding geniuses in the central zone. As he continued to fight for fate amidst the calamity, he further solidified his position as the son of fate of the Qian region. If nothing expected happened, Qianming would reach the Dao realm by the end of this great Daiyuan calamity. Chu Xian turned his attention away from the central zone. Now, in the entire 9 zones, other than the northern zone, only the desolate ancient zone was untouched by the blood fiend race. However, Chu Xian was certain that it would not remain this way. After a long journey, Ren Changhe finally reached the outer perimeter of the primordial land. Although it was still a distance away from the primordial land, there was a barrier that prevented his entry, so this was the best he could do. He began to prepare and set up things according to Chu Xian's instructions. Chu Xian then instructed Ren Changhe to return to the northern zone after completing his task. It was time for the heavenly Dao laws to give birth to a Dao realm expert. After the great Daiyuan calamity descended upon the central zone, the 9 zones became more and more chaotic. The blood fiend race continued to wage war on the living beings of the 9 zones, wiping out many small races. The members of the Great Dao Communication Group also became active and talked about the changes they felt. For example, Ying Kong, who was the weakest among them, jumped out and said that he had been feeling uneasy recently and had a feeling that a great opportunity was waiting for him. Ying Kong was very scared. After hearing Chu Xian's previous words in the group, he did not even dare to exit his secluded cultivation, and did his best to suppress his urge and the calling to enter the calamity. Ying Kong was not the only one who felt this way. Some of the other members of the group also expressed that they were being tempted by this mysterious temptation. This was a sign that the Dao realm experts were about to enter calamity. Hong Yuanchuo and the other Daiyuan realm experts told them to stabilize their minds. At this critical moment, they remained calm. Hong Yuanchuo and the others who had experienced the last great Daiyuan calamity were solemn. The calamity was developing too quickly, and something was obviously wrong. How long has it been since the great Daiyuan calamity started? Not even 100 years had passed, and yet the calamity was starting to tempt Dao realm experts into entering the calamity. This was dangerous, so they did their best to forbid any Dao realm cultivators in the desolate ancient zone from entering the calamity. Suddenly, Yi Yuejun returned. Daoist brother Chu, it was so scary. I almost met my end. Chu Xian was shocked. What had happened? Yi Yuejun was a creature of the great Dao. As long as darkness existed, he would too. How could he have almost died? What was that strange black power? Fellow Daoist Yi Yuejun, what's going on? Yi Yuejun's expression was solemn, and there was a trace of fear in his eyes. That strange black power is extremely terrifying. After I touched it, it began to corrode me. I resisted it while continuing to explore, but in the end, my entire body mutated. Yi Yuejun continued fearfully, that strange black power is very ominous. After my body was corroded, I actually grew red feathers. What the hell? You grew red feathers? Although Chu Xian was stunned, he realized that it was extremely unusual for a 10-winged hell-devouring rock to grow red feathers. What happened after that? Chu Xian asked curiously. Could it be that Yi Yuejun was now a red rock? If that was the case, he would have his suspicions that the latter was transforming into a blood fiend. Creatures of the great Dao would not turn into blood fiends, would they? That would be truly terrifying. Of course I was happy at the beginning. After all, my feathers now had a new color. Yi Yuejun sighed. I didn't pay much attention to it at first. After all, it was just an additional color, but as it progressed, half of my feathers became rainbow-colored. If that was the extent of it, it would have been fine, but the different colored feathers started to repel each other. I feel like something is wrong with my entire body. It was then that I realized that things were serious, and I did my best to expel the strange black power from my body. Chu Xian's expression also turned serious. When Yuejun tried to expel the corrosive strange black power, he encountered resistance. Despite his strength, he was actually unable to expel it from his body for a long time. He was so scared that he did not dare to stay around the strange black power. However, no matter where he turned, he was trapped by the strange black power. It was like a fog that surrounded him. Still, he was a powerful creature of the great Dao, so he eventually made it out. After that, he focused on expelling the strange black power from his body, which took even longer. This was the reason why Yuejun had suddenly disappeared without a trace. Fellow Daoist Yuejun, what do you think of the strange black power? Something that could corrode a creature of the great Dao was terrifying. Yuejun pondered for a long time before saying, I can sense the aura of calamity from that strange black power. It's ominous and inauspicious. I suspect it's the legendary Great Dao Calamity aura. Yuejun continued seriously, when I was born with an inheritance and legacy in my mind. Parts of this described the Great Dao Calamity aura, and how dangerous it was, even to Daoyuan realm experts. The Great Dao Calamity aura. This was definitely related to the Great Dao Calamity. Chapter 339, A Sense of Crisis. Chu Xian once again felt a sense of danger. If this aura started to spread, all living beings below the Daoyuan realm would die, and Daoyuan realm experts would have to fight for their lives. Furthermore, this was more terrifying because the Great Dao was everywhere, and the Great Dao Calamity could strike anywhere. Daoist Brother Chu, the appearance of the Great Dao Calamity aura should be related to the Great Dao Calamity you mentioned, right? Yuejun's expression turned serious. When he first heard about the Great Dao Calamity, he had not bothered with it, and neither did Huanglong and Gui Ran. After all, they were creatures of the Great Dao and very special. Apart from being unable to leave the Great Dao, they were basically immortal. As long as the Great Dao was not destroyed, they would not die. However, after coming into contact with the Great Dao Calamity aura, he no longer thought that way. Even if they did not die, they would mutate into strange creatures. That was a fate worse than death. Even if they could recover in the future, how long would it take? Currently, there was only a small amount of that strange black power, but if it spread throughout the Great Dao, where could they hide? At that time, they would not be spared from the Great Dao Calamity. In fact, no Daoyuan realm expert would be spared. After all, the Dao paths they had opened up were all connected to the Great Dao. That's right, this is a sign of the Great Dao Calamity. Fellow Daoist Yuejun, please be vigilant. I have to prepare some countermeasures, Chu Xian said solemnly. All right, I'll be careful. Chu Xian ended his conversation with Yuejun and informed Huanglong and Gui Ran. These two creatures of the Great Dao should also help him to keep an eye on things. Originally, Chu Xian had expected the Great Dao Calamity to be in the distant future. However, given the speed that the Great Daoyuan Calamity was developing, it was likely that the Great Dao Calamity would also arrive soon. Chu Xian took out the Chaos Dao mirror and infused his Dao aura into it, trying to deduce when the Great Dao Calamity would descend. However, he was met with strong resistance and failed. He then tried to deduce the end of the Great Daoyuan Calamity, but also failed. This heightened his sense of danger. After trying a few methods of deduction, he failed to obtain any results. It was obvious that his cultivation level was restricting him. Chu Xian turned his gaze to the Chaos Zone. Heiyu was someone he had high hopes for, and he hoped she would surprise him. The Buddhist zone was still at a stalemate. For the time being, the heavenly Dao laws were unable to completely take over the Buddhist zone. Qin Ying was not making much progress in the eastern zone either. Chu Xian could only patiently wait and hope that his disciples would bring him a great harvest so that he could increase his cultivation level as soon as possible. The battle in the central zone was about to end. Thanks to Jianming's feats, the heavenly Dao laws had already devoured almost 2/3 of the laws of heaven and earth in the Jian region. Ji Dexin had taken complete control of the alliance. Almost all of the human forces in the central zone were under his command, and his reputation resounded throughout the central zone. He had the makings of a human king. If nothing unexpected happened, Ji Dexin would become the human king of the central zone during this calamity. He might even become the human king of the entire 9 zones. Ji Dexin was the reincarnation of a half-saint of the celestial race. What would he do when he became the human king? What was the future of the human race? Would he make the human race a vassal of the celestial race? The human experts would definitely not allow it, especially Hong Yuanchu. After all those hardships, he had finally led the human race to become an overlord race, so having the human race regress like that would be unacceptable. Or was Ji Dexin trying to accomplish what he did with the demon race and netherworld race and turn the human race into the celestial race? Chu Xian pondered for a moment. He could not let Ji Dexin be. There had to be a human heavens blessed who could compete with him. The 9 zones would be Chu Xian's territory in the future. He definitely could not allow it. However, none of the disciples could compare to Ji Dexin. Ding Yu could not. Qin Ying could not either. Not even He Yu. Although Feng Kong was a human king, that was in the past. His current influence only extended to the southern zone. Furthermore, he was far inferior to Ji Dexin in terms of both fate and reputation. One was an old man, while the other was a peerless genius of the human race. Feng Kong's era had passed. Only the current heavens blessed of the human race could defeat Ji Dexin. For the time being, there was no one among his disciples who was on par with Ji Dexin. Chu Xian could only hope and wait for one of his disciples to rise up and compete with Ji Dexin. Chu Xian privately messaged Hong Yuanchu to ask him about the Ji family's ancestor. Was Ji Dexin's reincarnation in the Ji family approved by the ancestor of the Ji family? If the Ji family's ancestor had tacitly agreed, this meant that the Ji family's ancestor had probably come into contact with the celestial race. Fellow Daoist Hong, do you know of the human race's Ji family? Chu Xian had already established his image as a peerless expert and an old senior in the hearts of Hong Yuanchu and the others. There was no need to beat around the bush. Hong Yuanchu and the others would not be suspicious if he asked directly. The Ji family. Hong Yuanchu was taken aback. Why did Chu Xian suddenly ask about the Ji family? Could it be that the calamity affected the human race and the Ji family? The Ji family has a long history. While I was still a weak cultivator, I had already heard of the legend of the Ji family's human king. He was the human king when the human race was weak, and the one who strengthened the human race. Chu Xian did not expect the Ji family's heritage to be so vast that even Hong Yuanchu, who had been around for 2 Daiyuans, considered the Ji family's human king a legend. Do you know where the Ji family's human king is? Did he reach the Daiyuan realm? Hong Yuanchu thought for a moment and said, he must have reached the Daiyuan realm. It's just that he has disappeared for a long time and we have never seen him before. I have also asked the descendants of the Ji family, but they have no idea where he is either. When Chu Xian mentioned the Ji family's human king, Hong Yuanchu suddenly remembered that they were not the only Daiyuan realm experts among the human race. Where had those who had reached the Daiyuan realm before them gone? Chapter 340, Secrets of the Daiyuan Realm. Hong Yuanchu suddenly realized that although he was one of the people who led the human race to rise to become an overlord race of the 9 zones, the experts who had led the human race while they were weak, and established them as a strong race in the 9 zones, had all disappeared. Daoist Brother Chu, I just remembered something. When I was about to open my Dao path, a demon expert tried to kill me, but an unknown human expert blocked him. I only had a quick glance at that time. Later on, I heard that the human expert who attacked was the son of the Ji family's human king, a Daiyuan realm expert. Chu Xian's expression became strange. Hong Yuanchu was a Daiyuan realm expert. Why was his memory so poor to the point that he only remembered this incident after being prompted? He had probably been affected by some sort of strange power, resulting in these memories fading into the back of his mind. After Hong Yuanchu finished speaking, he fell silent. He was not stupid, so he naturally realized that something was wrong. The strange power that affected his memories had probably been used on him before he opened his Dao path. Was it done by someone or something? If it was done by a person, that meant that he had long been targeted by a Dayuan realm expert. And that expert was very likely to be a human. What was the other party's purpose in doing this? Hong Yuanchu's expression darkened. Which unparalleled expert was not prideful? He had led the human race to rise to power and become the overlord race of the 9 zones, yet he had fallen victim to some unknown expert without even realizing it. Daoist brother Chu, do you think it was done by someone, or how would Chu Xian know? After all, his cultivation had yet to reach the Dayuan realm. Whether it was done by someone or influenced by the laws of the Great Dao, no one knew. Therefore, Chu Xian did not answer directly, but instead asked, "Fellow Daoist, do Mo2 and the others know of the demon race's pioneers before them?" Hong Yuanchu was stunned. That was a good question. Did Mo2 know? If he did not, and part of his memories were lost too, then it was likely that it was not done by a human expert and perhaps instead the laws of the Great Dao. Chu Xian continued to ask, "Is there a Dayuan realm expert from the Ji family in the primordial land? Are there any Dao realm cultivators from the Ji family?" Hong Yuanchu replied, "We don't know how many Dao realm experts the Ji family has. If there is a Dayuan realm expert who's hiding himself, we won't know unless he shows himself or leaves this place to head to the 9 zones." Chu Xian obtained new information from Hong Yuanchu's words. If there was a Dayuan realm expert in the empty space above the primordial land, Hong Yuanchu and the others would have no way of knowing. Only when someone left that space would the others be able to sense their presence. The waters of the 9 zones indeed ran deep. Where did the Dayuan realm experts before Hong Yuanchu and the others go? Why had Hong Yuanchu forgotten about this? Daoist brother Chu, why are you asking about the Ji family? Hong Yuanchu asked curiously. I found something interesting, so I was just casually asking. Hong Yuanchu tactfully stopped asking since Chu Xian did not elaborate. After chatting about the Ji family, Chu Xian ended his private chat with Hong Yuanchu. According to the information he had obtained from Hong Yuanchu, the Ji family had a long history. The Ji family's human king was one of the key figures that led the human race to establish themselves as a strong race. Although they were not as strong as the demon race and the monster race, they were able to hold their own. Then, in Hong Yuanchu's era, they rose up to become an overlord race of the 9 zones. Without a doubt, the Ji family's human king was a peerless genius, who managed to reach the Dayuan realm despite the suppression of the demons and monsters. Furthermore, when Hong Yuanchu was about to open his Dao path, a Dayuan realm expert that was suspected to be the son of the Ji family's human king saved him. This meant that the Ji family had more than one Dayuan realm expert. However, both were missing. Clearly there was something unusual about this whole situation. He needed to pay more attention to Ji Dexin. The group chat started to become active. When Hong Yuanchu asked Mo2 and Mo Zhan about their predecessors, they were both shocked. Were it not for Hong Yuanchu's question, they would never have thought about this matter. It was as if there was a law that made them think that they were the first generation of Dayuan realm experts among the demon race. Hence, in the group chat, Mo2 and the other Dayuan realm experts began to discuss this matter and the possible causes. If the human race, demon race, and monster race Dayuan realm experts had all experienced this, then the possibility of it having been done by someone was very small. The other smaller races also jumped out, wondering if there had been other Dayuan realm experts before them. Chu Xian observed their discussion and suddenly realized that he knew too little about the Dayuan realm. The strength of one's cultivation level depended on the Dao path that one opened. The length and width of the path indicated the strength of one's cultivation level. The length of the path had to have some sort of benchmark. At present, the Dayuan realm experts in the group were all in the early stages of opening their Dao paths. Chu Xian knew that, before he bragged about opening a Dao path that was millions of miles long. The goal of the entire group was to open a Dao path that was 10,000 miles long. This was probably not some random number, but rather some sort of benchmark. Did the Ji family's human king and the other previous Daeyuan realm experts leave after they had achieved this benchmark, or because they had reached a certain limit? Perhaps one would only be able to leave the Great Dao when one's Dao path had become long enough. Were these people beyond the Great Dao? Chu Xian felt it was possible. It seemed that there were a lot of secrets within the Daeyuan realm. He had to be more careful when talking about the Daeyuan realm with others to avoid exposing himself. Once again, he turned his gaze to the heavenly Dao laws. The heavenly Dao laws could also be considered an alternative method of opening up a Dao path. That being said, the heavenly Dao laws were currently not strong enough to be on the same level as opening up one's own Dao path. Still, that would change with time, as the heavenly Dao laws continued their expansion into the 9 zones. Chapter 341, He Yu's Plan. Chao Zone. It was the most chaotic and active zone in the 9 zones due to the number of races that inhabited this zone. The 10 regions in the Chaos Zone occupied a territory that was far larger than the Northern Zone. With the arrival of the Great Daeyuan Calamity and the appearance of the Blood Fiend race, the various races all chose to do different things. Some races wanted to rise up in the Great Daeyuan Calamity and lay low, waiting for an opportunity. They did not fight the Blood Fiend race in order to preserve their own strength. There were also other races and forces that fought the Blood Fiend race in order to fight for fate. Many small races were wiped out by the Blood Fiend race, and the overall population of the Chaos Zone was even reduced by 2% within a short period of time. Heretic cultivators became more and more active. They took the opportunity to kill other living beings to cultivate their evil techniques. The Great Evil Palace had been disbanded, and their leaders were nowhere to be found. The little evil king's eyes were bloodshot. He was desperate to find a treasure that could restore his third leg. Incidentally, he had just reached the Heaven Realm, and his moniker of the Alluring Demon King was famous throughout the Chaos Zone. Every time Little Evil King heard this moniker, he would be infuriated. In the Chaos Zone, the Black Moon Tower was a unique faction. They provided intelligence and sold communication talismans, myriad zone talismans, and other resources. They also traveled everywhere, occasionally burying some pillars in the mountains. Some small races and forces had dug these pillars out to take a look, only to find that they were very ordinary and only used to detect spiritual objects underground. They were not worth much. Since that was the case, it was not worth offending the Black Moon Tower over them. Of course, there were also greedy forces and cultivators who wanted to take the pillars for themselves after digging it out, wanting to refine the pillar and forge it into a weapon. However, after a few experts were killed to make an example, no one took this risk for this tiny bit of profit. There were also some major forces in the Chaos Zone that kept a close eye on the Black Moon Tower, wary of their purpose and intention. Then, Grandpa Zhang made an appearance and revealed his peak divine realm cultivation, intimidating them. Since the Great Daeyuan Calamity had arrived, there was no point making an additional enemy for no reason. Initially, the Blood Fiends were scattered all over the Chaos Zone. However, at some point in time, some experts and major forces suddenly realized that the Blood Fiends were gradually gathering together, specifically within 3 regions of the Chaos Zone. The forces of these 3 regions felt an imminent sense of danger, and a number of the smaller forces and races started to flee those regions. The major forces and stronger races kept trying to surround and annihilate the Blood Fiends. However, they could not kill all of them, and more powerful Blood Fiends kept appearing as time went by. Soon, things spiraled beyond the control of the major forces of those regions, and they had to retreat. The major forces that had withdrawn from the 3 regions naturally tried to fight to obtain their own territory in the regions they retreated to, causing even more chaos. This was the unique thing about the Chaos Zone. Everyone was out to secure their own benefits, and would not work together for fear of being backstabbed or being taken advantage of. More and more Blood Fiends gathered in the 3 regions, which caused everyone's attention to focus there. Why were they doing this? Was there a supreme treasure there? If the blood fiends confined themselves to the 3 regions, they would be happy. After all, there were still 7 regions for them to fight over. However, if the blood fiends went beyond the borders of those 3 regions, then they might have to come up with a plan. On a mountain peak, Yu looked at the blood fiends in the distance that were growing even more numerous as time passed. After entering the 3 regions, these blood fiends no longer seemed to crave battle for some reason. Yu had already learned about the Great Daeyuan calamity in the central zone. Ji Dexin's rise and the fact that he had killed a Daeo realm blood fiend was even more surprising. He was too strong. Even Yu felt somewhat helpless. How could she catch up to a monster like Ji Dexin? Although she had no grudges with Ji Dexin, the latter would definitely eventually interfere with her plans, as well as what she wanted to do in the central zone. The chances of conflict breaking out between them were very high. However, after a brief moment of melancholy, Yu refocused herself and continued working on her plans. Since Su Xian'er had come over, she could provide her with assistance. Grandpa Zhang's figure appeared and he said worriedly, are you really confident? Are you sure that this is feasible? I'm 90% confident. Yu's expression was calm, and no emotional fluctuations could be seen on her face. Grandpa, I was born with an incomplete divine soul. Even if it's incomplete, it still has some special qualities. I won't try to do things beyond my level of ability. Grandpa Zhang sighed. He wanted to advise Yu not to be so persistent about the past enmity, but given her stubbornness, how could she let it go? How could he himself let it go? It's useless even if you reach the divine realm, Zhang Han said helplessly. I'm aware of that, grandfather. Don't forget that I have master's support. Even Daeo realm experts are not indestructible. Yu's voice was soft. The blood fiends in the 3 regions had congregated in endless numbers, and everyone was watching these regions nervously. They suddenly recalled that the pillars that the Black Moon Tower had buried seemed to be mainly distributed within these 3 regions. What did the Black Moon Tower want to do? What method did they use to attract the blood fiends to gather in those 3 regions? Su Xian'er excitedly rushed over to the mountain peak where Yu was, saying, "Little Yu, everything is ready. It's about time to start." Yu revealed a look of anticipation. Thanks to Su Xian'er's arrival, the plan's implementation had been accelerated. "Little Yu, you should smile more and show more emotion. Otherwise, people will think that you're heartless." "I'm used to it." Yu shook her head and sighed inwardly. Su Xian'er was indeed her master's maidservant. She had so many strange and unique treasures with her. Looking at the dense mass of blood fiends, even Su Xian'er felt somewhat apprehensive. "Little Yu, are you sure about this?" "There shouldn't be any problems," Yu said with certainty. "All right then. In any case, even if we fail, we can still escape." Su Xian'er nodded her head. Chapter 342, Yu's Surprise, Part 1. Chu Xian had also noticed the changes in the Chaos Zone, but he did not pay much attention to it. Instead, he focused on the reincarnation Daeo principle, laying groundwork for the future establishment of the reincarnation cycle in the Northern Zone, and then the other 8 zones. This would take time though. The reincarnation Daeo principle was not strong enough. In addition, he needed the heavenly Daeo laws to become stronger as well. Chu Xian was somewhat helpless in this regard. Strength was the foundation. Without sufficient strength, it was no doubt a delusional dream to complete the reincarnation cycle. Chu Xian was only planning for the future and planning ahead. The heavenly Daeo laws had to be on par with the Great Daeo, or even stronger. Chu Xian also pondered on the Great Daeo. He even suspected that this Great Daeo only belonged to the 9 zones. Was there a Great Daeo outside the 9 zones? A Great Daeo of the Chaos? Was that where the previous Daeyuan realm experts had all gone to? Where was the chaos? Of course, All of this was just speculation. If he wanted to learn these secrets, he would first need to reach their level. Chu Xian stayed in the courtyard, occasionally paying attention to the situation in the western zone to avoid being surprised by any scheme wrought by that hidden expert. He was waiting for the 50-year milestone reward. With the appearance of the strange black power, the future was uncertain. The great Dao calamity might descend at any time, and he was not prepared. Other than the expansion of the heavenly Dao laws, there was no way to accelerate the growth of his cultivation level. Still, Chu Xian knew that it was useless to be anxious, as that would lead to mistakes. Your disciple, He Yu, has summoned a portion of the laws of heaven and earth and replaced them with the heavenly Dao laws. She killed the blood fiends in the 3 regions and gathered the blood-colored spiritual energy into the spirit-searching pillar to fight for fate amidst the great Dayuan calamity. Her cultivation level has soared and her fate has been transformed. Your fate Dao principle has advanced. Your disciple He Yu has reached the divine realm. You have been rewarded with a lump of chaotic energy. Your maidservant, Su Xianer, assisted your disciple, He Yu, in setting up a plan to exterminate the blood fiends in the 3 regions and successfully fought for fate amidst the great Dayuan calamity. Her cultivation level has soared and her fate has been transformed. Your fate Dao principle has advanced. Your maidservant, Su Xianer, has reached the divine realm. You have been rewarded with a lump of chaotic energy. A series of system rewards suddenly arrived. Chu Xian was pleasantly surprised. As expected of the disciple he valued, He Yu was in charge of the implementation of the heavenly Dao talisman plan, and she did not disappoint him. After a long period of planning, she had finally reaped the rewards. Furthermore, Su Xianer also benefited from this arrangement. Chu Xian turned his attention to the chaos zone. At this moment, the 3 regions were covered in a thick blood-colored spiritual energy, which was being absorbed by the spirit-searching pillar buried underground. He Yu had discovered this special method from the Myriad Artifacts scripture and the Myriad Formations scripture, and had used it to absorb the blood-colored spiritual energy. This was one of the more effective ways to deal with the blood fiend race. The disadvantage was that it was not easy to make these special pillars. A special material had to be injected into these pillars, one that was relatively rare in the 9 zones. Still, she had managed to make enough of them to exterminate all of the blood fiends in those 3 regions. After He Yu's fate had transformed, Chu Xian could see that she was now someone who shouldered the fate of the great Dao. Su Xianer benefited from this as well. Although she only provided support, she had still put in a lot of effort. As such, she too now shouldered the fate of the great Dao. As for what it meant to shoulder the fate of the great Dao, even Chu Xian did not know. Perhaps he would be able to figure this out once Su Xianer returned to the small courtyard. The experts in the chaos zone were shocked. There had been so many blood fiends there, yet they had been exterminated in one fell swoop. How did the Black Moon Tower do it? Moreover, with so many blood fiends killed, would the dense blood-colored spiritual energy not give birth to extremely terrifying blood fiends? Could it be that the Black Moon Tower was going to create a powerful blood fiend? Once an unstoppable blood fiend appeared, disaster would undoubtedly descend upon the chaos zone. Could the Black Moon Tower really deal with that? Thinking this, many forces and races put their armies on high alert, waiting to see what the Black Moon Tower's plans were. Chapter 343, He Yu's Surprise, Part 2. After all, the Blood Fiend race was special. Killing blood fiends was easy enough, especially in the initial stages, but that was only the start of the problems. Unbelievably, as time passed, many experts were surprised to find that the blood-colored spiritual energy in the 3 regions was slowly fading. What did this mean? Had the Black Moon Tower really mastered a method of completely eliminating blood fiends? Many forces revealed greedy expressions, especially some of the races who had been eyeing the chance to rise up during this calamity to restore the glory of their race. Sure, the Black Moon Tower was very powerful, but greed and temptation were powerful driving forces that could make one lose their sense of rationality. As such, some races began to discuss the possibility of a secret alliance to seize this method from the Black Moon Tower. The blood-colored spiritual energy in the three regions continued to weaken. As it did, the heavenly Dao laws also rapidly devoured the laws of heaven and earth in those regions. The day the blood-colored spiritual energy dissipated entirely would be the day the heavenly Dao laws took over those three regions. In addition to those three regions, the heavenly Dao laws also infiltrated the other 7 regions of the Chaos Zone, albeit at a much slower pace. Heiyu's plan was immaculate, and her execution was precise. Chu Xian was very satisfied with this disciple of his. When Heiyu returned to the central zone, he believed that she would be able to come up with a plan to increase the rate of expansion of the heavenly Dao laws there as well. The only obstacle was probably Ji Dexin. Chu Xian hoped that Ji Dexin would not interfere with Heiyu's plans in the future. If necessary, Chu Xian felt that he could knock him down a peg or two. If things really came to a head, Chu Xian might have to look for an opportunity to kill him. The question he had to answer before that, though, was whether the hidden expert in the Western Zone was collaborating or communicating with Ji Dexin. Chu Xian was waiting for the three regions to be incorporated into the heavenly Dao laws, which would increase his cultivation level again. As almost the entire population of blood fiends in the Chaos Zone had congregated there, the blood-colored spiritual energy was extremely dense, and would take quite some time to dissipate. As for those races in the Chaos Zone scheming against the Black Moon Tower, they were irrelevant. Heiyu had definitely foreseen this, and had probably factored it into her own plan. Perhaps those races would become her stepping stone as she fought for more fate during the Great Daiyuan calamity. The 9 zones were at war, and countless small races either rose up, or went extinct. The monster zone was rife with such affairs. Given the violent nature of these monsters, they killed each other as well as the blood fiends. A number of tribes had already been eradicated due to this. Hu Tianya had gathered the Heavenly Tiger tribe's forces, as well as roped in other monster tribes with special abilities. They had been biding their time this entire time, choosing only to defend themselves. He was waiting for an opportunity, one that would become a turning point in this war. Only then would he be able to reap a bountiful harvest. Hu Tianya's bloodline was continuously transforming, and the aura of the divine beast was becoming more and more apparent around him. His bloodline could suppress the entire Heavenly Tiger tribe. This excited the elders of the Heavenly Tiger tribe to no end. The Heavenly Tiger tribe would rise amidst this calamity. Chu Xian hoped that Hu Tianya wouldn't let him down. He did not expect this little tiger to be as capable as Heiyu, but he had his own expectations for this disciple. Hu Tianya's rise and the fate transformation would provide a huge boost to the Heavenly Dao Law's expansion. Western Zone. Ding Yu and Xiaoyang were still fighting with Blood Fiend race. Unexpectedly, it seemed that the Blood Fiend race seemed to be holding back somewhat. It almost seemed as if they no longer wanted to conquer the entire Western Zone. Something felt very wrong here. These blood fiends seemed to be planning something, or perhaps they were waiting for an opportunity. In the southern zone, Feng Kong, together with Wang Luo and Xiang Xing, were trying to find a way to deal with the massive ancient battlefield in the central region. If they did not deal with this ancient battlefield, Feng Kong would not be able to leave. The situation in the southern region was relatively stable. Xiang Bang was hunting down blood fiends everywhere to control the situation in the southern region. He realized that the more he fought them, and the better he controlled the situation, the more his fate seemed to transform. The Dao realm was no longer an impossible goal for him. A month later, the blood-colored spiritual energy in the 3 regions of the Chaos Zone finally dissipated completely. Your heavenly Dao laws have taken over 3 regions in the Chaos Zone. You have been rewarded with 3 cultivation level advancements. Chapter 344, Heiyu's Surprise, Part 3. The cultivation advancement reward had finally arrived. Chu Xian received his reward. His Dao principles were continuously refined and perfected. At the same time, he had comprehended a new Dao principle. Chu Xian was immersed in his state of comprehension as his cultivation level soared. 19th level of the Dao realm. He was another step closer to the 36th level of the Dao realm. As this was happening, Divine Realm experts from more than 20 races suddenly surrounded He Yu. Grandpa Zhang stood beside her, his brows slightly furrowed. He Yu was not surprised by this, and there was no change in her expression. At this moment, she was immersed in the heavenly Dao laws around her. The power of a region's heavenly Dao laws were at least equivalent to a Dao realm expert. Although He Yu did not have a clear understanding of how strong that was, she somehow could sense that innately. Furthermore, this was merely the power of a single region's heavenly Dao laws. Su Xian'er was eager to start the fight. The fact that she was surrounded did not bother her at all. After breaking through to the divine realm, she had been looking for someone to test her strength on. As fate would have it, some people just happened to come knocking on her door. A foreign race with fur on his face and a pair of small wings on his back walked out as the negotiator. A 7th level divine realm expert. He was not weak. Someone with this level of strength was usually the pillar of support for a small race in the Chaos Zone. We don't intend to become enemies with the Black Moon Tower. However, the Great Dayuan calamity has descended, and the blood fiends are wreaking havoc everywhere. They are the common enemy of every living being in the 9 zones. As such, we all have the responsibility to destroy the blood fiend race and restore the 9 zones to its former state. Since the Black Moon Tower has a method to destroy the blood fiends, I hope that the master of the Black Moon Tower will not be stingy in sharing this method with the rest of us. Of course, we won't take it for free. We'll trade treasures for the method. On the other side, some human divine realm experts from some of the forces of the Chaos Zone appeared. These humans were either fugitives who had offended a big force or were sinners driven away due to their unpardonable crimes. These human experts would usually not work together, and would even kill each other. Some of them were spies from the branches of the human forces in the Chaos Zone. However, at this moment, they were all here. How dare you covet the secret method of our human race, you ant? A human expert sneered. The experts from the small races all had ugly expressions. It remains to be seen as to whether the human race can survive this calamity. Don't be too arrogant, or you will find yourselves in trouble once you are no longer an overlord race. Humph! What a joke! With this secret method, how can the human race not survive the Great Dayuan? You small races should be sensible and surrender obediently. Otherwise, you won't have a chance when the human race dominates the entire 9 zones. A human expert threatened. He Yu looked on coldly. Whether it was the foreign races or the human race, both sides had ulterior motives. There were not many good people in the Chaos Zone, simply because good people would not come here, and many who did would not survive here. Even the people who had been persecuted and escaped here, who were not black-hearted and ruthless in the beginning, after experiencing life and strife in the Chaos Zone, would gradually change. Because if they did not, they would not survive. Chapter 345, Heavenly Punishment, Part 1. Tower Master He Yu, how can the human race's secret method fall into the hands of outsiders? A human expert cupped his hands and said. The Great Dayuan calamity is an opportunity for the entire human race. Tower Master is a proud heavens blessed of the human race and has made an enormous contribution by creating this secret method to eliminate the blood fiends. However, Tower Master, the Black Moon Tower is insufficient to fully unleash the power of this secret method and make full use of it. Alone, you might be targeted by the other races. It would be best to pass it on to us so that we can work together to ensure the rise of the human race. When Su Xian'er heard this, she gritted her teeth in anger. These people were really shameless. He Yu, however, had a calm expression on her face. She was not angry at all, nor did she pretend to be polite to these people. If you want the secret method, just be upfront about it. There's no need to put on a show to justify your greed. I'll give you a chance. If you retreat now, I won't hold it against you. If you still intend to seize the secret method, then you'll have to pay for it with your lives." The expressions of the experts from both sides darkened when they heard this. The Tower Master of the Black Moon Tower was being arrogant. They were all Divine Realm experts, and there were a number of 7th and 8th level Divine Realm experts in their ranks. Even a peak Divine Realm expert would not be able to escape their grasp. Where did her confidence come from? A human expert stepped forth, the cold aura around his body swept out in every direction. "Since that's the case, don't blame us for not considering our relationship as fellow humans." Shua! Suddenly, the shadow of a whip flew by and lashed out at him. The human expert's expression turned cold as he punched the whip. Pa! Pa! The whip vibrated, and ice and fire appeared on it at the same time, instantly shattering the opponent's punch. Immediately after, the ice and fire swirled around and instantly enveloped the human expert. The one who attacked was obviously Susiener. These hypocrites had pissed her off too much. Then, the rest of the Divine Realm experts from both sides charged. "Since you won't hand it over, don't blame us for being ruthless." There were dozens of them. Heiyu's expression was calm, but her eyes flashed with a cold gleam. "Since you all have a death wish, I'll grant your wish." She raised her slender hand, and a power that seemed to control all life erupted. At the same time, a mark appeared on her forehead. The Heavenly Dao Seal. Susiener stopped her attack and looked at Heiyu in surprise. This power was very familiar. Her eyes flickered, and she soon came to a realization. Boom! Facing these Divine Realm experts, Heiyu was not the slightest bit concerned. Grandpa Zhang, on the other hand, was very nervous. Even though he knew Heiyu possessed some extraordinary skills, going against this many divine experts at once was still dangerous. However, what he did not understand was how large the gap was between the Divine Realm and the Dao Realm. No matter how many Divine Realm cultivators were on the other side, it did not matter. A Divine Realm expert who was charging over suddenly sensed that the world had suddenly changed, though he could not tell what the difference was. As such, he chalked it up to being the results of having this many Divine Realm experts acting in unison. No one made the first move. Instead, they approached step by step, constantly putting pressure on Heiyu. After all, the first one to make a move would definitely not end up well. Since that was the case, they would attack together and slowly force the Black Moon Tower to submit. These Divine Realm cultivators were not stupid. Grandpa Zhang was a peak Divine Realm expert. Whoever attacked first would bear the brunt of his fury and would most likely end up dead. Seeing this, even Susiener felt a little worried. Heiyu's expression remained calm the entire time. The Heavenly Dao Seal on her forehead glowed faintly, and that power that could control all life fused with the Heavenly Dao laws. At this moment, Heiyu's entire being seemed to have sublimated, transforming her into a supreme existence that ruled over all life. Of course, it was just an illusion. Even if she cultivated the Heavenly Dao scripture and was compatible with the power of the Heavenly Dao laws, she could not completely control the Heavenly Dao laws. The Heavenly Dao Seal was the channel by which she controlled the Heavenly Dao laws. Glancing at the approaching Divine Realm experts, Heiyu remained silent. She had given them their chance. Chapter 346, Heavenly Punishment, Part 2. They had spurned her offer. Still, this was also within her expectations. After all, how could dozens of Divine Realm cultivators be frightened away by mere words? One had to demonstrate strength before being feared. In the other 7 regions of the Chaos Zone, pillars of light emerged from the ground at this moment, emitting strange energy fluctuations. In the small courtyard, Chu Xian sat on his recliner, leisurely drinking a pot of tea. He was used to Susiener making tea for him, but she was not around at the moment, so he had to do it himself. Chu Xian was not used to this. As expected, it was easy to go from hardship to luxury, but not the other way around. Chu Xian sighed. Su Xian'er had reached the divine realm. Her fate had also changed. It was time for her to come back. It had been a long time since he had eaten the delicacies Su Xian'er cooked. Chu Yun also left the Chu family's territory and journeyed around the ancient battlefields of the northern zone. As long as she was in the northern zone, Chu Yun would not be in danger. After all, this entire zone was under Chu Xian's control. Chu Xian suddenly put down his teacup and looked at the chaos zone through the lens of the heavenly Dao laws. Dozens of divine realm experts were pressuring He Yu. He looked on silently. Both him and He Yu knew this would happen when the Black Moon Tower destroyed the Blood Fiend race. Chu Xian saw He Yu activating the Heavenly Dao seal. The Heavenly Dao scripture she cultivated had the power to control all life, and it was fusing with the Heavenly Dao laws for the first time. Despite what was going on around her, she remained completely calm, and not even a trace of her aura leaked out. However, the three regions were already under her control, and she could now wield the power of the Heavenly Dao laws. Of course, He Yu's current strength was still lacking, so she could not completely control it or unleash its full power, even with the Heavenly Dao seal. Chu Xian looked on silently. He did not stop He Yu's actions, nor the fusion of her power with the Heavenly Dao laws. He knew that she was making preparations to go to the central zone after this to continue the expansion of the Heavenly Dao laws, as well as for her own matters. Unlike the Chaos Zone, there were no regions in the Central Zone that were currently under the control of the Heavenly Dao laws. The one that was the closest to completion was the Qian region, where Qianming was. 2/3 of the laws of heaven and earth there had been devoured by the Heavenly Dao laws. In order to implement her plan, He Yu would no doubt make that her first destination. Furthermore, once the Heavenly Dao laws had taken over the Qian region, she would be able to, like now, use the power of the Heavenly Dao laws to protect herself. In any case, as the Heavenly Dao laws were similar to the laws of heaven and earth, it was nearly impossible for her actions to lead to the discovery of the Heavenly Dao talisman plan, especially given the turbulent state the Nine Zones was in due to the Great Dayuan calamity. To the eyes of those around her, she was just borrowing the power of the laws of heaven and earth. Chu Xian looked on silently. He Yu still had not made her move, simply watching her enemies approach calmly. Beside him, Grandpa Zhang was very nervous. If He Yu's plan did not work out, he had to be prepared to fight to the death to help He Yu break out of this encirclement, which in itself was very unlikely. Su Xian'er was also a little nervous, but she was not afraid. Grandpa Zhang looked at Su Xian'er. Seeing her not afraid or worried, he heaved a sigh of relief. Su Xian'er's identity was not ordinary. If she was not afraid or worried, then it meant that the problem was not big. Chu Xian frowned slightly. He Yu was not just targeting these divine realm cultivators. He could sense that there were changes taking place in the other 7 regions of the Chaos Zone. The Heavenly Dao laws there seemed to be waiting for an opportunity to devour a portion of the laws of heaven and earth there. Chu Xian laughed. As expected of the disciple he valued. Chapter 347, Heavenly Punishment, Part 3. He Yu had her ways. If she succeeded, the progress of the Heavenly Dao law's expansion into those 7 regions would be greatly increased. Looking at the He Yu, Chu Xian could not help but think of Ji Dexin, the reincarnation of a half-saint of the celestial race. In terms of identity, he was He Yu's elder brother from a different mother. Perhaps he should focus on nurturing He Yu so that she could compete with Ji Dexin. Chu Xian did not want Ji Dexin to monopolize the fate from the Great Dayuan calamity. Furthermore, He Yu's plans would likely cause her to come into conflict with Ji Dexin. Qianming was powerful, but compared to Ji Dexin, he was still lacking. Furthermore, he lacked He Yu's planning ability and foresight. Among his disciples, perhaps only Qin Ying could compare to He Yu in terms of planning and schemes. He Yu looked at the approaching Divine Realm experts, who were about a mile away. "I'll warn you again. Don't let greed destroy you. Don't seek your own death." He Yu warned again. The Divine Realm experts remained silent. Who was she trying to scare? There were dozens of them, so what was there to fear? No matter what kind of trump card she had, it would be useless against their numbers. If that's the case, then die. Hey Yu raised her hand and waved it. The sky turned purple, after which purple lightning bolts suddenly descended upon the Divine Realm experts. Roar! The expressions of the Divine Realm experts changed, as they channeled their auras and spiritual power to resist the lightning bolts. What kind of lightning was this? Lightning generated by the laws of heaven and earth? They all felt a strong sense of danger. The lightning bolts seemed like heavenly punishment. Hey Yu coldly uttered, "This is the punishment for your greed." Ah! Some Divine Realm experts screamed as they were turned into ashes by the lightning bolts. "Let me go, I was wrong." The remaining Divine Realm experts started to beg for mercy. They could not die. They were the pillars of their races. Hey Yu looked on in silence as they fell, one after another. The deaths of these Divine Realm experts seemed to fuel the heavenly Dao laws, as it expanded rapidly into the other 7 regions. With the deaths of the pillars of these smaller races, the fate of various smaller races were severed, and the laws of heaven and earth in those regions were thrown into chaos. This gave the heavenly Dao laws the opportunity they needed to quickly devour and replace the laws of heaven and earth there. In front of Hey Yu, anguished cries for mercy kept echoing in the surroundings. This heavenly punishment was simply impossible to resist. Chapter 348, Heavenly Punishment, Part 4. Chu Xian watched as the Divine Realm experts fell one after another, turning into dust. He felt that it was a pity. If these Divine Realm experts became ghosts, the ghost race's strength would increase significantly, as would the Ghost Dao principle and the Ghost World. Chu Xian decided to hold on to the divine souls of these Divine Realm experts. After Chu Xian made up his mind, he used the Heavenly Dao Talisman to capture the remnant soul of a Divine Realm expert, who was about to turn into ashes. There was no need for a complete Divine Soul, a remnant soul was enough. After submerging it in the river of Styx, it would become a ghost, and its Divine Realm foundation would allow it to quickly cultivate back up to its peak strength. Chu Xian connected the Ghost World to the 3 regions, transferring the remnant soul over. As for the remnant soul's memories, Chu Xian decided to make some adjustments to it, choosing only to allow the remnant soul to retain memories of its race and cultivation. After entering the river of Styx, it would take some time for it to be reborn as a ghost. The stronger one was, the longer it would take for them to be reborn. Chu Xian was overjoyed. A portion of the Divine Realm experts had already died, but there were still half that he could turn into ghosts. Once their transformation was completed, the ghost race's strength would rise. Chu Xian did not hide his actions from He Yu. She was momentarily stunned. Master had intervened? Was she being too ruthless to these Divine Realm experts? That should not be the case. Master was not a soft-hearted person. Then, she felt that those remnant souls were being sucked away by a force. He Yu suddenly understood. Master wanted to turn those remnant souls into ghosts. The surviving Divine Realm experts turned pale with fright. Had their actions incited the anger of the heavens? Had the Black Moon Tower's achievement of exterminating the blood fiends earned the favor of the heavens? Heavenly punishment was something that they had only heard of in legends, and it had not been reported in the 9 zones since the ancient era. However, it had actually appeared today. And it was so terrifying. Did it have something to do with the Great Dayuan calamity? The onlookers were terrified as well and fled, afraid of being caught up in the devastation. He Yu stood on the mountain peak, looking around at the empty surroundings. There was no change in her expression, nor any display of emotions. Beside her, Grandpa Zhang had yet to recover from the shock. His granddaughter's methods were beyond his imagination. Dozens of Divine Realm experts had been slain within such a short period of time. Su Xianer looked at He Yu curiously, not so much because of her power, but rather marveling at how calm and collected she was amidst all this. Chu Xian's voice then entered He Yu's mind. Come back before you go to the central zone. Chapter 349, A Hero in Life and a Hero in Death. Yes, Master. After finishing up, He Yu began to retrieve the pillars that were buried within the three regions. Each one had turned shockingly red after absorbing the blood-colored spiritual energy. These pillars were still useful, so He Yu put them away. The situation in the Chaos Zone was still unstable, so He Yu would have to remain here for some time to put the finishing touches on her plan. The little evil king had made quite a name for himself in the Chaos Zone. He wanted revenge. Naturally, the target of his revenge was naturally the evil son. However, the evil son had disappeared, and he received some information that the evil son was the reincarnation of the Great Evil Palace's founder's soul. Therefore, his enemy was the patriarch of the Great Evil Palace. However, the Great Evil Palace had been disbanded, and its leaders were nowhere to be found. As such, he could only give up for the time being and focus on increasing his cultivation. Strength was essential in his pursuit of revenge, as well as to rise up during the Great Daiyuan calamity. Furthermore, perhaps one of these ancient battlefields contained a heavenly treasure that could restore his third leg. Du Yuan was also in the Chaos Zone, and his strength had also improved after fighting for fate during the calamity. At this moment, Chu Xian had no reason to pay them any mind. His focus was on the central zone, and finding a method for He Yu to compete with Ji Dexin. Her current strength was insufficient to accomplish this task, though. After all, one had to know that Ji Dexin could reach the Dao realm at will. The central zone was in a mess. The sky was still red. The blood fiends continued to appear in various places, but they did not descend from the sky again. Still, they were endless, as waves upon waves of blood fiends invaded, causing countless deaths among the human race's army. Occasionally, a Dao realm blood fiend would be born. The entire central zone was being overrun by the blood fiends. Fortunately, the forces of the human race in the central zone were powerful. Otherwise, it would have fallen long ago. Countless formation masters, restriction masters, artifact refiners, alchemists, and the like, were all gathered within the alliance, researching how to eliminate the blood fiends. The efficiency of the current methods they had was too low, and the cost was not proportional to the effect. Qianming had already risen to prominence. He had swept away countless blood fiends in the Qian region. None of the Heaven Realm blood fiends were his match. Furthermore, every time, he would kill the blood fiends completely, preventing them from reviving. The power of the Heaven and Earth myriad transformation technique was on full display at this moment, which made countless geniuses envious. Chu Xian looked at the central zone. Apart from the Qian region, the progress of the heavenly Dao laws in the other 9 regions was progressing slowly. The ghost race was also active in the central zone. Many human cultivators who died in battle were lucky enough to escape with their divine souls. Since they could not reform their physical bodies, many of them chose to become ghosts. The ghost race also participated in the fight for fate amidst the calamity in the central zone. Ji Dexin was wary of the ghost race. He felt that there was something unusual about the ghost race. How had this race suddenly appeared in the 9 zones? When he searched his memories, he drew similarities between the ghost race and the netherworld race. However, the latter race had already perished during the Great Daiyuan calamity. Was the ghost race a remnant of that netherworld race? Or had they obtained the netherworld race's inheritance and transformed into this strange new race? It did not seem to make sense. There were indeed similarities between the 2 races, but there were also clear differences as well. If it was only a partial inheritance, then he would be able to rest easy. After all, that would mean that their inheritance was incomplete, and that they were not very powerful. In any case, it was not suitable to deal with the ghost race at the moment. After all, the ghost race was also helping them to deal with the blood fiends, which undoubtedly reduced some of the pressure on the human race. Most importantly, most of the ghosts were once humans. They had retained their memories, and were still attached to their former forces. Furthermore, as the number of ghosts increased and their strength grew, gradually, such a rumor spread in the central zone. A hero in life and a hero in death. Even if I'm a ghost, I'll still fight for the human race. As these slogans spread, the human experts became more and more motivated. Even if they died in battle, they would simply become ghosts and rejoin the battle. For this reason, cultivators would deliberately leave behind a wisp of their divine soul before they went to battle. If they were to die, this wisp would transform into a ghost. The ghost race rapidly expanded. This battle was an opportunity for the ghost race, and the ghost world and ghost Dao principle grew continually. Fengdu Ghost King's strength also increased. The news of the heavenly punishment's appearance in the chaos zone then spread to the central zone. Ji Dexin's expression changed when he heard this. Heavenly punishment? How is that possible? He had a look of disbelief on his face. Heavenly punishment only existed when the immortal, celestial, and demon races existed in the 9 zones. Impossible. How could there be heavenly punishment? No such law exists in the 9 zones' current laws of heaven and earth. Ji Dexin frowned. He carefully examined the information and description provided. From the information he gleaned, it was indeed heavenly punishment. Dozens of divine realm experts had been killed. What's going on? Did the laws of heaven and earth in the chaos zone change because of the Great Dayuan calamity? That should be impossible. It shouldn't be able to create a new rule out of nowhere. None of the current laws could be transformed into the heavenly punishment law. This Great Dayuan calamity seemed to be very different from all of the previous ones. The heavenly punishment law had existed to prevent any race from surpassing the 3 overlord races of that time, and was also used to temper geniuses. Only by surviving the heavenly punishment could one break through to the Dao realm and achieve sublimation. Ever since the 3 races had left the 9 zones, the heavenly punishment had never reappeared. Perhaps it was some kind of formation. Hey you! In his mind, the image of that expressionless young girl appeared. No matter what she encountered, she always had a calm expression, and no emotional fluctuations could be seen. Is she going to return to the central zone? It was inevitable. She would definitely return to take revenge on the Tianyu Tower. Unless the Ji family messed with her, they should not come into conflict. Ji Dexin was thinking about what he should do after Heiyu returned. Should he stop her from targeting the Tianyu Tower? This would make him Heiyu's enemy. Although he was not afraid of her, she was still an unknown variable. Would she obey his instructions as the alliance's leader? After some thought, Ji Dexin decided to wait for her to arrive and then decide how he would approach this issue based on the situation. Chapter 350, Something's Not Quite Right in the 9 Zones, Part 1. Chu Xian waited for Heiyu and Su Xiener to return. During this time, another Dao realm expert from the demon race turned bald. Another Buddhist had been born. Mo2 even ran over to thank Chu Xian for his guidance. He even bragged in front of Hong Yuanchuo and the others that a bald demon was even stronger than a regular demon, which was true. Other than the fact that the bald demon would occasionally put his palms together and chant Amitabha, he was the perfect warrior. Chu Xian felt that he had to reach the Dayuan realm as soon as possible and become stronger than Mo2. Otherwise, if Mo2 found out that something was wrong, there would be trouble. He was not sure if his awe-inspiring persona was sufficient to deter him. No matter what, as long as his strength increased, he would be able to deal with all kinds of unexpected situations. Southern Zone. Feng Kong, Wang Luo, and Xiang Xing had joined forces and had already found a way to deal with that strange ancient battlefield. They were currently in the midst of making preparations. After dealing with this ancient battlefield, Feng Kong was going to leave for the central zone. He was a Dao realm cultivator. If he continued to stay in the southern zone, he would probably trigger the descent of a Dao realm blood fiend. Wang Luo was also preparing to go to the central zone, leaving Xiang Xing to handle the southern zone. Time flew by, and a year passed. Chu Xian could sense that the heavenly Dao laws in the chaos zone were rapidly expanding in the remaining 7 regions. He Yu had completed her preparations and was ready to return to the northern zone. Your disciples, Wang Luo and Xiang Xing, have suppressed the nascent blood world. Their fate has been transformed and their cultivation has soared. Your fate Dao principle has advanced. Your follower, Feng Kong, suppressed the nascent blood world. His fate has transformed and his Dao principle has advanced. Your fate Dao principle has advanced. The system's reward suddenly arrived. Nascent blood world? Chu Xian was stunned. The unusual ancient battlefield that appeared in the central region of the southern zone was actually a nascent blood world? The blood world could continuously give birth to blood fiends and even make the blood fiend race a true race of the 9 zones. Feng Kong, Wang Luo and Xiang Xing had joined forces to suppress it. Now, their fate had been transformed and they were now shouldering the fate of the great Dao. Chu Xian pondered. What did it mean to be a person shouldering the fate of the great Dao? After He Yu and Su Xian returned, he would check it out. Feng Kong also gained a lot. After his Dao principle had advanced, he had broken through to the 2nd level of the Dao realm. The great Dayuan calamity was indeed a great opportunity. However, it was also a great crisis. Chu Xian looked to the western zone and frowned. Ding Yu and Xiaoyang did not seem to be doing too well recently. Had something changed in the western zone? Was it due to the blood fiend race itself, or had the hidden expert intervened again? Although the situation was stable for the time being, the blood fiends were getting more and more ferocious, putting great pressure on the human cultivator army. Half a month later. Your heavenly Dao laws have devoured and replaced the laws of heaven and earth of the central region of the southern zone. Your cultivation level has advanced. After the suppression of the nascent blood world, the heavenly Dao laws quickly devoured the laws of heaven and earth of the central region of the southern zone. Not long after, the central region became the newest addition to the regions under the heavenly Dao laws control. Chu Xian received his cultivation boost reward. 20th level of the Dao realm. He was only 16 levels away from the final level of the Dao realm. He still needed the heavenly Dao laws to take over 16 regions. There were 7 regions in the Chaos Zone and 10 regions in the Central Zone. If these 2 zones were incorporated into the heavenly Dao laws, he would achieve his goal. The next step would then be to open his Dao path. Chu Xian thought about it. The Dao realm cultivators from the primordial land had not entered the calamity, so there was still time. Chu Pingfen had entered the eastern zone. It was time for this extreme Dao cultivator to shine. Wang Luo and Feng Kong set off for the central zone. At the same time, He Yu and Su Xian had also returned to the northern zone. Chu Xian sat on the chair, very leisurely. The calamity was non-existent in the northern zone. Those ancient battlefields, and the blood fiends within them, had all been purified by him in advance. In the entire 9 zones, only the northern zone was peaceful. The cultivators here were all confused. Why had the great Dayuan calamity not arrived yet? Was it due to how barren the northern zone was before this? Perhaps it would arrive later. Sir, I'm back. Su Xian excitedly ran in. He Yu followed closely behind her. Greetings, Master. Well done. Chu Xian nodded. At this moment, Chu Xian saw something extraordinary. There was a vast and mysterious light hidden inside He Yu's body. It was the aura of fate. The fate of the great Dao. The light inside Su Xian's body was slightly weaker.